Yeah. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Tuesday, September 10th, 2024 City Commission meeting. Special welcome to all of you who are here today. Thank you for being with us, especially one of my favorite mayors, and not my favorite mayor, Dorothy Thompson. Thank you for being here with us as always. It's a pleasure to have you. I'd like to remind everybody this is an opportunity to engage in a conversation. You can either do it in person, as many of you who are here. You can do it over the phone. You can do it over Zoom. There's many different opportunities. You can send us an email. The important part about it is engagement. So welcome to the City of Coral Gables. I'd like to welcome Pastor Rick and Tina Romero from Generation Church. Thank you for being with us. Good morning.
Thank you all. Like Mr. Mayor said, thank you for having us. We're honored to be here before you. My wife and I here pastor Generation Church at Poncello Middle School, and it's an honor to lead this morning in prayer. We can all just bow our heads. Father, we just thank you this morning, Lord, for this great opportunity to be together. I thank you, Jesus, for what you're doing here in the city of Coral Gables. I thank you for our mayor. I thank you for his family, Lord. I pray you continue to lead him and guide him, Lord, in strategy and wisdom, God, and favor. I thank you for every commissioner. Thank you for every representative here, God. And I just pray, Lord, that you continue to bless this city, that you continue to guide us, Lord, that you continue to strengthen us, make us better, Lord, continue to grant us favor, God, strengthen our schools, strengthen, God, our police stations, our firehouses, God, just the provision that is over this place, Lord, so that Coral Gables can continue to be a beacon of hope and a beacon of prosperity for the rest of our city and our state, God. Have your way in this meeting today, Lord. Grant us unity and peace, and let us continue, Lord, to work together to strive towards all that you have in store, Lord. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor Romero. We send our best wishes to your congregation and your worshipers. It's always an honor and a privilege to have you here, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you, and God bless, my friend. Commissioner Castro, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to presentation and protocol documents. Item A2, presentation or proclamation declaring September 17th through the 23rd, 2024 as Constitution Week in Coral Gables. Mayor, please join us. It is always a pleasure to have you here, especially when we talk about Constitution Week. I love your outfit, by the way, red, white, and blue. Amazing.
Well, thank you very much, but indeed, it's my honor. I'm always happy to see you all again. I'm not always here for your commission meetings, but I'm watching. I'm watching you from home, so I know all the hard work that you all do, and it's a pleasure to be here in person, if only for a moment. I want to introduce the lady to my left here, who is the Vice Regent of Coral Gables Chapter DAR. I myself have been a member of the Coral Gables Chapter of DAR for, I think it's 55 years right now. And it's always been a pleasure to come for this proclamation. We've been doing this for year after year, but it's always very, very meaningful, despite the fact that it's repetitive, but it's so meaningful. And later on in the month, they have a reception and dinner someplace where all the chapters from the county come and congregate, and they display their proclamations. And I'm always very proud of our proclamation of Coral Gables being there with all the other cities and from the state governments and the national as well. So you've been there on those every single year, and again this year. I'd like her to introduce Mary Turso, who's the Vice Regent. You want to speak a few words.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Coral Gables Daughters of the American Revolution. Our chapter has been in existence here in Coral Gables almost as long as the city, so we're nearing our 100th birthday as well. And in the last, dozens of years, this government body has provided the proclamation for our Constitution luncheon that we do have annually. That includes men and women from our organizations, both SAR, DAR, and CAR, which is the Children of the American Revolution, and all their guests, families, and friends. So I hope in future years, all of you will consider joining us at some point for one of our luncheons to celebrate the most important document in our founding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor? So before I read the proclamation, I wanted to say thank you once again for all your hard work, both of you, and send our best wishes to everyone that's involved. Whereas on September 17, 1787, in order to secure the blessings of liberty for themselves and their posterity, our founding fathers ordained, established, and signed the Constitution of the United States, a unique and priceless document, which has afforded the people of our great nation with certain privileges, alienable rights, and responsibilities of American citizenship. And whereas, because it is of the utmost importance that all citizens understand the provisions and principles embedded in this priceless document, our Constitution, in order to effectively support, preserve, and defend it against any and all unwarranted intrusions, that the independence, which is guaranteed to American citizens, whether by birth or naturalization, should be celebrated. And whereas on this 237th anniversary, memorializing the signing of our Constitution, the Coral Gables chapter of the Daughter of the American Revolution, a society of women patriots dedicated to the preservation of this priceless heritage, proudly joins us as we celebrate Constitution Week. And this invaluable legacy left us by our founding fathers, whose wisdom and remarkable vision made possible the creation and preservation of this historic document. And whereas emphasizing citizens' responsibilities for protecting and defending the Constitution and encouraging the study of those historical events which led to the framing of the Constitution in 1787 are only two of the reasons why the Daughters of the American Revolution petitioned Congress in 1955 to set aside September 17th to the 23rd annually for the observance of Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with the members of our city commission, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through the 23rd, 2024, as Constitution Week in the city of Coral Gables. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's take a photo. Moving on to item A3, congratulations to the city of Coral Gables for being named Best City to Live in by the Miami New Times. Oh, I have it broken down incorrect. I had it as A3, but A2 it is? That's it.
I just thought it was your need for glasses. That's
No, not this time, not this time. I still need the glasses, but I had the wrong numbering.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
everyone. Belkis Perez with the Economic Development Department. Miami New Times has an annual Best of series, and this year they added a new category, Best City to Live in, and we're really excited that we won the award on our first try. And so we brought Christy Kennard, the Senior Executive Director for Miami New Times, here to tell us why Coral Gables. I think we all know why, but she can give us a little bit of background. So, Christy?
Hello, my name is Christy Kennard, and on behalf of Miami New Times, I congratulate the city of Coral Gables. To me, when we have two ways that you win this issue, and it's something we've been doing over 35 years. This was the first year where we kind of listened to what the community was asking for, and they asked that in the Reader's Choice segment, we add Best City to Live in. And I was actually scared because I have an affinity for the Gables, but Miami Shores was really running hard on this. So again, I think it means a lot, and it's a credit to all of you for doing all that you're doing to make the strides and make the city of Coral Gables a must-see.
so I want to thank you for doing the contest. It was a pleasure to be there with you for the unveiling of the award. And I think it speaks volumes not only of what our staff does, but also the businesses themselves, because it's like a fabric. We all work together, and it's quite a teamwork is what it takes. And great event. Thank you for doing it. It helps propel us to keep going forward.
Well, thank you for attending.
Thank
But
you.
again, you've got the readers and the community's heart, so that means more than editorial picks every day.
Thank you for the recognition, as always. It's a pleasure.
Thank-
Perfect. Let's take a photo.
Go for the repeat next. Back to back. Championship. I will break you all up.
Glad to hear it's not just me.
Moving on to item A3, congratulations to Procurement Department, winner of the 2024 Achievement of Excellence Award by the National Procurement Institute. Madam Director, good morning.
Good morning, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So this prestigious award is earned by organizations that demonstrate excellence in areas of the procurement profession that focus on innovation, professionalism, productivity, e-procurement, and leadership. The qualification process is designed to encourage procurement professionals to go beyond minimum requirements and to recognize innovative programs and solutions that exemplify outstanding achievements. The award not only focuses on practical documented work, but also recognizes leadership and contributions that further advance the public procurement profession. It should be noted that in 2024, only 198 applicants nationwide were successful in achieving the status of excellence, and that this is the third year that the city was awarded this achievement under the leadership of the Chief Procurement Officer, Celeste Walker-Hallman. This award is recognized as the premier award in the public procurement profession. So please join me in congratulating Celeste and her team for this achievement. Well done.
Great work. Great work. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to say congratulations to my team. It's truly a team effort. I couldn't do it without them, and this is a testament to hard work and diligence to what we do, and we're proud of that. So, again, I want to say thank you. So,
Come on, show
Don't be
the
shy. Come on
award.
up.
Show the award. Everybody wants to see it.
Great job. Great job.
thank you. And this is my assistant chief procurement officer. This is Tanya Donegan. So,
Well, thank you for everything you do. It's not an easy task.
no, it's not.
You have to always be crossing your T's and dotting your I's. And we appreciate everything you do on behalf of the city, because at the end of the day, through procurement, you protect a lot of the city's assets. So
Thank you,
for everything you do.
thank you. Appreciate that.
Let's take a photo.
Yep. I'm joining the dark side.
Yes. He's 97, I think.
Guess that would have.
Yeah.
James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones passed away yesterday.
I know. So if they're going to work with Mel, move
53.
fast.
Moving on to item A4, presentation of a certificate of appreciation to the Coral Gables Fire Department for their assistance in training a delegation of firefighters from Cartagena, Colombia, a sister city of Coral Gables. Chief.
Good morning again. So in 1957, Cartagena, Colombia became the Coral Gables' first sister city. And despite the change in leadership and staff along the way, at all levels, the relationship has always remained strong. But unlike the cultural exchanges that we have engaged in the past, the latest interaction will have a meaningful long-term impact on the residents and visitors of Cartagena. Last month, a delegation of 8 firefighters from Cartagena came to Coral Gables to train with our firefighters. It was a comprehensive training tailored to their needs. And I want to thank Chief De La Rosa, Deputy Chief Gil Hernandez, Lieutenant Ishmael Roig, Lieutenant Louis Fajardo, and firefighter Jonathan Correa. He's on vacation, he's not here right now, but for spending 1 week training these individuals. We are all very busy, and I really appreciate the goodwill and the effort that they put to get this delegation the training that they needed. And I also want to say that from our shop, it took a lot of time to plan this. Leticia Perez did a great job. She's not here, she's on vacation as well. But I want to turn it over to the chief because thank you. We do the front end, but they really pulled it off.
Chief, good morning.
So I'd like to thank the mayor and the commission for first allowing us and entrusting us to participate in programs like this. I'd like to thank Belkis and her staff. As she said, she did the heavy lifting. By the time they got to us, really it was the easy part. I often come in front of you and before you and state that our motto is committed to our community. And that is definitely always the case. And we live by that motto, whether it be within the confines of the city of Coral Gables, throughout our state, or definitely internationally. We put a lot of emphasis on resources and training and the development of our people. And it's always great to see when we can give back. And when not only does that knowledge and skills and abilities benefit our residents and the health and safety of our firefighters, but also those of our sister communities. Mm-hmm. The folks that participated in this, I title them as ambassadors. Wherever you place them and whatever task you ask of them, they deliver in folds, and they always represent our fire department brand and that of our city in an exceptional manner. So thank you to everyone who participated from our staff in hosting and welcoming these firefighters from Cartagena here. Thank you.
Chief, thank you very much.
Good morning. Once again, just as our fire chief mentioned, we want to take the time to thank you all, our city officials, and I want to personally thank our administration for allowing Captain Fajardo and myself to teach our brothers, our Colombian firefighter brothers. It was an amazing experience. We got to see how they operate on a day-to-day basis, and we got to give them some tools that they can take back to help save lives in their country. So we truly look forward to the future opportunities to possibly train together and grow together as a relationship. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, thank you for spreading goodwill. That's a good thing, and it's a beautiful thing that you can, spread and share all the techniques and everything you've learned over the years and everything that we in the city appreciate, and that you go out there every single day and keep us safe. A lot of these foreign countries don't have the resources that we have, especially when you talk about training and technology, but more important, training and standards. And the fact that you can go out there and partake and take a week off. I know, a lot of you took up time of your own personal time off to spread this information and give these people the tools to go back to Cartagena. Cartagena is a beautiful place, beautiful people who I know that will truly be blessed from everything that you've taught them. So thank you for taking the time. I have a few certificates of recognition. I have 2 of them that I'll give out today, and then please give the last one to Jonathan Correa, and we'll take a picture. And I appreciate, again, all of your hard work. Thank you so much. Take a picture. Okay. Moving on to item A5. Congratulations to Detective Khalid Taha, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Detective of the Quarter for the second quarter of 2024. Chief, good morning.
Morning, Mayor. Commissioners, how are you? Nice to see you.
Good morning.
With the mayor's permission, I'd probably like to do all three before we do the photos. That way we can rotate out, because we're going to recognize some of our officers that show exactly what we do every day. Officer Taha, if you'll join me at the other podium. Today, the police department's here to recognize the detective for the second quarter in 2024. Detective Taha was nominated by his sergeant, Brad Baina, of the Criminal Investigations Division. He's recommended Officer Taha be considered for the detective of the second quarter because of his exemplary investigative skills and hard work in clearing numerous cases to the tune of about 8 cases for this quarter. I will give you a synopsis of some of those things that he has been able to solve through his work and his partnership with other agencies as well as with other detectives. Of those 8 cases, the first one was a residential burglary case in the northern part of the city. Interestingly, on this one, he actually identified the individuals through the use of DNA, which came back years later. The individual who committed the burglary a few years ago was currently in prison for murder. That was another person that was, this charge was added to that as well. Shoplifting, as you know, is something that affects not just consumers, but also our residents. And he made several arrests throughout this quarter, whether it be the 1500 block of Douglas, San Lorenzo on 2 cases, and through his persistence was able to identify the offenders who had not been their first time, obviously, and worked alongside with the Miami-Dade Police Department to identify that individual and have her taken into custody. A cell phone theft at 305 University Drive. Once again, not just because you have an assigned case, but when you're in the area, he actually responded, was able to use our CCTV system, actually identify the individual, and place that person in custody, who was also out on a felony bond for narcotics arrest. This other cases of another theft at Target, and once again, he was able to apprehend some of our porch pirates, as we affectionately, not so much, refer to them, using an ALPR hit along the 1500 block of Coral Way, and he was able to identify the offender and arrest them in a follow-up. And the last one was the theft of structure from legal access, with somebody who was a roommate and decided to try and abscond with a TV. And after his interview, when they identified the individual, they were able to not only to recover the TV, but charge the person accordingly. As evidenced above, Detective Taha's exemplary work ethic and dedication to the Coral Gables Police Department makes him most deserving for the detective of the second quarter. With that, Detective Taha is an asset to the Criminal Investigations Division, specifically the Property Crimes Unit. And for that, we present the detective of the second quarter to Officer Detective Taha.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor, City Commission, City Manager, Chief, and senior staff for having me here today. I also want to thank the Award Selection Committee, my Sergeant Brad Baina, for the nomination, and the members of my unit. This award is a culmination of teamwork. It wasn't myself, not only other agencies, but my own unit. which helped me with different things of video, area canvases, and even going to pick up some of these offenders that we've had to pick up. So I want to thank them. I also want to thank my family, my wife and my son that are here, even though he's not feeling all that well, because they've always supported me and always pushed me to go and do what I want to do in this department. So I want to thank everybody for that.
Congratulations.
At this point, I'd like to have Officer Bianca Torres join me at the podium.
Good morning.
What did I say? Oh, Bianca Rivera. I'm sorry. I was looking who actually nominated you. Bianca did. Casey Rivera was nominated by Officer Bianca Torres.
That's my best friend, but.
I know, it's her best friend. If I was going to convince her, if I was going to confuse you with anybody, it was her.
I know, that's a good one, that's a good one.
Again, this is like supervising your own children. Now you see that I get this at work too. There is no respect when you're the boss, when it's your daughter. Anyway, we're here to talk about Officer Casey Rivera and the work that she did on May 19th in 2024. At approximately 8 o'clock at night, an individual, a resident, actually watched a few other juveniles attack an individual and steal their bike. Officer Rivera was not the one that was dispatched, but again, the teamwork that we see in this police department was able to respond to the area on her own and start looking for the individuals that ran from the area. She observed the individual in about the 1500 block of Douglas Road, right on the border of what we call the Douglas-Miami side. Once she started to follow the individual split up, took off. Officer Rivera was able to actually catch up with one of them while the other one split. Again, the teamwork in this department is something that I marvel at sometimes. And one of these events actually took place when this happened, because she actually was able to notify both the victim, identify that was not the person that took the bike, Officer De Leon, who was also one of our bike patrol officers, I believe, was down in the downtown area, identified the individual from the description that was put out, and subsequently that individual was taken and brought back for a lineup and taken into custody for the actual theft of the two. Now, the best part about this teamwork is also we work with the city of Miami. This crime actually occurred on the other side of Douglas Road, since that's where the witness from our side was seeing. But we were able to arrest both the individuals and turn them over, and the city of Miami actually filed the charges on them. Because of her work and her constant diligent work that she does every day when she comes in, she was awarded the Officer of the Month for May 2024.
Good morning. I want to begin by thanking the mayor and the commissioner for recognizing hard work. Doesn't go unnoticed. I would like to thank my chief for allowing me to be part of the Coral Gables family and supporting proactiveness within our officers. I'd like to thank my Charlie shift supervisors for always entrusting their officers, always showing great leadership and allowing great work. I'd like to thank one of my closest friends, who we got mixed up with, Officer B. Torres, for the nomination and for being the perfect backup. Always happy to have you in my crew. Lastly, I'd like to thank God for allowing me to put this uniform on every day and keeping me safe. Serving the city beautiful is always an honor. Thank you and have a blessed day.
Thank you. And finally, for our Officer of the Month, not to be confused with Bianca or Casey, is Officer Austin. Again, fresh from the midnight shift, so he's the one that patrols the streets in the middle of the night. You want to know who's out looking out for us when the lights are out and everybody's asleep? It's guys like him. On June 5th, 2024, at about 3:22 a.m., units were dispatched to the area of 600 block of Cadagua to a construction site reference a disturbance. Inside the area, people were heard laughing, making noise. Officer Austin was very quick to actually have other units surround the area, which we call a perimeter. Because of his quick work, his quick action, and his coordination, we were able to secure the area, at which point an individual walked out, later identified as the subject that was inside, and previously taken into custody for shoplifting incidents along South Dixie Highway and the area of Lejeune Road and Ponce Leon Boulevard. The individuals actually could not explain why they were there. They had no legal reason to be there. Detectives, again, in the teamwork, Detective James and Diaz actually responded to interview the individuals. And once a thorough investigation was completed, the charges were for trespassing in that sign, in that area. Because of this work and what he does every night for the midnight shift, and for all of us that sleep at night peacefully, he was awarded Officer of the Month for June 2024.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commission. I'd like to thank my nominator, Sergeant Martis, for this making this possible. Also, the Award Selection Committee. I'd also like to thank my fellow officers and supervisors that were there that night, and the detectives as well that helped us with the investigation. Most importantly, I'd just like to thank my family who couldn't be here today. And that's all. Thank you.
So, Chief, before we take a quick picture, I think you mentioned something that I'd be remiss if I didn't follow up with. The three individuals that are here before us, how long have you been on the force for?
5 years.
Sir? Taha?
Sir.
How many years you been on the force?
11.
So this is not only the present, but this is the future of this department. And we're blessed to have an incredible team behind them, teaching them the way. And I want to thank all of you for the hard work that you do on behalf of our city. There isn't one time that I'm not up here that myself and the commission doesn't acknowledge the work of the police department. And I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it, especially in your case. I'm not sure what hours that you work, but the chief wanted to make sure he imprinted in us that you were the midnight shift. The work that you do, all the hard work that you do, that extra moment that you take to, acknowledge maybe a situation that is out of the norm, that deserves attention, is what allows us to sleep at night. The three of you, all of you up there, are the standard in this community. So I want to thank you for your hard work and your continued diligence on behalf of the residents and the business community here. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. When you see the two of them, you can't tell them.
Mr. Clerk, we don't have any approval of minutes.
Correct.
Public comment.
First
Oh, by the way,
speaker.
before we move into public comment, there's one item to defer, F11, at the wishes of the sponsor.
Yes, sir. First speaker today in public comments, Ms. Maria Cruz.
Good morning. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. What a nice presentation this morning. It's very nice to see our people getting recognized. And since it's such a beautiful day in the city of Coral Gables, let us remember that this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. I think maybe we need to remember that we're here for good things, sometimes not so good things, but after all, we should be very happy that we get to be here and live here. Thank you.
Carlos Carter.
Good morning, sir.
For the record, Carlos Carta, 715 Anastasia Avenue. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff. I stand here today as a constituent, a neighbor, and for many of you, a friend, to share a few things that are top of mind with my neighbors. Once again, Somerset Academy, located at 724 Anastasia Avenue, failed to meet its annual obligation under a legal settlement agreement with me, our neighbors, and the Biltmore Neighborhood Association, continuing a pattern of negative behavior. Since the city has decided to review Somerset expansion application without even asking if they have met with the neighbors, I promise you that this will open up a path for Gulliver, Riviera Day School, St. Philip's, Santa Teresita, to come and ask for an expansion. I encourage you here to let Academica and Somerset know that this expansion doesn't belong in the Biltmore neighborhood. The city has had a practice of offering high-density building permits without considering the urgent need for schools in areas like downtown Coral Gables. It's not just a missed opportunity for education, but also for our businesses that desperately need more foot traffic. You need to make this a high priority. Don't do the easy thing. Be bold, think big, work with Academica and Somerset to build a state-of-the-art school in the downtown area. Leave a legacy, not a scar in our neighborhood. Thank you for your time. Look forward to meeting with each of you, but I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you.
Jackson Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Thank you very much. I was reading through the hearing notes on the assessment commission meeting you're going to have Thursday at 3 o'clock, and I was alarmed to see an item saying Miracle Mile Assessment District, which for me could be a resurrection of the massively pro-development business improvement district. So it was suggested to me maybe it's not, maybe it's just collecting the old streetscape debts, but our very kind and considerate finance director, Blanca Gomez, says she's not sure, but it may be about resurrecting the business improvement district. To talk with our development director, Belkis Perez, I spoke with her, and she wasn't really sure, so she's going to send me an email. But it obviously creates the alarm that the business improvement district, which basically let them sue me for slander. They stole $500,000 belonging to the city and to the taxpayers of the business improvement district. They stole it. Maybe trying to get back in the game. And they're massively pro-development. They've tried to raise the height of Miracle Mile. A woman told me she was fired as a business improvement district director because she wouldn't go along with that, so they fired her. So I raised this concern. I don't know what the answer is, and I think it's very frightening to me. I lose sleep over it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda?
I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to item E1.
E1 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 15, notices, Section 15-102, notice to require notice to all properties along the Mahi Canal, regardless of distance, for any new mixed-use and multifamily developments on the Mahi Canal, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Do we have a staff presentation? Do we have any?
There have been no changes since first reading. I don't know if the planning official has anything to add, but there's been no changes.
Okay. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Before taking a vote, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Told you it was a good day in the city of Coral Gables. This is long overdue. Everybody who lives by the Mahi Canal should know what's going on there because the manatees need their support. Thank you.
The clerk.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Division 1, generally, by amending Section 2-52, Qualification and Appointment of Members, in order to offer members of city boards reduced fitness membership fees at the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Center, providing for repeated provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. Mayor and Commissioners, it's my pleasure to formally introduce to everyone our new Assistant City Attorney. You've all met him, Clifford Friedman. We're very happy and thrilled that he's a part of our team. He brings a wealth of experience, and he'll be presenting the next 3 items.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. The item before you today is an amendment to the city's code regarding pass policies, sponsored by Commissioner Menendez, which, as the City Attorney stated, would expand the pass policy to offer a reduced rate on fitness memberships at the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Center.
Yeah, this item came about because over several years, residents who have served on our city boards have said they're not necessarily golfers and they don't necessarily play tennis, especially those that are a little bit older, I guess like me. But they were interested in maintaining their health and staying in shape. And they asked if there was a way for the city to look into the possibility of giving them a discount so that they can participate at the youth center and maintain their health through the fitness center. So we had a meeting with the administration. Fred was brought in that did the analysis, and this is something that the administration, it's my understanding, is very comfortable with. And I think it's something that'll go a long way to thanking those folks that serve on city boards and helping our community stay healthy at the same time.
Mayor?
Yes.
I agree that staying active is something that we should try to promote everyone to do, and this membership would be a great way to entice folks that are needing to work out in air conditioning to be able to do so at our great facilities and bring in other family members as well at the same time. So I'm in favor of it as well. You moved it?
Yeah, I'll move it.
Second.
Second. Okay. Yeah, I think our colleagues want to say something.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add, both of you spearheaded a project prior to my being on the commission. We had a sunshine meeting regarding the potential of offering board members the option of choosing the benefits that were currently offered or the parking option in order to entice our board members to frequent our central business district and the businesses in our CBD. I know that never reached the level of the commission. I have asked staff to start looking into that possibility. If there is an appetite to consider that, to bring it up possibly at the next commission meeting, so that board members have the 3 different options that they can choose from. You don't choose all 3. You would choose one of the 3, just to ensure that if that is something that will entice our board members to come and frequent our downtown area, it would be street parking, And one of the concerns that had been brought up by the parking director at that meeting was overnight parking. What I've asked staff is to consider the option of only daytime parking, no overnight parking privilege. So if there is an appetite for that, I'd like to bring that back at the next commission meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to talk with staff about, the cost of that. I mean, I think what Commissioner Menendez has proposed here is consistent with the spirit of everything else that we've tried to promote our residents to engage in, and that is, staying active, whether it be golf or swimming at the Venetian pool, et cetera. We have to look at that. And the other aspect of, street parking is that's the most expensive parking out there. So the parking in the garage is usually the least expensive of the two. Okay.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, some years ago, before the Great Recession, board members had a plethora of benefits, ways of thanking them for serving on city boards. And as we went through economic downturns, the city started cutting back on a lot of those benefits, obviously for economic reasons. So, I think now is the time to little by little start exploring what it is that those folks that serve on city boards really find appealing. Because I think, as the vice mayor said, we want more people to serve on city boards. I served on the Parks and Rec for 8 years, I think it was. And sometimes you have some of the same people do it, but it'd be nice to reach into the community and get folks that are maybe not normally engaged to be more engaged and serve. So if we can find creative ways, obviously the administration has to make an assessment, but let's look at things, and if some options don't work at the time, so be it. But I think it's good to be open to suggestions and ideas and delve deep into them.
I am on board with this discount. Just to be clear, it's 50%, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And are we also going to consider, is this just for the appointee, or is this for the family, or?
Currently, it's for the appointee, but I know there's legislation following that expands the benefit from an individual to family members. I don't know if it ties into the fitness center, but I know the mayor has an item as well.
Yeah, this, as currently written, this would allow the appointee to opt into one of the fitness memberships. So whether it's a single senior, two-person senior, or three-person, they would receive the 50% discount.
Okay, so it's included within the group discount.
Correct, depending on what they opt into.
Thank you.
So just a quick point, I have no issues with this as long as it's the board member. If it was to be a family, for example, you'd have a family of 5, they could all use the facility. I think the facilities would become a little overcrowded depending on, I think we have close to 300 or so individuals serving on different boards, which is amazing, and I hope that more do serve. But I think the second part, which this is not my legislation, but I think the second part, which is important, is what the vice mayor mentioned, is about getting people engaged in health and wellness. The continued interest in getting people to get out there and get healthier in one form or another. In regards to the parking, I'm more than willing to study it. From the last time I checked, it was about a $500,000 cost to the city, which is a pretty significant number from what I heard. I could be wrong. And if you're going to offer anything, it could be, parking not on the street, because it is the most expensive parking that we have here in the city. So I'll look forward to having that conversation when it comes.
Okay. Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Division 1, generally by amending Section 2-52, Qualification and Appointment of Members, in order to expand the benefits offered to members of city boards, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Again, Cliff Friedman, Assistant City Attorney. The item before you today is an ordinance sponsored by Mayor Lago to expand the city's pass policy to extend certain city recreation facility benefits free of charge to the spouse, domestic partner, and immediate family members living with the board member or committee member who are under the age of 17. And that would enable them to access the tennis facilities and the pool facilities, but leaves aside the golf facilities.
So just to touch base on what we're discussing on E2, for example, E2, when you talk about a facility like the gym, is a daily use facility. You know, people play golf unless you're retired, unless you're fortunate enough to not have to go to work. They play golf maybe once a week on weekends if possible, when most people are weekend warriors. You go to the Venetian pool once a week. That's what when I talk to residents and people who live in our community, I say I go once a week, I go once a month. And that's the reason why I brought this forward, because it doesn't really impact the facility. When you talk about a gym, there's a gym that gets used 3, 4, 5, 6 times a week. When you go from one member to having maybe 4 or 5 members in a family using it, while it's great for health and wellness, there's a significant impact on everyone else that's using the gym around you. So those are things to consider when expanding it, when applying this legislation to, for example, the gym. Also, for example, like golf. You know, there's a golf benefit for certain members, for all the members, excuse me. I don't play golf. I've never played golf. But if we were allowed now to everybody to use the golf facility, I think it would become pretty strenuous in regards to Granada and the Biltmore. It'd be pretty difficult to get a tee time. So those are just things that I put it out there for consideration. This is a simple one. You know, I had 2 members who serve at the will of the commission in the city. They went to Venetian. They were not in town. Their significant other went to the Venetian pool with their kids to use it, and they told them that the actual member had to be there. So it's a pretty simple opportunity just to help and say thank you. You know, because by the way, the family is allowed when the member's there. So there's really no difference. It's actually less of an impact. The family's already allowed to visit the Venetian pool together. So it's an opportunity to consider and to give back a little bit to the employees who may not be able to be there for one reason or another. Not employees, excuse me, to the members who serve on different boards.
And Mayor, I think it makes perfect sense. You know, you can get around the rules sometimes by bringing your family in and then leaving early, but why go through, red tape? And this is a great way to show the appreciation for the work that people do.
Question, is there any limitation to the size of family? I don't know, it's your legislation.
The limitation would be on the immediate family members living with the board member.
So if we're
So
a family of 12, that's fine?
that as currently written, yes. As long as those folks are registered with the, in the community recreation system, rec track. Yeah.
I agree. I think that it is a benefit, and as I mentioned last time, I think our board members are giving up of their time with their families a lot of times to serve on boards. If they're already getting the benefit, if the family member or the board member is there, I see this as a smooth transition. I think I liken it to the parking option. There is a cost to this. It isn't like it doesn't have a cost. What is the admission currently at Venetian Pool?
The admission at Venetian Pool.
There's a different price for
staff
residents
for that.
and.
Perhaps staff can give that information,
I
Commissioner.
don't think they're here.
I see.
Fred.
What's the price of admission at Venetian Pool?
$5, I think. The residents, $5.
Well, non-residents is much more expensive.
You're a resident.
Yeah, residents, it's, off the top of my head, I think it's between, here it is.
Fred.
Right here,
Fred.
6 and 8. Oh, sorry. $675 for adults and $575 for children.
Right, and we do have days when Venetian Pool is pretty much sold out too.
We do,
So
especially in the summer and in the weekends when it's quite busy in the hotter months.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with it. I just want to make sure on the record, we do state there could be an impact on the service that is currently being provided.
Fred, quick question. If I'm a member serving on the Planning and Zoning Board, and I go to the Venetian Pool now and I take my family, does my family get in for free?
Currently, no. Currently, it's the board member that we allow in. We had not had family privileges for board members at any of those facilities, whether it was the pool, golf, tennis.
How often would you say that somebody uses the Venetian Pool?
A board member?
Yeah. Would you say just on average? Would you say?
I don't think it's a very large amount.
Did you say maybe once a month?
A little bit more than that, maybe a couple of uses. And in the hot months, a little bit more.
Out of 300 board members, we have 30 boards, 30 plus boards.
Yeah.
How many board members do you think use it?
I wouldn't be able to tell you, but maybe on the high end, maybe 30 or 40, I would think, if that. I mean, we don't get that much.
Okay.
Okay, but I guess the question that I have is, we were told that this was a benefit that was offered to family members if the board member was there. So that's not the case.
It was always for the board member. For family members, that wasn't part of the old ordinance. It was only for the board member.
Well, the two individuals that I spoke to that called me about this issue, they told me that when they're present, and they're not working on the weekends, that their families are allowed in for free.
That could be something with our staff trying to be nice to the resident and the board member. They might have let them in.
That's what I've been told. That's why I brought up something that doesn't make much sense.
Right.
You're allowing somebody, if you think about it, you're allowing somebody's children and their significant other in for free when that person's there. But then when that other person's there, if they bring their card, they said said the member has to be present for the family to come in.
Well, that is probably a staff error, to be honest with you.
Mayor, would you be open to putting a cap of 4, mom, dad, and 2 children?
You know what I'm willing to do, which is great. So that later when we have the parking conversation, there's no conflict of error. I'm willing to scratch it completely, because if I was misled and I was told that residents were able to come free, even though it's only you're saying 30 residents a month that use it. You know, let's say that you bring your residents in and let's say a family of 5. I don't have a family of 5, but let's say you do. The average is what, 3.5, 4 people in a family. I don't have the census data. Yeah, I think the numbers are. You're talking about instead of maybe an additional 120 people a year. Depending on a month. Excuse me, how many times they come a month.
Yeah.
When you talk about parking, for example, you're talking about a person when you park in the downtown. It's 7 days a week. It's parking. It's a significant number. When you're talking about a $5 entrance, imagine hour parking in the downtown is, you spend 2 hours in the downtown, you already spend more than you do in the entrance in Venetian Pool. Depending on where you park and the time that you park. I want to be correct on that front. So I don't have an issue removing my legislation if it's an issue that my colleagues are not happy with.
I'd like to comment, Mayor, if I may. I have no issue with expanding the Venetian Pool benefit to family members. I think if we can identify what immediate family entails and provide some finer detail, I think everybody would be more comfortable. This is first reading. I was ready to vote yes, and we can come back between first and second reading with more details. Just because, think about it. If a board member has free access to the Venetian Pool and he has 3 kids, that doesn't mean he's not going to go to the Venetian Pool because the 3 kids don't get in free. They're just going to pay, and you're still going to have the family in there. So I don't think the impact is necessarily going to be as great. They may go to the Venetian Pool more often, but I'm all for about expanding benefits to immediate family. So, Mayor, I'm comfortable with doing the first reading and letting staff come back with details to see how that would work. It's your call, but...
Well, we do have some wording already that would kind of mirror what we do with the employees, which is, it has an age qualification and they have to be living in the same household. And so there's no problem extending that. That would actually kind of give it a uniformity because we already do it with employees, so we can do that.
So you offer that service to employees and their family members?
Yes, they're up to up to adult age and they have to be in the household.
So what I'd like for you to do for me, if you can, and I'm going to defer this, I think it's important. I'd like for you to come back and tell me, I'd like for you, if you can, through the manager, research how many individuals, we should have their names, right, or when they swipe, how many individuals that are on boards go to Venetian Pool.
Okay.
And we'll take the number. We'll say, okay, if they're coming twice a week, like you told me before, there's an individual who I don't think is on a board, but they swim in the morning at Venetian Pool.
Okay.
They swim 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah, they do.
So they swim, but I don't think that's the majority. I think that's a very finite minority, maybe less than 5.
You're correct.
Because I've been there, I walk through that area all the time. So what I think is an opportunity is just to take a look at it and you tell me how many of the board members are using that service. We have the actual information there.
Okay.
And then we can calculate, okay, if they're coming twice a week and they have three members, what would be the loss of revenue? If it's 3 family members, you're talking about under $20. Are we willing to make that sacrifice instead of making that revenue? And if we're not, then I don't have a problem, moving on from it. It's no big deal.
Mayor?
Yes,
So I agree with Commissioner Menendez. I was prepared to move and, vote on this today. This is the least respect that we should be able to give to our board members. Not everybody plays golf. I'm not a golfer either, and for as often as you get to go in there with your children, and most people don't have large families today anyway.
Yeah, I just don't. I think to me, I think personally, I mean, it's an issue that we should have all the information.
Okay.
As a sponsor, that and I think this is such a minuscule item. There's just way too much discussion on it, in my opinion. If there's this much discussion on it, we shouldn't have a vote on it today. So, Mr. Clerk, I'm deferring the item, and to come back once staff through the manager provides information.
Okay.
By the way, to my colleagues on the commission, I have an item at 10:30. It was my error. In not submitting it to the agenda. I thought I had submitted it, but I had made an error. It's a positive thing that I think the city and my colleagues will be very excited about. It's something I've been working on for about a year, and I'm happy that we have some of the people who showed up. We're missing one person who come, and I'm just asking for you to indulge me with 5 minutes so I can educate you about what we're doing and hopefully get your support on the item. That'll be at 10:30. We're waiting for one more person.
Which item?
It's not on the agenda. It's a pocket item. Item E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 74, entitled Traffic and Vehicles, Article 1, in general, by amending Section 74-1, definition, and Article 3, stopping, standing, and parking, Division 2, parking meters and parking areas, by amending Section 74-84, signage and other requirements in order to comply with recent changes to Florida law governing vehicles parking on private property, Florida Statute Section 715.075, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Good morning again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. As the City Attorney stated, this is an item that would amend the city's current parking regulations regarding signing to bring it in line with recent changes to Florida law governing private parking facilities. And so there are additional requirements as it relates to signage, what's on that signage. Additionally, the imposition of a 15-minute grace period for folks who enter a parking facility but do not park, and a couple other items. So bringing our code in line with those recent changes to state law, and also making sure that our code extends to apply to all privately owned parking facilities. As it stands now, it applies to privately owned metered surface parking lots. So this would bring garages into the fold as well.
So when a car is going into a private parking lot that does not have a little guardhouse and it's open, they still have a 15-minute grace period?
Yeah, I would defer to staff on any enforcement questions, but under the state law and under the code as written, there is, or as proposed, is a grace period of 15 minutes, as long as you do not park.
Okay. I'll move it.
Second. Okay.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Let's move on to, we don't have any board and committee items. City Clerk item, J1.
Mr. Mayor, before you today, you have for your approval the certification of the results of the item we placed on the primary election of August 20th. It was the results for the Little Gables annexation. And I need a motion to approve the results of the city clerk.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. I'll jump a little bit out of order here, trying to find things that won't take more than 10 minutes.
F9 should be short.
Okay, moving on to item F10, my item. That way I can control the amount of time, give everybody the time that they need. discussion regarding the possibility of a Centennial Venetian Pool concert celebrating our Centennial. I've been working on this for the last few months. I had the pleasure of meeting with certain individuals who, some of them are here. I'd like to have, come on up, don't be shy, come on up.
To be young.
I was not prepared to talk, but howdy y'all. For the past couple of Jubilee celebrations that the city has done, most recently the 90th anniversary and the 75th and so on, and even when Mr. Merrick himself, man, sitting right above you, when he first created the Venetian Pool, one of the highlights of the opening day, he brought in, I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but he was the king of jazz, one of the biggest jazz singers of the time, came over and he performed. So my idea is for the Centennial to do this again, to drain the pool and host a concert. And I've been working with Elaine, who is the director of Orchestra Miami, and we brought forth a little proposal for you all, so hopefully you agree. And I met with a couple of you recently, and you all seemed enthusiastic, so hopefully your vote reflects that, and that's it.
Thank you, sir. So what we've been working on for, I think it's been, like 3 or 4 months since we've been meeting on this issue, is the opportunity to have a Centennial concert and bring back something special that we've always celebrated here in the city of Coral Gables, especially with the latest repairs of Venetian Pool and everything that we're working on. I think we're going to be able to catch it in its splendor. This is something that, again, we're working, it's just in support, and I want to make sure the commission is in support of it. We'll raise money privately, and we'll be able to handle this issue, but I think it will be another event happening during our Centennial that'll harken back to the days of George Merrick. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I'll be providing with you a little bit more details via memo. I'm going to be meeting with the group next week. I'll be asking them to meet with you and have conversations so you're brought up to speed in regards to how we're handling this. Along with meeting, hopefully, Mary Snow, we can engage her great organization and hopefully the chamber and any other organizations that want to engage here in the city to put together something that, again, not only sells out, but pays the proper tribute to the city of Coral Gables.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for bringing this up. And, I've been speaking to individuals as well to, figure out some of the more technical items that we can cover, with staff. How do you get individuals down into the pool? How do you protect the surface of the pool? Make a VIP section where, individuals with disability can also participate, but not, run the risks necessary to get down to the pool bottom as well. So I think there's a great way to make this happen and have a wonderful celebration.
This is something that I had discussed with residents before I even got elected. This is something that I know there's a great appetite for, and I would completely support it. I would love to see a little more like the fiscal impact but this is definitely something that I know the residents want.
And, I've also had meetings with Mr. Gonzalez, and it's something I've been in contact with Martha Bunting and with the manager about the potential logistics. I know we are undergoing the renovations at Venetian Pool, and I guess timing is the biggest question mark there, whether we'll be complete before the concert comes about. But I think it's something that has been done historically. I think the last time was at the 90th anniversary of the city in 2016. And it's definitely something that should be done.
So I'm not even going to make a motion, but since there's so much enthusiasm amongst my colleagues, like you and I had talked about, will be privately funded. I've committed myself to raising money for this event. I hope that my colleagues will join in, along with all the members here who are listening today, who have an interest in music, who have an interest in the Centennial, and because I think this will potentially be the true blue Centennial celebration in the sense of that, again, it's in line with many things that have happened in other celebrations here in the city. So I welcome everyone to help me engage to raise private funds to make sure this is successful and in line with everything we've done for the city. So I know there's not a Madam City Attorney, I'd like to see if we can have a motion. I would like to make a motion in support of this so that we can go out and raise the necessary funds privately to make sure that this is actually successful.
I'll second that.
So it's a motion in support of the city undertaking this effort.
And that my colleagues help me raise the money from the private sector, along with anyone else who'd like to engage and also have city staff, align in regards to making sure that it works for the Venetian pool. While the event is a great idea, we need to make sure that everything is aligned properly. Okay? We have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Perfect.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz. Okay. Second speaker, Mr. Mayor, is going to be on Zoom. I believe is to be Carelia Carbonell.
Ms. Carbonell, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for being here.
Yes, I just want to give 100% support to this initiative. I serve on the board of Orchestra Miami. I have been very involved with Elaine Rinaldi, who's the founder of the orchestra. A very, very high quality symphony. But I also, as president of the Historic Preservation Association, will definitely be also involved in sponsoring at some level some of this this concert. So, I want to thank the mayor for being so open to it. I haven't been meeting with the mayor, but I know others have. And I've sort of been working in the background. So, but again, I think this is an absolute tradition. And from the very beginning, the Venetian pool has always been there for celebrations. And I was at the 90th. My husband and I were at the 90th anniversary at the pool, and it was just magnificent. And I think the 100th is just it's just fitting. I mean, where else will we have it? So anyway, just want to thank everyone. Thank you for supporting this. And I look forward very, very much to this event happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add for historical purposes, I think the singer back in the day was Rudy Valley. Some of you may know who I'm referring to.
Mr. Clerk?
But I may be wrong, but he was very popular back then.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Okay, even better.
Item F3. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Okay, this is, go ahead, you can read it.
F3 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to explore additional notice options with the city's Arts Advisory Panel and Cultural Development Board when the city is acquiring and installing new works of art utilizing the city's art fund.
I brought this item so that our boards, the thought process can explore ways of providing public notice where a location for a piece of public art is. And we're talking about our city's art for our city arts fund. I'd like the boards to consider whether we just post the property so people can email comments in. I think the board needs to hear the comments before it arrives here because it may influence one way or another which selection that they make. So not trying to drag things out, but I think the boards can evaluate this and bring it back to us at some time in the future.
Madam Vice Mayor, I think this is a great piece of legislation. I had meetings with staff this week regarding private art as well that we had discussed last commission meeting. And the suggestion that came from staff at the time was for the city to go through this process, try to figure out what works best for us, and then implement the same steps on developer art going forward. So I'd be happy to second this this motion of yours.
Right, I had the same discussions and decided to deal with the city's public art first and have the boards weigh in.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Good morning again, Maria Cruz, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I think this is a wonderful piece of legislation. I think it's long overdue. Let the people that live nearby talk about what the art is that's coming in before you all decide what to put there. I think that's wonderful. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do we have a motion and a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
It was
Yep.
already moved. You have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. Before we move on to another item, first off, thank you for the commission for entertaining a pocket item. I don't bring up many of these. I can't remember the last time I have. I made an error in putting this and not putting this item on the agenda. I thought I had done it, but I had misstepped. This is an item which I think, again, is going to be well received. I'd like to introduce our friend, Mr. Prescott from the Biltmore, Willie Bermeo, an architect who lives in the city of Coral Gables, whose business is now in the city of Coral Gables, and our friends, Mary Snow from the Coral Gables Community Foundation. I ask you to please join us. So about a year ago, I received a phone call from Willie with an idea, and I had the privilege of having breakfast with Mr. Prescott and Willie to talk about an opportunity here in the city of Coral Gables. As we honor our police and firefighters every single day, one of the things that Willie's idea was, why don't we put together an organization, again, funded by private sector dollars, funded by donations, and I'll be making a donation in my personal capacity to this organization, which, again, will be funded, will be created. It's already been created, and will have its money within the Coral Gables Community Foundation. And the name of the organization is called LEAF. The intent of LEAF, the Law Enforcement and Firefighter Appreciation Day, and Willie will give a little bit more color, is something to highlight and to support law enforcement, firefighters, individuals who serve our community. Those individuals that, number one, potentially pay the ultimate sacrifice with their life. Number two, those individuals that are hurt, that require time off, will provide supplemental income, supplemental support, additional training, additional education, additional materials to make sure that their jobs are done as safely as possible. But it's an opportunity, again, for the private sector, which doesn't exist now, to show their gratitude. When we started working on this a year ago, and it was at Willie's leadership, we brought in the Coral Gables Community Foundation. It's something that we've kept very tight-knit. I know that there's been conversations with the vice mayor also about engaging in this front. But I think it's an opportunity to really show the gratitude for the people who serve us. And like we say in the private sector, putting your money where your mouth is. I think the ability to go out there and raise money and do something which is going to benefit these individuals who need it most in a position where, again, maybe their supplemental income falls short as a result of an issue that they're having. This is where this organization will step in. And the important thing about this is that this organization will also hold a yearly gala, which is something that I have my mayor's gala, and I also have, by the way, a shameless plug, but I ask you to come. Next November, we're doing the wine auction again for a fourth year. Last year, we raised $150,000 for scholarships. This is going to do the same thing. It's going to be a yearly reminder of what LEAF is all about and what our law enforcement and our firefighters are facing every single day here in the city. Most people interact with law enforcement and firefighters. Maybe I don't have the exact stats, but it's probably once every 4, 5, 6 years. I mean, if you get a driving ticket, if you have to call the firefighters, God forbid, you have an issue in your house, you have a fire, you have a loved one that has some health issues. But at the end of the day, you really don't understand what's happening on a day-to-day. You don't understand what they're going through. So I want to thank Willie, Tom, your father, can't always forget him, our friends at the Coral Gables Community Foundation for taking the lead on this, allowing me to be a part of it. I've committed personally, and Willie will talk a little bit more about our future efforts moving forward, how the commissioners can personally donate, how we can raise money, and what our plans are to really show the firefighters and the police officers how much we appreciate their effort in their time of need. Willie, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, and members of the commission. I believe a couple of months ago I sent you a letter basically summarizing what the mayor just alluded to. Our goal is to set up a vehicle, a financing vehicle, where we can set up an endowment fund that'll be managed by the Coral Gables Community Foundation under the leadership of their president and CEO, Mary Snow, and their staff, Jessica Cachaldora, where we will initiate this effort first with an event on January 9th, 2025, to commemorate, to celebrate what the men and women in uniform do for us every day, from the first responders to law enforcement. We all owe a great debt gratitude to what they do every day, from the morning that they wake up to the moment that they go to bed. This is our way to say thank you. No better way than to set up a vehicle that will surpass us, that we know we can become the safety net for those that lose their lives in the line of duty or that become disabled, or to support their families with scholarships, or maybe provide something that within the operating budget just didn't make it that year, but it's important for them to have, that they know that they can call Mary Snow and say, this is our need, and we can be there to step in and provide. That is our goal. This is to be done with private monies. We really did not come to ask you for a private donation. We came here to ask you for two things. Number one, to proclaim January 9th, 2025, Law Enforcement and Firefighter Appreciation Day in the city of Coral Gables. And number two, for all of you, including the city manager and the city attorney and the city clerk, and of course, our fire chief and Chief De La Rosa, who's not here, to save the date and to join us that day. Already, Kevin Carrera, Commissioner in Dade County, has agreed to serve as our Master of Ceremonies, and we will be also reaching out at the state and federal level to also have friends of Coral Gables join us on that day. It'll be a memorable event. It'll be a lunch event. It'll be quick and out. It will be short on speeches, but heavy on emotion. So with that, I want to turn it over to Tom Prescott, Mr. Biltmore Hotel, who opened his arms, his heart, his facility to us, and obviously Mary's here also to say a few words. Tom.
Good morning, all. I'm just here fully in support. It's our honor to be associated with this event and in partnership always with the city in that regard. I don't know about short remarks by the chief over there when we get to the day, but it's a really great opportunity for us to celebrate, just as Willie said and as the mayor pointed out. So we're honored to be part of that.
Mary?
I would say the same thing on behalf of the Coral Gables Community Foundation, our staff, and our board of directors. We're happy to support this wonderful effort. Willie Bermeo was our founding chairman of the board, so happy to continue to work with him 33 years later and support our police and fire. Thank you.
So one of the things that I wanted to mention, and I forgot to mention it when I gave the preamble to our conversation today. I remember when I spoke with the chief, and we had one of our police officers who was injured in an accident, and I went to visit that police officer at Jackson, and at that point, we were having these conversations about how to properly find a vehicle to do things. And we thought about using public funds. And then we said, you know what, let's not even use the public funds anymore because it just gets too hairy. Let's raise the money privately, like what we do with the foundation. That left an imprint on me seeing that officer in the position that he was. I had the pleasure of meeting his wife that day, and I spoke to the chief. I haven't shared that conversation publicly that I can remember. But that is the moment where I think Leaf will step in and, well, obviously we're not going to be paying off people's mortgages, but we'll be able to provide a relief where police officers, firefighters, they have sick pay, they have injury pay, they have all different types of mechanisms, but there's opportunities where we can offer a little bit of just relief. If it's buying groceries, if it's making sure that, certain minor things are taken care of until that police officer comes back to work or the firefighter comes back to work and is back on their feet. Those are things that, again, go a long way when you talk about retention, when you talk about, making sure that these people stay here, that we give everything to the police and to the firefighters, in their toolbox, so that when people want to work here in the city of Coral Gables, they feel, listen, we have the best. Not only do you have the best residents, the best opportunity to work here, but we also have people who take care of us. So I just want to thank Willie, obviously Mr. Prescott, our friends at the foundation, but I want to thank Willie. I had the pleasure of working for Willie for 4 years in between college and grad school. I learned a lot from Willie. Willie was a consummate professional. Willie was a gentleman, always. He taught me a lot about discipline. He taught me a lot about respecting this country, loving this country. You're a patriot. Working with you day to day was one of the great privileges of my life, and this is not the first time I say it. I've said it many, many times. And for you to call me a year ago and say, I want to take you to breakfast and I want to have a conversation. I need your help to do something of this magnitude. Warms my heart because you have faith and trust that I will deliver. I'll do everything in my power to make sure, like we've done with the gala, like we've done with the wine auction, to make sure that we don't let down our police and firefighters. So thank you for that, my friend. Appreciate that.
Mayor, if I may comment real quick. I think this is wonderful, long overdue. I'm glad it's coming to fruition. I ask that you consider broadening the scope of those that we look to help, because we all know that there are a lot of retirees. They're now in their 70s and 80s, that when they retired, the benefits weren't perhaps as wonderful as perhaps they are, better than they are now, and they're struggling. And these are folks that are seniors. And if, in the discussions, how this evolves, if you all can keep those retirees in mind, because I'm sure there are a few out there that could really use some assistance. Like the mayor said, not pay a mortgage, but maybe pay for grocery bills and things like that. That's all I ask.
So, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
This is an amazing idea, and Mr. Bermeo, it's, I know it was your brainchild, and I've had a long career practicing both criminal and civil law and developed relationships with various law enforcement officers and seen the tragedies when someone loses their life and the family is left, not only emotionally harmed, but financially, because how are your children going to go through college? How is that tuition going to be paid? And this is a wonderful idea to help fill that gap, because it does exist. And I think it will help the family feel the love, because when community comes together and helps support, it shows that we truly appreciate what their loved ones have done. And for those who are wearing the uniform now, know that we have their back. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Yeah, this is very close to my heart, and I thank you for coming and presenting this.
Mr. Bermeo, I wanted to thank you for coming up with this great idea. I think this embodies what Coral Gables is, a community that's willing to give back to those who have served it. And I appreciate the fact that you're bringing this forward and you're seeing it through. I appreciate Mary's help and Tom's and the foundation. I appreciate the fact that you're bringing it to our attention as a commission. I'd be happy to make a motion to designate January 9th as Leaf Day in Coral Gables. And I know we had tried to schedule a meeting. Unfortunately, my grandfather got sick and we had to push it back, but let's meet in the coming days to see how I can personally assist in this effort as well.
I'll second.
If I may, I've been working on this for Willie. I would have the honor, especially as having worked, to make the motion on this.
Then I'll second.
Also, with that being said, we have a motion, a second. I committed to buying a table at the event. I continue to work. I hope that you put together a board. I would love to serve on the board, and help you in an effort to get as many sponsors as possible in the private sector. And I look forward to my colleagues also engaging in that. I think it's important because, like we said, this is the standard. The elected officials should be engaging in this and personally saying thank you to the police officers and to the firefighters. This is a way to really, really, really make a difference, to make your money help those people that are in most need. So we have a motion and a second.
Excellent idea, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Perfect.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road, coming from somebody who's always has been praising and thanking both police and fire employees, coming from somebody who has had to fight to have a sign in front of my house thanking the officers. I have a serious objection, not about the plan, not about the idea, about the fact that this was dropped without being an agenda item, when there are people waiting for other items, that is what's wrong. The process. We need to respect people's time. And I'm sorry, they knew to come at 10:30, and I'm very grateful that they did. But guess what? There were other people here waiting for items that are going to follow. This is not right. There shouldn't be emotion. This should be brought up as an agenda item. It's a shoe-in. Everybody's happy with it, but it should not be discussed when we do not know that it's coming. We believe in it. I have 1,000 support for it, but the process is the process, and we do have Robert's rules to follow. And once again, the day will come when we do things the right way. Nothing about the idea. I think the idea is marvelous. I think it's long overdue. I have no objections to that, but we need to respect the people that take time to be here, to expect to talk about other items, and for something be dropped in. I object to having even a motion because this was not on the agenda.
Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is Robert Ruano.
Mr. Ruano, good morning.
Good morning. Robert Ruano, 1544 Mercia Avenue. I just want to say this is a wonderful idea. I'm a big fan of law enforcement and firefighters. And I've never met Mr. Romeo, but I see him as Mr. Grand Prix, Miami Grand Prix, because you brought it to us. Thank you very much. But I would like to say there is other ways that we can celebrate firefighters and respect them and law enforcement. First is give them a good, fair contract. Second, never celebrate September 11th. Keep it as a day of remembrance and do not celebrate a day like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything else? We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, sir.
we could take a photograph?
Of course. Okay.
Absolutely.
Great.
And my second life.
Moving on to item F4.
F4 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to work with bordering local governments to commit to provide notice of Live Local Act projects within 1,000 feet of another local government's perimeter.
Sir, how are you?
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Vice Mayor, would you like to speak on this?
Yes, I'll make it brief. While we don't have the ability as a commission to weigh in on Live Local Act projects, I believe it would be helpful if we have the ability of our staff to be able to point out issues such as, where traffic is and what drainage issues and other things that would impact our city as far as the Live Local Act projects that come around us. because we'll have impacts on cut-through traffic and trolley use and other aspects of our city. So this is a request, a resolution to ask for the cooperation of other cities to be able to, our staff to communicate with them.
I think it's a great idea. I have no issues with it.
I'll move it if anybody has any questions. Okay.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, moving on to F5.
This discussion on city standards for residential light temperature. Mr. Bernal is here, and I know that our city staff has a presentation to share with us. This emanates out of the complaints I've been receiving from some residential homeowners that are being impacted with blue lights or excessive light from other properties across the street, whether it be another residential home or an apartment building or a commercial piece of property. So this is the first step in the decision-making process. And I believe Jennifer has a presentation for us.
We're tracking her down.
She just stepped out? No, she steps out. I have a couple people here for each one, too.
Because there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. And it's upon our words. It's lumens and Kelvin rating and the spacing on the light bulbs and the distance. So I'm going to let our city staff give us a brief presentation, and hopefully, I'm hoping by the next time we can iron out the details and get it moving so some people can sleep at night that have been contacting me.
Yes, of course. So Jennifer Garcia, planning official. So currently we have a few regulations regarding light illumination in our zoning code. So any mixed-use building has to comply with dark sky standards. And as well as we have an article dedicated to ambient standards. Right now it's very minimal, so it'd be great to be able to expand that. And also there's a section in the county code that basically regulates parking lots and security lighting for parking lots or other places that are public. So I guess basically to explain things, so there's lumens, the light that's being sent out from some kind of light source. That's measured by, obviously, lumens per square foot, which is also a 1 foot candle. Right now, our zoning code regulates by foot candles. What little regulations we have right now in our zoning codes are regulated by foot candles. But it seems like there's a mix of lumens regulation as well as foot candles, looking at other cities, of course. Another way to regulate light also is the cutoff angle. So as you can see that there's different ways to focus the light away from your neighboring property, as well as creating a lot of light depending on what kind of light you're trying to produce in a certain location. And then the temperature. I think that's kind of the main topic we want to talk about today, is that's measured by kelvins. So on the very far left, you have the warm light, which is a little bit more yellow. The 3,000 Kelvin is usually kind of the standard. We've kind of looked at other cities of what they've been doing. That's kind of soft light. And then as it gets higher Kelvin rating, it becomes more brighter lights, a little bit more cold, I guess. So when you talk about lighting, there's different kinds of lighting, of course. There's lighting on private property that illuminates buildings or landscape or different features in a private property. And there's also street lighting. And hopefully we have Public Works here to talk about street lighting if that comes up as a question. And we look at other cities, Kansas City, Missouri, they've been converting their Cobra head fixtures on their public right-of-ways to 3,000 LEDs. Same thing for Los Angeles, California, offering 3,000 Kelvins in certain areas, more residential areas. And the same thing with Austin as well. They have 4,000 Kelvins installed, but they have an optional 3,000 as well as a higher Kelvin rating, depending on the location of it in the city. This was also sent to us by an interested resident. There's a model lighting ordinance that was developed between the Illuminating Engineering Society, basically the company, but the organization that has a lot of say as far as how illumination and lighting is regulated, and as well as the Dark Sky Association, which is kind of the nonprofit organization that really is emphasizing warmer lighting, appropriate lighting, and not to have too much light pollution. So in that model lighting ordinance, they have different charts that give advice as far as how to regulate lighting depending on the location, single family or multifamily versus more downtown commercial areas. So there are a lot of different points that are we've been able to find in different cities as far as how they regulate light, such as would the city commission want to designate certain areas and regulate light there, such as single family, or would you want to look at citywide as far as how to regulate light that way? Is 3,000 Kelvin the appropriate cool light that we want to have? Is it too yellow? Is it too white? There's different ways that we can go through these different points. If you want to, as far as the vice mayor would like to do this. Other than that, let's see. Also, the cutoff angle, I think, is probably very important as far as multifamily and residential districts, because that way you're allowed to kind of focus that directional light and not have to affect your neighbor. Let's see, the opaque shielding, I think our code kind of already has. As far as not affecting your abutting neighbor, there's dimming options for non-residential buildings as far as in the evening after hours, dimming or turning off certain light poles that are in the surface parking lot or around the building premises. And of course, enforcement is also something we need to talk about as well when we move forward with this ordinance. Of course, the exemptions we cannot exempt. We have to exempt, for safety reasons, FDOT streets, and holiday light fixtures, of course. So this will not be regulating those kinds of light that we need to have in our city. This is really just for citywide residential streets or residential properties.
So I'm going to share with you some of the details of what I observed and the calls that I had received. Right now, we don't regulate the Kelvin rating on the light. And Mr. Bernal, our resident physicist, had provided me a lot of information about Kelvin ratings and lumens and distances of light bulbs and so forth. So if you really want to get in the weeds, he's your man to talk to about this. But what he was telling me is that 3,000 Kelvin is the bulb that you can get most readily, or the lighting fixture, because these are LEDs. That's what's commercially available, and that is what most of the other communities are doing. The call that I had gotten from a resident was something in probably the 5,000 Kelvin, 4,000 to 5,000 Kelvin rating. Our code, again, doesn't touch that. And in order to try to resolve the issue, I mean, we just go out and measure light candles, and it complied. The next step was to tilt the fixture down, which then just made it reflect against the building and bounce back to the resident's home even more. The other comments that I've received is, like for buildings that, before we really started evaluating this, is redundancy of light. If you have the light on the building itself, such as a townhome, and then you have poles on the sidewalk, now we have lights shining in. There's ways that we can and have staff determine if there's enough light without the light poles to avoid those obstructions on the street if we require the lights to be controlled automatically to go on and off during the day. And last was the distance between the lights. And the way it was described to me by a certain person who's an architect is the ring of fire on top of the plaza. It's not the color of the light. The color of the light's fine. It's the number of bulbs, or the intensity of the bulbs, or the lumens on the bulbs. So it could be, tuned down a little bit so it gives more definition and highlight to the building as opposed to, obscuring it with too much light. So those are some of the thoughts, and I'm hoping perhaps we can have something in draft form for the next commission meeting for my colleagues to consider and weigh in on so that we can move this forward and resolve the problems that we have for some of our residents in the city.
Perfect.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it. Wanted to give you an introduction before, drafting.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. Enrique Bernal.
Dr. Bernal, it's always great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
He's a great teacher.
Trust me, I've spent many a days listening and spending time with Mr. Bernal.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here again.
Sir?
We need you to use a mic, though, because some of us don't hear as well.
Can you
as
hear me?
others.
Yes, sir. Okay. I'm Enrique Bernal, 718 Valencia Avenue, and I'm here to support the Vice Mayor's proposal and to extend that proposal far beyond residential. I moved here from Massachusetts in 2012 when we were already using LED bulbs in Massachusetts, where they were financed by the state as a way to reduce energy consumption. And I landed in Ponce de Leon Boulevard, at 1607 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, living there, and found just this plethora of lights that would drive you crazy, all these arc lamps and the landscaping. And then, so I got on the board of directors of that association, we started to switch to the compact fluorescent lamps. And soon found out that half of our bulbs were blue and half were pink, because our maintenance person would just go to Home Depot and grab them, not understanding colors, right? So I started a project. I converted that entire building to LEDs. And then I worked with Mayor Lago, who was promoting LED conversion back in 2017, 16 or something like that, too early. FPL was not ready to make that offering, right? So, I have been, evolving, trying to keep track of this thing, because I think that, light pollution is one of the bad things about our society. If you look at a world map, what you see is the entire peninsula of Florida is so polluted with light that we cannot really enjoy nights anymore. Not only that, blue lights interfere with the sleep cycle of humans. They interfere with the migration patterns of birds. And there is no reason for us to be exposed to that when we have a choice. So I'm saying beyond the residential area, where it is clear that blue lights interfere with our sleep and our resting, the whole city should have a detailed ordinance. Lighting has dramatically changed economically, and it will be used more and more as an architectural feature, because the cost of lighting is now 20% of what it used to be. If you had a 60-watt light bulb before, you use 60 watts. Now you can get the same amount of light from a 12-watt LED bulb. And the other thing is that incandescent light bulb lasted 1 year. These things last at least 10 years. So from a maintenance point of view, they're very attractive now. It's time now to consider as an architectural engineering element. And that's what this Illuminating Engineering Society has done, provided us a model ordinance that is very suitable for the city, because it's by zoning. It's detailed by zoning, and it could be easily adapted by the city to provide us guidance for everybody. And one thing that I'd like to tell you as I close is, we have all been talking in the last 6 years about massing, and architects are now, and the city is very, very attuned with the idea that we need to control the massing of the structures. Well, we now have a problem with massing of the lights. And it is exacerbated by the taller buildings that we have, because that light intrudes not just in the next block, it goes on forever. So, it's a consideration we must take. I'm frankly extremely worried about what lighting we're going to have in the Codina building, which is going to be the highest structure in the city. And I'll bet nobody has really reviewed that. So I urge you, please support the city staff and Vice Mayor Anderson in helping us get that next step of trying to maintain our Mediterranean architecture in a pleasant environment rather than one where we're overwhelmed by lights. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, as always, for your insight and guidance and commitment to the city. Thank you so much. I met with a lot of people in the city, and I'll tell you one thing. Every time I meet with the doctor, he's beyond prepared, and I learned something. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we want to take H1. I think there's people who are here for that, along with on the phone. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Mr. Clerk.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, we're back. Moving on to item H1. Mr. Clerk, you said we had several people on Zoom, and also I know we had some guests here also for the H1 update on Alhambra Circle sidewalk.
Hermes, Melissa, you guys are, you're up. And Dina. Joe, where's Dina?
She's coming up.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Billy, up there it is. So we put together a very brief presentation just to kind of go over the process that we went through and, hopefully get a direction from the commission how to move forward.
So ballots were mailed out at the request of the commission. 2 options were presented.
2 options? What happened to my option, the third option?
So if you recall, we had a conversation at the last commission meeting that where this was brought up. We had a discussion where we showed the location of the sidewalk behind the trees and how the only feasible way to do that would be to remove all those trees. And that was a presentation that we brought to commission. I forgot the date exactly. Was it March?
It was in May.
And we actually added a couple of slides to this commission that we had on that last commission meeting. But I went through a very detailed, discussion about the issue of putting the sidewalk in the rear. I mean, we can do it, but the trees need to go. There's no other way about it.
Yeah, but the agreement was that we were going to present the third option, right? And then we only presented 2 options in the ballot.
Commissioner, if I may, honestly, I don't recall that we were going to do 3 options for this particular project.
So
I do not recall that.
But if I may, just to clear it up, Mr. Clerk, can you provide the commission with a public record in regards to the video and see if a third option was supposed to be provided?
Yes, sir.
And you can provide it at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
And one of the slides here, they will include a couple of slides that we added because, we started getting some feedback over the weekend and after we uploaded that as to the discussion that we had at the last commission meeting where that third option was discussed and, maybe we're mistaken, but we were under the understanding that it's not really viable. Again, unless we're willing to remove all those trees. And that's really the way forward.
I was there when the arborist was there. At no point did the arborist say that all the trees had to go down if the sidewalk. What they said is there's some trees you had to put the sidewalk on the front, but at no point did they say you have to take down all the trees to put the sidewalk.
was option 2 that was
Correct.
presented.
So when we sent to the committee, it was 2 options. So one of the options that we sent was the one that the sidewalk is all the way on the sidewalk, right? And the other was the one that meandered around, where it was feasible to put on the back, it was put on the back, and where it was feasible to put on the front, it was put on the front. The other option that was discussed was the feasibility to put it all in the rear. And that was the one that, without the removal of a significant number of those trees, that was not feasible. So, but the 2 options that we sent to the community was one that is in the back, the front, in the back, and the front, and it just moves around based on precisely that discussion with the arborist.
So just to highlight what Hermes was talking about, see option 2 is where we meandered and we actually put it behind the trees where we could. But there were some places that we had to bring it forward because of ADA. We were not going to be able to meet the slopes that we needed because of this tree, the tree roots that were coming out of the ground.
And also the proximity of the trees.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may. May I suggest that we just do the presentation and then we can actually go into the details of what is different or not from those, and then we'll look into that option 3. Go ahead.
Okay, so 2 options were presented and they were balloted. Option 1 was the one that we had discussed, which is the one with the curb all throughout. And then option 2 is where we tried to put it at the right-of-way line where we could, but if there were any issues with tree roots, we put it to the front.
And that's one of the things that we're talking about, right? So for example, that location, one option is to cut those roots off, which at that point the tree needs to be removed. The other option is to bridge over, except that now you're looking about a drop about roughly 10 inches between the back of the sidewalk and the rear. Now, in some other locations, like the next slide over, that route, we don't have sufficient space to bridge over the route, and then as we come down into the driveway approach, then we will not be meeting ADA requirements. So those are the challenges of putting the sidewalk in the rear, given the size of the trees and the location of them. But we did try the two options that it was our understanding that we're asked to do, and we ended up doing one on the front and the other one where we basically meander around them to the best that we could. And that's what we sent to the community for a vote. If we erred on that,
Let Melissa finish her.
Sure, yeah.
So basically, when you have a tree root just as this one, we have certain requirements that have to be met for ADA. You cannot be over 1 in 12 or 8.33%. So when you see that the tree root's sticking out like this, not only do you have to put 4 inches of concrete on top of it, you have to put a base. So what we did was we had our surveyor go out and take spot elevations on all these tree roots to tell us what the elevation was and what the elevation was on the driveway. And then we basically figured out what the slopes would be, and at these locations, we wouldn't be able to meet ADA if we went to the back. So those were the locations that for option 2, we brought it to the front. So the ballots were mailed out to the 5 property owners. 4 were received. All of them were in favor of option 1, which is the one with the curb. And 2 of them said that they would like to keep the trees.
There were a couple of trees that the original operators had recommended that get removed, mostly because they were considered to be in poor shape. And when we sent the ballot out, we included that suggestion. A couple of the residents said we want the trees to stay. We will have to see during construction when you start, assuming we proceed with the work, when we start digging, do we found any structural roots, and we may need to remove it anyways, or given the fact that the tree's in poor shape, because at the end of the day, anytime you do any of this work near a tree, there will be some kind of an impact, right? If the tree is already into some kind of in a poor condition, there's a high probability that it will continue to, get worse more rapidly. We can always observe it. So our response to those 2 requests will be that we'll have to see during construction when we start digging what we find, and we will probably have to monitor them moving forward. And if we see a more rapid decline of those trees, that they may still need to be removed anyways. It's something that we couldn't tell you for sure right now that they could stay or not, but we can try.
But we do know at the locations where we were proposing it to be where the asphalt pavement is, the tree roots there are obviously not at the surface because they had to grow either out or under the pavement, the base, and everything.
Right. The challenge with that location is that, your typical pavement, you have a 12-inch of compacted subbase, 8 inches of a lime rock base, and then you have the asphalt on top. So you have about 2 feet of really hard compacted material. So the tree has to find its way in the aerial lizard system, which in this case, it will be along the side on the rear. So those are the challenges with locating a sidewalk at this location.
So staff's recommendation, based on the ballots that was received, is that we proceed with option 1. And
if you keep going and see, we
don't have anything else.
Sorry, when we put it back, we killed the presentation. So there's a little bit of discrepancy between the one that we posted. These 2 slides we added after the fact. I'm so sorry. I keep going. There you go. These are the slides that we added from the one that we posted on the on the commission. We added those lights over the weekend just to.
So staff's recommendation is based on the ballots?
So we were given, our understanding, we were given two tasks. Find a path that it will limit the impact to the trees and ask the residents what their opinion is. And I believe we have done that. At the end of the day, the decision belongs to the board. So it is our opinion that the location where we have the lesser impact to the trees will be by the street. And that also is the location that the people that we polled, that's what we'd like to see a sidewalk.
Melissa, can you put,
So as much as I do love the trees, I think what comes first is safety, pedestrian safety, our residents, more than where the sidewalk is going to be. And I believe that on the curb, it's not the safest place to put the sidewalk.
The preferred location under regular circumstance under residential, so you absolutely right, would be to put it against the property line in the rear. That will absolutely be the preferred location for the sidewalks in a residential neighborhood. The condition of having a curb and a sidewalk next to a driving lane does exist throughout. It exists in San Amaro. It exists throughout downtown. It's not as common in residential areas. San Amaro is probably the closest location that will more closely mimic the condition, where you have a somewhat of a similar situation. So placing the sidewalk by the curb meets all applicable engineering standards. There's nothing unsafe about it, but absolutely it would be preferable to put on the rear if that was a possibility.
I mean, you're putting one right next to the street. It's almost the same as walking basically on the street. And this commission brought up, and I think we voted on Vision Zero, and how important pedestrian safety is for us. And I just feel like this is not meshing. It's not where
It meets all applicable engineering standards. There's nothing particularly unsafe about it. I mean, it's a sidewalk next to a curb that exists throughout the entire county. Will it be preferable on the back? Absolutely, 100%.
So I know that Dina's available to answer some of the questions on the tree roots, but before you really rock and roll on the tree roots, I wanted to address with you the speed limit in the area. See if we can slow it down even further, a block before the bridge, so you're not just getting the sign, 20 miles per hour at the bridge?
Right, the bridge has a 20 miles per hour, that is a, Melissa, I'm sorry, the yellow signs are the warning signs. They're not enforceable per se. And I think we recently put a 25 miles per hour speed limit on the corridor also.
So Alhambra Circle south of Coral Way is 25 miles an hour. And then as part of this project, we're also planning on installing medians to help even slow it down even further directly on the approaches to the bridge. So there's different things that we're looking at.
Replacing that 20 miles per hour on the bridge with 15 may be feasible.
Right, I mean.
That may be as a warning.
I think people would psychologically feel that 15 indicates if you go faster than that, it's going to be dangerous, so they'll probably go 20.
That's something that we can definitely work on. It wouldn't necessarily be enforceable. The warning yellow signs are not enforceable. Only the white speed limit signs are enforceable.
Right. Well,
but and by the same token, I'd like to add that on the first block specifically, it's no tree root issue that will cause the sidewalk to be placed in the rear.
So yeah,
it's strictly a preference by the abutting property owner. So just for the sake.
So I'm going to deal with what we're referring to here now as the first block being the one closest to the bridge.
The bridge, correct.
Okay, and before today's meeting, I talked to you a little bit about moving the sidewalk back on that spot, reaching a happy medium somewhere to where you have some gap away from the street, but also providing some curbing to kind of corral the vehicles away from the bridge itself
There is more space there than some of the others, so either option will be workable. I couldn't give you exact details of how much wider we can make the sidewalk. It may well be that as we get closer to some of the trees, we may need to shrink it a little bit. We're probably going to have to do that throughout that entire run regardless.
Right.
You won't see like a consistent sidewalk. You know, as you get closer to the tree, you may need to shrink to the bare minimum for ADA. Again, the tree situation is what makes this area complicated. You know, I mean, if the desire of the commission is that we remove the trees and plant them later, then that's a whole different discussion, right? But you know, this is the best we can do, unfortunately, given the constraints that we're dealing with.
Well, the run and walk path down on Old Cutler runs into the same situation on a much busier street where they had to put up some curbing, and you do have the run and walk path right next to the traffic on Lejeune.
But it's asphalt, right? The path in Old Cutler is asphalt, I believe.
Yes, it is asphalt, but it's still
More flexible, and you see the condition that is in.
It's
actually because of the trees and the location.
The number of lights that I've lost on my bicycle are reflective of how bad the condition is of that path. But yes, I mean, it does get closer, but if we bring down the speed limit in the area and put a median in there, and I'm praying that maybe by next time we have the speed radar signs available.
Well, the agreement was approved by Miami-Dade County, the interlocal for the speed feedback signs.
Speed feedback, okay.
That would be another location that would go potentially.
Right, because I was out there yesterday, and the traffic moves fast, and we need to do what we can to slow it down by dropping the speed limit, putting the signs up, putting in medians in between to kind of pinch that traffic down to where it slows down, because people right now are walking on the street, and it's incredibly dangerous, and everybody wants us to do something, not to be kicking this can down the road. I don't think we're going to be able ever make everybody happy. It's impossible on this particular case to make everybody happy, but it's going to be safer, in my opinion. So to our esteemed landscape architect, arborist, I would like you to enlighten us about the condition of the roots on these trees, and whether or not any of them can be cut and still maintain the health and stability of the trees going forward.
Hi, Dina Bell from Green Space. So a lot of these trees are very large and mature black olives. The further you get away from a tree's trunk and possibly cut roots, the better. Arborist guidelines have minimum distances you are to cut roots. We don't really know that until we start pulling the soil away and seeing the roots below. But just basically, the option that meanders is obviously the one that was come up with that's best for the trees. That's why we came up with that layout. So with that said, it's really tough to decide which exact roots can be cut until we actually get out there and start removing soil. But as Melissa said, the sidewalks on the back side close to the property line are going to be going over very large tree roots. So there's going to be a minimum probably of 6 inches height on top of the tree roots when you have the base and the 4-inch sidewalk. So there's going to be some up and down movement over the tree roots to protect them underneath.
And in some areas, it creates a problem with the ADA.
ADA, the slopes of the sidewalk having to go up and over tree roots, it's not possible when you're getting next to a driveway, because then the walkway's got to slope down to meet the driveway, and it's a hill.
Right.
A hill that's too steep for the wheelchair. That's the issue.
Right. I went back out yesterday to refresh my memory, and we talked about the first block, but the last block I think is the most challenging of them all. It has the thickest root that appears to be a structural root going underneath the driveway, and it's not lifting the driveway, so it is going down in there. So if you cut that, it would appear to me to be a substantial root, and it's too close to the trunk to be taken out, at least from my experience. on those things. And then it goes straight down to the driveway. And then in the next house to the north as well, you have, if the sidewalk was put back further from the edge, along the property line, it's a very steep piece of property. And then getting down to the grade level, again, would be difficult. So I think we're going to have to use a combination of tools that we have in our toolbox to be able to slow the traffic down and make it safer for pedestrians as well as everyone using the street or the sidewalk areas to traverse through that area. I've biked through there, I've walked through there, I've run through there. I'm very, very familiar with it, and I do think that the sidewalk is going to be a tremendous improvement, and I'm hoping we can move this forward.
I want to share my thoughts. I guess the instructions were to analyze the impact to the trees. We should have asked, what's the impact to safety of pedestrians? If I'm not mistaken, very recently, a car drove into the canal a block or so away from what we're talking about. Drove into the canal. So no matter what measures we take, that's a winding road, and it's not safe. I've lived 100 feet or so from Lejeune Road for 47 years. And when my wife and I had our first child 23 years ago, we made it a family policy. We would not ever go on the sidewalk on Lejeune Road to, let's say, get to the library or to the youth center. We take the long way home for safety. In Disney World some years ago, there was a car that hit the curb, elevated, and it went airborne, and it killed members of a family. Having the sidewalk, and I know we have it in other areas, and by the way, the reason why we have it in Lejeune Road was a 2-lane road originally, one going north, one going east. And as South Florida grew, they expanded the road. That's why it's right next to the property lines, the sidewalks. Doesn't mean it's safe. So I'm very hesitant to do anything in support if we are putting pedestrians at risk, having them right next to the road when the road is winding. A car, we've mentioned before, cars have hit the bridge. Imagine if the car hits a bridge, instead of a bridge, it hits a person. And yet we are the ones who vote to put them in harm's way. So those are the obstacles that we're going to have to overcome for me to be comfortable.
I have some comments, but I'd like to reserve them until after we hear from public comment.
Can I, real quick, the presentation is for option 1 or option 2. So staff and myself will need directions at the end if we're going to do option 1, option 2, or just start from scratch on this issue, that we've put a lot of effort and time into it.
And I truly appreciate all the time and effort, and it truly shows. And I think that maybe we didn't give, at least I didn't give the right direction or very persistent direction to safety is number 1. Yeah, we love trees. Coral Gables is about trees, but safety and life is number 1. And I don't think these options reflected 100%.
Mr. Clerk, public comment.
Robert Ruano.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon, right? Is it good morning still? I don't know. Well, so much to say. But before I do go into what I would say, I would like to say that Commissioner Castro had asked for a report, and I had a meeting with the manager last month with his staff, and they agreed. Well, they said first that their directive was to develop a sidewalk originally that was at least impactful to the trees, right? And I don't know if you heard it right, but he said under the road, you've got about 2 feet of compacted soil. So the least impactful to trees anywhere in this city is probably going to be on the street, right? So that's the first mistake. So They did a plan with 100% against the street, and then they sent it to the arborist, and they said, what's the impact on the trees? And so the arborist is saying, well, in this condition, this is this impact or no impact or whatever. They never did a plan that said, this is the sidewalk that we usually do, which is the safest, which is in the Florida Green Book, which says the new sidewalks should be placed as far as from the roadway as practical, okay? That's the Green Book that they use, the engineers use. But they chose not to. They chose to design it against the road, and then they went to the arborist and said, what's the impact on the trees? So that's the first flaw. But I'll move on with what I had to say. Good morning again, Mayor, Vice Mayors, and Commissioners. I'm here today because I care about our city, and I want it to remain the city beautiful, but also because I want it to be a safe city where everyone can walk without fear of getting run over by a car. In fact, you say you also want this because you passed a Vision Zero resolution in April, thanks to Vice Mayor Anderson, which said in part, the Vision Zero program is a systematic approach to implementing proven safety countermeasures and policies that focus on safer people, safer roads. To that end, I would like to remind you why this proposed sidewalk configuration is a terrible idea and you should vote against it once and for all. In this particular case, the city has, in an unprecedented move, one they did not do on University Drive, by the way, which has new wonderful sidewalks behind the trees in many cases. They asked residents not if they want a sidewalk in front of their home, but where they would like it. They did this not because it was required by the code or city resolution, but because the mayor offered residents that option. Now, unsurprisingly, just four, want a sidewalk against the road with a curb on beautiful, winding, and historic Alhambra Circle. Why do they want this? Well, you have to ask them that, but one thing is clear. It's not about the impact of the trees. In fact, in some cases, where trees are failing and recommended for removal, making more space for sidewalks, they still want the sidewalk on the street, making it a less safe place to push a stroller or walk. As I said, according to the Florida Green Book, the guide for building safe roads, new sidewalks should be placed as far as the roadway as possible. The proposed location in front of large trees makes no sense as a pedestrian. On the proposed sidewalk will be directly in the path of a car that might jump the curb. Additionally, this location is in direct contrast to the city's implementation of Vision Zero policy, the city choosing a less safe option only because some people want it. Not surprisingly, we have asked city staff which option of a sidewalk is safer. And you saw it today. They didn't say necessarily which one's safer, against the road or behind the tree. And they refused to answer that. But I would ask them, which is safer? They'll probably have to tell us after today, behind the tree. Another concern is that the cost of sidewalk with curbs and gutters are significantly more expensive than without a curb. They haven't talked about that. Also, the new design will require a change in drainage that will be more expensive than if it was against the property line. Didn't we just have a conversation about infrastructure needs but not enough money? I'd also like to remind you the next year, the Gables will be celebrating 100 years. If we really want to honor George Merrick and the city he created, we should respect his vision. Merrick relied on two movements in founding Coral Gables, City Beautiful and Garden City. Both of these promoted wide green boulevards, tree-lined streets, and plazas. If you were to approve this project, the visual impact of curbs in front of just 5 houses on one side of the road will have a detrimental impact on the appeal of the road, forever changing Alhambra's historic and green character. Not to mention with a curb and a concrete divider in the middle. Not to mention the right-of-way line is much farther back than the trees. But last but not least, you should vote against this recommendation because of the precedent it will set. First, you truly have no requirement to ask, even if the residents want a sidewalk. This is basic life safety infrastructure that does not need to go to a vote. In fact, in 2018, and the mayor will remember because he was here and he voted for it, the city commission declared Alhambra a collector road that did not have to go through that process. Even if the city did have to ask by providing 2 plans, and then not including Commissioner Castro's requested plan behind the trees, the city is still influencing the outcome. as they know that these residents would likely pick a bigger yard than a safer sidewalk. In fact, another safer option is already on the table and approved by an arborist, option 2, but it's not being recommended by residents or the administration. Thank you for your time today. I urge you to please think about the hundreds, if not thousands of residents that walk or bike in this area monthly, and consider if their ability to move around our city safely is less important than 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 people, Mayor. New city residents and their yard to remain looking as big as it can without any regard to the safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner?
Commissioner Castro, like you, I thought there was going to be a third option presented. I was under that impression. I'll go back and look at the minutes to see, but I was under the impression that we were. We have received numerous communications over the last few weeks regarding this issue. And it is an issue that, like you said, Mr. Manager, staff has invested a lot of time in trying to find a plan that works. I think everybody here has mentioned safety as one of the priorities. And it's a difficult decision for me because, like Vice Mayor Anderson, protecting our tree canopy is a priority that I have always said. But there was one email in particular that really made me think. Jessica Keller sent an email asking whether I would walk there with my child. And a sidewalk on a curb is not a sidewalk I would walk on with my child. And I mentioned that when we did the walk through that a couple of times. I was at a couple of those sunshine meetings. The rate of speed of traffic is incredible on that block. It's not even about walking. I don't feel safe driving on Alhambra in my golf cart because of the rate of speed the cars drive through. And I know we're working on traffic calming measures and that kind of thing, but on my block, we have traffic calming. And you still see cars that fly over those speed humps, landing on the other side, and you can hear them hitting the ground because they're not slowing down. They have a mission to get to wherever they're going, and they're going to continue to go as fast as they can. And this is a sidewalk that would not just be on the curb. This is the curb that will set the curve of the curvature of the road, because the road will curve on this sidewalk. So just putting the safety of our residents is a priority for me. I would not be able to support a sidewalk that's on the curb. It's just not something I can sign on to.
So I'm gonna follow up on a couple of things, because what I was speaking to staff about here today was a combination of things. And part of the things that you're not, I should say, are not being highlighted is the fact that the sloping requirements for ADA would make it best if, in some of these locations, that the sidewalk is closer to the street. If speeds are brought down, if we have the traffic calming, if it has the speed reductions that we do in some of the areas around the university, where we have lots of students going through, and appropriate enforcement there to where we have it down to 15 to 20 miles an hour, it's a safer condition. Yes, there's a couple of trees that are in not as good a condition. If it was my ballot and my choice, I would probably have deferred to taking the ones that are in poor condition out. As we get closer to the bridge, I think curbing is necessary, absolutely necessary, to prevent those cars from going into the canal, to prevent the cars from hitting the bridge. Just like where you have a bridge support, you have the bumpers around the support for the bridge. The curbing will help steer people in and help slow cars down. I see that on corners in every area in our city, residential-wise, that where if you have the curbing added to the corners, it helps control where the cars go and are not just driving up and over and through the grass and through someone's yard to be able to get to their destination. So in the first block to the south, a combination can be done, where you meander the sidewalk between the trees, add the curbing to help slow down the vehicles and steer them away from the bridge, and all the way down to the corner of that lot, and meander it, not necessarily
Can
on
we
the
put up the
prop-
diagram, so I think that'll be easier for you to explain with the diagram on screen? Okay.
Can you blow that up bigger? Because that's, one day we're going to get screens on our diagram.
Yes. So the first block is the one on top, correct? That's the closest to the bridge?
Correct, yes.
You see where there's an angle where that going around the one tree? I think that's one of the trees, 14. Isn't that one of the ones that's in poor condition? Now, that's out of all of them, I think it's the one that's in the worst condition.
It was listed as poor condition, but there was no recommendation to remove in the arborist report.
When we were walking out there, it looked like it was not a great candidate to keep. Okay? So for that reason, and the fact that this is probably where, you're going to have the greatest encounters with vehicles, I'd prefer to move the sidewalk back and get the people onto the pedestrian bridge there. The median in between is going to work just like we have the medians that go around University of Miami to help slow down that traffic. I am old enough to remember what it was like, before sidewalks, before anybody, restricting the speeds, because I used to jog around that university every day with my ROTC training. So lots of memories there. So my suggestion is in that first block, you do have curbing, but you allow for the drainage. If you allow some slits in there, just like the county does along Red Road and stuff, you allow the water to flow into the swale areas, so you don't have the high expense of the drainage. And then we have very great-looking trees along the way that are healthy, are robust, and the last thing you want to be doing to these residents is taking the trees away. When I went door to door and asked the residents what they wanted at Salvador Park for the dog park, although staff had written, for tree removal because they presumed that people didn't want the black olive trees, they wanted them. They want the shade. They don't want to lose the canopy. And every single one of those trees was healthy. Dina, I think it's tree number, at least here, it's tree number 6. The house number is 3,400. Do you recall that tree?
I do. The two that they're in poor condition as per the arborist report. They're safe, they're there, but they're not the best looking trees. So the design takes into account, like, is the tree spectacular enough to work around in this position? Or is it one that's poor condition, not the best of tree? Could it be sacrificed to put the sidewalk where you want? Yes, those are the two that were colored yellow.
Vice Mayor, I have a question for you, if you don't mind, before we skip. If a different kind of tree was planted there, would it make more sense without the root system that those trees have? I know that's your area that you have a great deal of knowledge. If a different type of tree was planted there, basically they wouldn't lose a tree, but it wouldn't have the root system that would expand to the point that it's creating challenges.
Well, the issue is that they're existing, very mature trees. They're probably 75-year-old trees. That's the issue. So that's why the root system is expanded to that. So if that were to be removed and a new tree planted, you might be looking at a smaller species that's not going to have the mature canopy.
Like
if you're
oak?
trying to get, well, an oak would give you the same issue 50 years from now.
Okay.
But if you're looking for trees that are not going to pop up the sidewalks in the future, you would use a smaller tree, perhaps.
As
But
I re-
again, it's a
as I re-
mature canopy.
As I recall the discussions back when bike lanes were being discussed in this area, one of the number one issues for these residents in that area, and I do think we need to listen to residents, just like we try to listen to residents on many issues that we've, like we've taken ballots and so forth, is they want to keep this tree canopy. They absolutely do. And they were opposed to bike lanes. I know there's always the optimum that we can achieve. I know that one time someone wanted to put protected bike lanes. We just don't have the space. Okay, I would love to have protected bike lanes. I absolutely would love to have protected bike lanes because there's been times I've slapped cars to keep them from running into me. Okay, and that's without even a painted line. But we have to work within the confines of what we have here in a built city. If we drop the speed limit and enforce the speed limit and put in the detours that are necessary to bring that speed down. Right now, you have, 24 feet of asphalt?
It varies, 23 to 24. It depends where you are. It's not consistent.
Okay, this is like the Indy 500. And my husband, back when he was a young man on Segovia, was one of those folks that got a 50-mile-an-hour ticket on Segovia. Now we have the median in the middle, and when you have mature canopy, people are not going to speed as much because they feel that it's more residential. So if we pinch the lanes and we bring it down in an appropriate manner, then it helps. So looking at the diagram for tree number 6, I think it is, if the sidewalk is put behind that tree, can the tree be saved?
The issue there, like for example, the first tree, the one that's closer to the intersection, has very exposed roots, but it's far away from the driveway. What ends up happening with that tree is that it's really close to the driveway. We ended up having the problems with the ADA slope as you get across. So for example, the bridge adjacent to, the roots adjacent to 3416 are very exposed. There's a potential for us to go over. We will have to really mount that significantly, but it's doable. Once you're close into the driveway approach, that's when there's an issue.
Yeah, the driveway was a non-starter.
Right.
There's just no way.
So you just cannot make the ramp back down at the ADA compliance slope.
Right, because the way the yard is mounted itself, the yard itself is much higher than the driveway.
So all we're looking for is direction. Whatever the desire of the commission is, we'll.
A little while ago, the Vice Mayor mentioned University Drive, and University Drive between Segovia and Bird Road has trees with expansive root systems, and yet the sidewalks there are against the property lines and not along the road.
So University Drive, we actually managed to meander the sidewalk around the trees. Generally speaking, the trees University were not, for the most part, as big as this. And we actually removed quite a number of trees. They're not of this size and age. But we ended up removing several trees University, and we mitigated for all of them. And that was actually part of the University project. We actually did remove several trees. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how many, but there were not trees, unless they were in really bad shape, there were not trees of this size and age. And there's something that I'd like to correct on the record. In the discussions of the original Alhambra bike lanes, we had a map that incorrectly showed this portion of Alhambra Circle as a collector. Collector trees are collectors. The classification of streets is done by the state. Alhambra Circle is not a collector south of Coral Way. It never was. We just had a map that has some incorrect information that at the time we didn't realize it until later. So you just want to make that clear.
So
may I add something just to the 2 points that you made there? I was going to wait till later, but I'm happy you brought that up. We brought that up before here on the dais. It's not the first time we correct the issue about the collector street. The second thing is the issue that Commissioner Menendez brought up. I live right next to University. I drive University every day. There is no tree in that area that I'm aware of that is not invasive, that is not over 25, 30 years old. There's no massive oak trees there. There's no massive black olives like you have in Alhambra. What you did have was some large Benjamin ficus.
Yeah, the invasive banyan.
That were removed.
Which were removed.
Which were removed. And you have another one on the corner of Blue Road and Blue Road University, which is going to hinder the installation of the sidewalk there, which we're planning on.
Right.
The whole commission is in favor of that. That's going to have to be taken out. I've stopped there to see how we can jog around and see if we can save it, but I don't think we're going to be able to save it. And that's going to affect the canopy on the beautiful canopy that we have on the bridge there. So there was no massive specimen trees. You can drive down University now and you'll see some oak trees there, but you won't see anything of the magnitude like you see.
I believe we removed at least 1 or 2 oaks that were rather large, but they were in very poor shape as well.
So on that line of thought, between Segovia and Bird Road, that stretch of University, what are the trees that create this canopy that at night you can't even see the light?
Between Segovia, I'm trying to picture it.
You come from the youth center and the library.
Those are banyans.
Banyan trees.
Those are massive banyans. They're like a house.
Massive banyan trees.
Oh, those have been there longer than you and I have lived.
Oh, those are banyans. Yes.
Okay.
Those are.
Which have been known to topple in hurricanes and stuff.
Correct.
One at the Churchill Little Flower a few years ago got knocked over completely, I remember. Okay.
Yeah, generally the Ficus benjamina are the ones that go over the banyans, with their massive root systems and, I should say, anchoring. I won't use the word shoring poles, but anchoring, they're not likely to go over if you allow the roots to go down, which those have.
Okay.
I'm in favor of moving this project forward. We cannot afford to continue to kick this can down the road. I went out there last night, and people are begging for a sidewalk, and they want us to make a decision. And I do think we can meander the sidewalk. I do think there, because of the amount of canopy, perhaps on one or two of these trees that are smaller and in poorest condition, can be removed to be able to keep the sidewalk back as much as possible. But it's impossible to save this canopy by putting all these sidewalks at the property line. And that's the last thing this community wants. It's very hot there. Without these trees, not only will it be hot, it'll impact values, and the trees themselves help slow down traffic. We need to listen to the residents. I understand that some people said it was just 4 people, but people were walking from around the corner and saying, please, we need a sidewalk. To expect people to have strollers going down the street, but you can't, do in the yards themselves because of the root systems that are well established on these trees. We need to stop kicking the can down the road and take some action and provide staff direction. And I'd respect the, opinion of our landscape architect as to which one of these trees should be saved and which ones are so close to, being in deteriorating condition can be sacrificed.
Well, Commissioner, I don't think we have support to move forward in any form. So I think that the project is incredibly important. We're missing 2 blocks of sidewalk there, but we don't have the support. We have the support of the residents that want it a certain way, but not some other individuals that are involved. One of the things also that I think that I recommend, moving forward, just so people can come a little bit more accustomed to it and they understand it. I live in front of San Amaro. I live right there between San Amaro and Urbino. So I live in an area where there's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of, cars coming in and out, and there is a curb there. Maybe if certain people go and see it, they become a little more used to it. They see the ins and outs of how it works. They spend 30 minutes, 15 minutes understanding the traffic patterns at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. You have a lot of people coming in and out of University of Miami. You have people going to Riviera Country Club. You have people going to the church. You have people going to University of Miami. You have people going to Doctor's Hospital. There is a massive curve there. There is a massive, but also to do it justice, there also are circles there that slow traffic down. It's important, let's be fair. But for example, on the area, the run on Camposano doesn't have a circle, and that area is going to have also more sidewalks, God willing, when we start the parking lot. So there isn't support. I think it's great whether the sidewalks are on the curb, whether the sidewalks are pressed against the house. Whichever way we do this, at the end of the day, I think it's critical. Just like when you talk about Blue Road, talk about University, talk about what we've been mentioning about Granada. I think it's really important to finally get these sidewalks done in one form or another. I don't have any issues with the sidewalks in front of my house. They're great. You know, people use them. They're constantly being used by University of Miami students, by families, by young kids, and there's a lot of traffic. I'd ask anybody outside of maybe where Commissioner Menendez lives to find me an area that has more traffic than where I live. It's pretty hectic 24 hours a day in that area. So I think there was another individual that wanted to speak.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So I actually have a couple of speakers on Zoom. Matilda Calaveshi is the name.
Yes, hello, everybody. Matilda. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Okay. Hi. I am the owner of 3400 Alhambra Circle. You guys were just talking about the house. I'm one of the residents that will be affected by the decision you all make today. We moved about a year ago. We have a 6-year-old daughter. The safety of my child is more important than anything else in this world. Making the decision to go with choice one was not a selfish one based on anything other than safety. But I think before we have any sort of discussion, I think we have to go back to number one. And the number one is figuring out how we can slow down traffic on Alhambra. We can talk about sidewalks all day long, but if we do not take care of the way the traffic pattern is currently being handled on Alhambra Circle, there's nothing else that will better the situation for myself or any other resident walking down the street. We are in the corner of Alhambra and Trevino, and I cannot even let my daughter outside the house because there's traffic coming from both ends of the street. So I think when we're talking about this issue, I think the main concern and the main decision that needs to be made is how do we slow down traffic on Alhambra? And I don't recall if anyone mentioned speed bumps or anything else that aside from narrowing the road, which I think should be the number one decision that should be made today. In terms of the sidewalk positioning, we all voted for number one, the 4 homes. Again, it wasn't a decision made on the size of my yard. It was the decision based on safety. Tree number 6 there was a lot of talk about its health. We conducted a separate report that we paid for, and our report results are very much different from what you guys have shared in terms of the health of the tree. I don't know if that's going to be considered or not, but I think before any other decision is made, I think we all need to discuss ways in which we can narrow the street and slow down traffic. And without doing that, I think the sidewalk is going to have little to no effect, because if cars are still going 50, 60 miles an hour down that street, the chances of accidents are very, very high, whether there's a sidewalk or not.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And if I may, and this is something that I would like to get further direction of the commission, the island that you see on the area, it's not really necessarily related to the sidewalk. That was part of the traffic calming attempt. So I just want to make sure that there's no objection for it, regardless of whether the sidewalk is still move forward, that there's no objection for that portion to continue. Unfortunately, speed tables or cushions are not really an option here because you cannot put them on a curve. So the only options that we've kind of thought at this location would be that median separator to create a kind of like a visual break to force people to slow down. And there's also the potential of adding the speed fact signs now that we have that interlocal with the county. There's a potential for putting them at this location as well. So.
Thank you.
Do you feel like you have sufficient direction?
No, at the moment we haven't really been told how to move forward.
So
do you mind if I listen to the rest of public comment? I think there was another person, was there?
Yeah, I have one more speaker, Mr. Mayor. Roland Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for being here with us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Roland Rodriguez, 3310 Alhambra Circle. Like Matilda just stated, of course, safety is of the biggest concern to us. I've heard a lot of mention that everybody walks this area, has walked it. Well, I walk and run it at least 5 to 6 times a day. So safety is a concern to us. And like Matilda said, it's not an issue of the size of the yard. Safety is our concern. And we've also heard about the sidewalk and curb. not being safe. Well, I also run along Bird Road. I run along Miller, and there's sidewalk with curb. So I guess I wouldn't be able to run those areas because they're not safe. So it doesn't make any sense. Having a curb with a sidewalk is inadequate condition. So, and in either case, option one or option two, you could see in front of my home, because of the size of the tree and because of the slope and because of the ADA on the roots behind the tree, either option puts the sidewalk in front of the tree anyways. So there's got to be a curb and gutter based on both options. Now, when we presented the ballot, we've gone through this multiple commission meetings. We also had a sunshine meeting. We were then presented a ballot. And in the ballot, it pretty much says, should the city receive more than 50% of the ballots in favor of either option one or two, the city will proceed with the sidewalk option that receives the most votes. So we keep kicking the can around, and we want the sidewalk. And if we were hoping as residents that due diligence was performed before we were presented these options. I mean, otherwise we're just wasting our time choosing an option if it's not going to move forward anyways. I caught the last part of Mr. Ronald's speech, indicating that it's only 4 residents. We shouldn't listen to 4 of the whole community, but he's very lively in his opinion as well. So we should also have a very strong opinion living in this area. As a civil engineer, I've done multiple projects, infrastructure projects throughout the state. And I can guarantee you that public opinion of both residents and commercial property owners is heavily taken into account before a decision is made on the best approach of these projects. And then all options are weighed in with resident and commercial property owners' opinions. So again, I ask that this project move forward quickly. We want the sidewalks. We've gone through several commission meetings. I've attended several in person. We've had the sunshine meeting. We're then presented with 2 options, thinking, okay, this is it. It's stated very clearly in the ballot. We're going to move forward, and now we continue to go back and forth. So that's my opinion on the matter. And again, we hope as residents, and there's 4 residents in the area that we've become accustomed to talking about this item every day as we walk through this area, and we want the sidewalk. Also, the last pushing the sidewalk into the front of the tree, we would hope also decreases the width of the lanes and thereby decrease the speed that goes through there, both in the mornings and the afternoons. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner.
Mayor, sorry, I have a couple more speakers now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were
next speaker, Sarah Lynn Conde.
Hi, I'm Sarah Condi, and I'm at 228 Alessio Avenue. I know that a lot of a lot of people are mentioning the speed of the cars on Alhambra Circle, and I know this is not totally on point, but I just wanted to say that whatever is on Alhambra Circle, we have worse on Lejeune. I still want to focus on. In our neighborhood, we would like there to be a slowdown on Lejeune. I know that we're waiting for the road safety audit report from the FDOT. I still think that we ought to try to impress upon them that we really need to make that road safer, slow down the traffic, and none of the items that you're mentioning, the trees and all that, that doesn't really exist on Lejeune. So Lejeune is it's like the Indianapolis 500. And I know that Commissioner Menendez himself has mentioned in this conversation that he would never let his kids go anywhere near Lejeune. And it's been a long time. That road is going through a neighborhood. There are houses on either side of that road throughout Coral Gables. I think it would behoove us to make that road safer, to slow down the traffic on that road. I'd appreciate it if we could keep the pressure on FDOT. And I know that there are a lot of residents that live in the area that have the same feelings that I do, although they haven't been quite so vocal. And I appreciate your taking the time to hear my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Next, I have Nicole Puerto.
Yes, you just had a question. Go ahead.
We have Nicole Puerto is the next one. Is she on?
She is unmuted. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning. Good afternoon, excuse me.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I had to switch. Thank you so much. So this is Nicole Puerto. I'm at 3430 Alhambra Circle on the corner of Alhambra and Salvatierra. We are a family of 5. We have 3 children. My oldest is 10 years old. My youngest is 5. I am in agreement with Roland and Matilda that the biggest concern we have is traffic calming. Prior to living on Alhambra Circle, we lived on University Drive and our house was on the corner. So our back of our house was on Algaringo and we would walk endlessly with our kids. We cannot do that at this time on our street because of the traffic. Our kids love the canal. We try to cross to Alhambra Court from our home and it's a fight for your life crossing. So any traffic calming measures we are supportive of. As neighbors, we have also been supportive of the sidewalk. We went through the process. We attended the Sunshine meeting. When given the option, we all were in agreement that option 1 was our preference. I don't understand now while there are other options on the table. We have been supportive of the process and we thought this was a done deal based on the vote that we had earlier this year. So we are happy to help in whatever way we can, but we're doing what's being asked of us. And we would hope that because of that, this is our street, that our opinions are taken into consideration. So thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I have one more speaker in person, Dariel Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for being here. Welcome back.
I just want to highlight the importance of the trees. The city's founder created this gorgeous city beautiful that we know, this garden city. Mr. Merrick hired Frank Button, the state's first landscape architect, to really highlight the focus on trees. So if sidewalks, which I think we can all agree are an incredibly important issue, if we bring sidewalks, we should maintain as many of the trees as possible and try to meander our way through it. I know that ADA is a really big concern, but try to keep the trees. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
So,
Vice Mayor, you got a question?
Mayor, I agree that we need to maintain the trees, and for many reasons, and I do know that it is effective also for traffic calming purposes. This is a unique situation where we have complete ballots in favor of an option. I added putting some curbing down near the bridge to avoid the concerns with speeding. As far as Lejeune Road is concerned, Ms. Conde, I live a block away. I walk across there to get to my office, to Publix, all the time. It's been a mission of mine to do something with Lejeune Road for well over 20 years with prior administrations, and now we finally have FDOT taking action. Their first area of focus has been near the high school. And in that area, they've lowered the speed limit and they're going through the remediations necessary to get there. Their next section will be the section that you're talking about, the section where both Commissioner Menendez and I live, just a minute's walk away or less. We are keeping the pressure on FDOT, and FDOT is following through now. It's unfortunate you have to run for office to be able to get some of this stuff done. But I don't think we should be kicking the can down the road on life safety on Alhambra Circle. We shouldn't be ignoring what the residents have voted for. Staff has made recommendations based upon what is safe for that area. We are able to lower the speed limits there, unlike what we can do on Lejeune Road. We can install medians there, unlike what we can do as far as narrowing the amount of asphalt that we have on Lejeune Road. And I can tell you from experience that the Segovia median has significantly reduced the speeding on Segovia. Nothing is going to be perfect because there's always going to be someone, whether it's on Country Club Prado or at other streets, that drives improperly, drives drunk. We're never going to be perfect, but if we add the safety features that we need to, add the speed radar signs, add the median in there like they did around University of Miami that requires the vehicles to meander there, it naturally will slow them down. To ignore what these residents want is a disservice to our community. To ignore what the residents want here now will send a message to residents throughout our city that we're going to ignore what they want. I've made it a practice of mine to go door to door to ask residents what they want on their street because we need to respect what they want, and I think we need to respect this now. So with that, I'll move this item forward with the comments that I've already made.
Yeah, I'm very sorry I won't be able to support this. I feel like if I support this, I'm responsible for having some blood in my hands, and I will not be responsible for this if I have some say in it. I did request a third option. I hope that if nobody seconds this motion or it goes through, we can work on that third option. And then the most important thing to me is safety.
May I add something, just 1 second? I'm going to second the motion, just so we can have further discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The one common denominator, even from the folks calling in on Zoom, even from the folks here that commented, and I think from every single elected official, is the common denominator is safety. We're talking about sidewalks, and there are different options, and maybe a third option. But everyone's primary concern is the safety and the speed of the cars on that portion of Alhambra Circle. I've seen people drive on our bike lanes because they think it's part of the road. People are reckless, and I'm talking all over Coral Gables. With regards to the opinion, the vote of the folks that live right there, we are taking you into consideration, absolutely. But the safety of all pedestrians that use that sidewalk, because it won't be exclusively to the people that live immediately in that area. It's everyone who uses that road for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. We have to take their safety into consideration. I'm of the opinion we're putting the cart before the horse, because I think we should ask you all to come back to us with safety measures, things that the Vice Mayor mentioned. I think signage is good, but signage, if you're going to be reckless, you're going to be reckless. I think there has to be physical impediments to letting people be reckless speeding and driving in that area. I would like the administration to come back. We can do these safety measures, take these steps to make Alhambra Circle safer, that area safer, slow down traffic, like the very nice woman spoke, I think one of the first people, about her concerns. If you can come up with viable things that can be done, I'm more than happy to reconsider my position with regards to the options that were laid before us. But it's hard to vote on something and then say later, we're going to take these steps. We don't even know what those steps are to make it safer. It's putting the cart before the horse. I would love for you all to come up. These are the things we can do to make it safer. Then I'd be more than happy to reconsider the sidewalk options.
And I think, Commissioner Menendez, you're absolutely correct. The comments that we heard are, our biggest concern is traffic calming. Their lady said she doesn't even allow her child out of the house. This sidewalk isn't going to fix that problem if it's on the curb. The biggest concern these residents have is traffic calming, and that needs to be a priority. As far as the median, We've seen traffic circles, they're on Venetia, and people drive right over them. They don't go around them, they drive right over those traffic circles. We're a cut-through city, and people are taking advantage of that. I agree with Commissioner Menendez. There has to be options presented as to how we can slow traffic down. But I think putting a sidewalk next to the road is a recipe for disaster. And it's not going to fix the problem. It's going to create new problems. And like I said before, I'm going to base this on what is the safest option for the people that are using the sidewalk. Putting it on the curb on a street where people are driving 40 or 50 miles an hour, regardless of what traffic calming you put in there, they're still going to be driving in that rate of speed, is not an option for me.
Ask a question of staff when you're done.
I just want to answer some things really quick. So, again, there's not support for this, but I just want to put a few things on the record. We'll take a vote now. We have already existing approved plans for traffic calming for this area, correct?
The traffic calming that we were looking for this area was those median separators, which it's not part of the pre-approved slate that the county provided us. That requires for us to go back to the county and get the blessing, because the design will change slightly depending on the location of the sidewalk. We've submitted that for the county to review and comment, but we haven't been able to submit a county a full, complete set of drawings, because it's predicated upon are we doing a sidewalk, are we not doing a sidewalk, and where's the sidewalk gonna go?
The reason, and you answer my question, the reason why I want to mention that is because the next thing we'll receive is 30 emails from residents saying, we want traffic calming. Traffic calming has already been considered for this area, and it's going to be installed in this area. Do we have money in the budget already?
Yes,
okay,
correct.
So that goes to show you, hold on, let me just finish. So that goes to show you that that traffic calming has been planned for well over a year, 2 years. This commission, 4 years. Thank you, Robert. So 4 years. So to say up here that we got to work on traffic calming. No, there's traffic calming, but let's talk about it. The road is terrible. Like, you get all the emails, right? Why haven't we replaced the road? Why would we spend good money on something that we'd have to later tear out to put traffic calming? So the whole point was to do sidewalks, wherever the sidewalks go, traffic calming and roads, all at one time to save money. But to say that traffic calming is a priority that we need to start working on now is not true. We've been working on it for 4 years. We've held off because we've been talking about where these sidewalks go. So if we don't have the approval for the sidewalks, that's perfectly fine. We take that vote, we move on, and we address it later in one form or another, or that area doesn't get sidewalks. I wish it did. I think it's a benefit for the community. And when people say to me, Vincent, why do you talk about curbs? I go, because I live it. I see it in front of me every day when I step out of my house or I get home. I see the curb. I see people walking. I see people running. I see people taking their children. I see people on bikes. I see little kids with bikes. All my neighborhood is full of young kids, and they use that bike to go into UM to enjoy UM. They go through it. So I have experience on a sidewalk that has a curb. You can't tell me it's going to be a bloodbath when I know it's not going to be a bloodbath. And Melissa's smiling because it's not. It is a proper safety and engineering option that can be used here. Now, if we don't want to allow that, that's a different story. It's allowed by the standards. So moving on, we've talked about this ad nauseum. We have a long commission agenda to address. We can address this later. We've been talking about it for 4 years. We've been talking about traffic calming. We've been talking about the asphalt. But I want to put it on the record. Traffic calming's been addressed. It's there. We're going back and forth with the county. It's budgeted. That street should not be re-asphalted until we address it. And we've been talking about sidewalks for years and years and years. If you want to re-asphalt and you want to move on with the traffic calming, that's perfectly fine. Let's do it. Fine. There's no sidewalks that get installed. I believe that sidewalks, in one form or another, should be installed in this area. And we talk about listening to the residents. Let's listen to the residents all the time. I won't move in one direction or another because the residents don't want it. We have a pretty much unanimous position here where residents want it. The residents that are most affected in this area. But if that's not the will of the commission, it's perfectly fine. We move on. Madam Vice Mayor, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, again, I was just going to go over the traffic calming that has been built into this project. And I think it's been very thoughtful at what's been done. We've been working on the speed detection signs now for over a year. They're now approved, so those can be put in there too. Statistics show that over 80% of the drivers that see that those signs are flashing because they're exceeding the speed limit slow down. So those can be put in there as well. The addition of the curbing that I suggested around the bridge was to avoid exactly what you complained about someone going into the water. I made the motion because I think it's time to stop kicking this can down the road and ignoring what's necessary for public safety. I've used sidewalks to go in tighter areas, such as on Granada or around San Amaro, near the university, while riding my bike when the traffic is moving through there. Right now, the traffic is unimpeded by anything. We need to lower the speed limit. We need to put the speed radar signs in. The median dividers do work, okay, because it gives that visual cue that the street is narrower, and it helps separate the drivers, avoids head-on collisions, and slows things down. But we have a motion, we have a section. Second, let's go ahead.
Real quick, Vice Mayor. Hermes, what traffic calming measures have been approved, and what is the timetable to have them installed in that area?
So it hasn't been approved. The traffic calming measure that we were working on was the median that you see on the plans. It's very schematic. What you see here, it basically creates a kind of like a separator to divert the driver's attention and make sure that they can, as they approach the bridge. And that's what we were looking to install. It has not been approved, even though we've sent several iterations to the county, because the final set of drawings, the sidewalk will impact it. Now, if the desire is not to move forward with sidewalk, there's nothing to keep us from continuing to now go with the county and finalize the drawings without any sidewalks and getting that move forward.
So these efforts by the city to get the county to approve traffic calming measures were created, the initiative, because of the sidewalks?
That area was always something that was brought to our attention, that it was necessary. We're talking about putting that kind of a median before and after the bridge. And because the curve makes it a little bit of it's a difficult place for traffic calming. But when we go to the county, right, the sidewalk, it will just, you're going to put the sidewalk. If you put the sidewalk against the back of the property, it doesn't matter, right? But if you're going to put it against the roadway, it all blends into the county wanting to see that. So,
but whether the discussion on sidewalks, and I understand it's been going on for a while, regardless of, let's say we never had discussions on sidewalks, the city was going to approach the county about traffic safety in that area.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And another thing, it's also like, for example, reducing the asphalt width. That tends to slow people down as well. So that was something else that we were potentially looking at, because ultimately the pavement is in really bad shape.
I think what you described we have on Granada, when you go from Bird Road towards Blue Road, when you approach the bridge, there's...
Correct, right. Obviously, every location is different because of the geometry of the road, but something along those lines. Yes. What you see in the plans right now is a very close, what it will look like. Obviously, again, that's not the final design. You have to need finalized, but we could go ahead and proceed with that, something of that, to that effect, regardless of whether we move forward with the sidewalk or not.
Thank you.
Let me offer some clarity. Nobody on this commission is opposed to having sidewalks. I think everybody here wants a sidewalk, and they just want it to be a safe sidewalk. So just to clear the air there.
Can I ask you a quick question before we vote? Just a simple question, just for the record, please. I think it's important. If we move in this direction, not saying we move in another direction, we put the sidewalks behind the trees.
Right.
If we install the sidewalks as proposed, as balloted for 4 out of the 5, I want to be correct, 4 out of the 5 residents approved it. Is this a safe, engineered approved objective?
It will be in accordance with all applicable engineering standards.
But I'm asking, it's safe, just like the University of Miami.
Correct.
The University of Miami has it all the way around the campus, how in a residential neighborhood where thousands of people use every day. I just want to make sure, because again, whether we move one direction or not, it's perfectly fine. Hopefully, I think it's important to connect two blocks of sidewalks to a bridge in an area that has a lot of traffic. But I don't want to scare people either.
So when you work on the design, you have a palette of things, right? There's an option that is preferable.
Yeah, of course.
And then you have other options that are feasible given the constraints, right? And the constraints could be many.
Trees, ADA, whatever.
Correct. So obviously the preferable option will be absolutely to put it against the against the sidewalk, against the back of the property.
What would be the safest option?
Oh, no, absolutely. Put it back against the sidewalk will be the absolutely ideal option, 100%.
Behind the trees.
100%.
Right, but it wouldn't be behind the trees. It will be through removing some of those trees.
The safer option is not against the road.
It will be correct. The preferable, safer option will be
We can play with it all day. I mean, we can say safer versus safest. When they laid down miles of sidewalks at UM, the decision was put it in an area where it may not be the safest, but it's still safe. Correct? Is it still safe? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. It's still safe, and we're able to save some trees. We're able to have more green space. We're able to do certain things. And it, again, at the end of the day, it worked out well. In this case, we don't have the votes. We're still going to take a vote on it. But at the end of the day, we live to fight another day and we move on.
We will proceed with whatever option the commission decides to. So our job is to provide to you what are the, your option is, one option has, these are the consequences. That option, these are the other ones. So all we're looking for is direction.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
For the reasons that I stated earlier, I don't think this is the safest option. No.
Commissioner Menendez?
Safety concerns, no at this time.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, it is a safe option as stated by staff in front of us and on the record. Thank you for everyone who came today. I appreciate staff's work over the last few years. Again, we will deliver something in the future, hopefully. At least we start with traffic calming and we re-asphalt the area.
Now, I would like to make a motion directing staff to present the third option that should have been presented at the time, which would be the safest option for pedestrians.
We can do that.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll second that. Can you do me a favor also with that motion? We have to present that to the residents, correct?
That will be your choice.
We don't have to.
That will be your
That's
choice.
the option that
I
the
think we should
commission
present it
took.
to the residents.
That's your prerogative.
When I'm always for residents and hearing their input, but we need to separate two things that are very important: what they want and their safety. And I think safety comes first.
But may I ask you a question? Right. Agreed, safety first. But when you should present to the residents where to knock down certain trees in their neighborhood, correct? I mean,
Yes.
should do that. And again, they should have some say on that. I mean, if someone came to me and told me, Vince, we're gonna knock down the two oak trees in front of your front yard, I'd say, let's find a way to see if we can avoid that, because I really enjoy those oak trees. It's a beautiful site. I think it brings our property values up. I think it saves a ton of electricity on my property, and I think it's something that, again, it's just what our city is defined on. Our canopy, it's one of our many defining characteristics. So I don't have a problem going to the third option, or a fourth option, or a fifth option, or a sixth option. But at the end of the day, we also got to show where the trees are going to be cut down and what's going to happen.
So we can come back if that's the desire of the commission. We can go back with that option. We can bring it to your attention, and then maybe at that time you can make the choice of, again, all we're looking for is direction.
How quickly can you come back with that?
What is the option that we are looking for? Clarification.
While they're looking for that, can I make a
Because that's
just some observations? Is we'll look for the third option. Again, don't recall it, but we'll look for the third option, and we'll move forward in trying to enhance the reduction of speeding in that area, aside of whatever happens to the sidewalk issue. But we'll do that, and if we can't find option 3, we'll get together, maybe try to develop what other option 3 would be. But we need to bring it to a landing.
I'm going to amend my motion a second. My motion's going to be instructing staff to present the third option and continue with traffic calming on the premise that the sidewalk will not be adjacent to the road.
And we can come back the second meeting of October, if that's okay with you all.
Okay.
I have a quick question. Dina, do we provide notice when we take off a tree?
Yes, when we do a tree removal permit, we post the permit on the tree for public viewing for at least 2 weeks. However, if the tree's larger than 16 inches diameter trunk, which most of these are, it comes to you, the commission, first before we proceed to even post the tree removal permit.
So there you go, Mayor Lago. I think that really completes your concern that the residents wouldn't have been noticed or they're not talking about.
We don't send notices to individual property owners.
Yeah, and to be clear,
To be
Dina,
clear.
So let me just give you a little background. I wrote the law that she's talking about. So, I would like for residents to know when you're about to cut down large specimen trees like that. Again, the sidewalk can go all the way in the back against the property line. That's perfectly fine. I don't have an issue with it. I don't. I just think that when you start cutting trees down, you're gonna cut down some pretty massive specimen trees. You'd wanna have the input of the residents on that front, especially when they're healthy trees. They're healthy trees that are not injured. If you tell me that's an unhealthy tree that has an issue and you wanna mark it and then you can wait that time and people will come out and say, listen, let me explain to you why the tree's unhealthy, and you show them the report. But if you're cutting down a tree, I think of this magnitude, I think we should notify them. It's my opinion.
And I believe
But I know the law you're talking about because I wrote it.
Yeah, exactly. So we do notify them.
can I just clarify, though, the item doesn't come to commission automatically? It's, the information is provided to the commission, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
And it's up to an individual commissioner to put it on the agenda.
The way it works, we send it to your attention. If by the next commission meeting, no one of the commission decided to take up the item, then we deem that as approved and we move forward.
It's a 2-week process, correct? It's a 2-week process, right?
If there's no objection by the commission to remove a tree, then we will process the permit and post the permit card actually on the tree, a bright pink card wrapped in plastic, and leave it there for really a minimum of 2 weeks, sometimes longer, and give people plenty of time to see the removal proposal.
So on that same vein, remember the Poinciana tree where the city had it posted and it was for the purposes of the park? And I received complaints from residents, and you were going out to revisit it because the tree was posted. And, this tree canopy is near and dear to the heart of these residents. So we can't place everybody out of harm's way all the time, because even cars will go, into a person's property. But I can tell you, before I had curbing on my corner, I had people going through my yard all the time, which is why I recommended having curbing in that last block as you approach the bridge, to create a directional buffer from people going into the water or hitting the bridge or hitting the pedestrians on the sidewalk and meandering the sidewalk in that area. So we've taken our vote. You have a motion to go ahead. I will second that one as well. And let's move forward. Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, moving on to F1. Thank you, staff, as always. Vice Mayor,
Want me to read it in?
Which one are you on?
F1.
F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission promoting fiscal resilience and directing the city manager to include in the proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25 certain revisions from the budget estimate, including allocating certain funding toward the assessment, drawings, and plans for structural repairs at City Hall.
This was one I've deferred on a vote on the last time around because I felt that the level of discussion had gone beyond the parameters of what the intent was for the item itself. This is for fiscal resilience. I felt I owed it to you all to explain my position better so that you could make a more informed decision. I had the pleasure of listening to Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson this past weekend.
Yeah.
My Spanish is not that good. But anyway, moving forward, I had the opportunity to listen to Justice Jackson and she spoke to us this past Saturday morning about collective decision-making. And in order to be able to collectively make a decision, you have to have a good understanding of the reasoning behind a position that's being taken. I'm going to encourage you all to try to work together and understand that when an item is brought, there is some thought process that goes through it. And instead of going backwards and addressing opportunities that repairs to City Hall could have been done in the past, to move forward, because that's the only way we're going to be able to resolve problems together. I've moved for fiscal resilience to bring $835,787 into City Hall's funds to be able to get the architectural drawings done and the engineering drawings done. I know some folks had wanted to, do financing on this option. I don't think that that's wise to do at this point, because first you have to understand the scope of the work. You don't go out and get a loan for a house to build it until you have your architectural drawings done, because you don't know the scope of the work that needs to be done. I'm going to walk you through the resolution and go one by one so you understand that these decisions were not done in a vacuum. These decisions weren't done merely for the purpose of finding money, but these decisions would have been applicable even if we didn't have issues with City Hall that need to be addressed and have been kicked down the road, and I don't want to have them kicked down the road any further. Spoke to the chief about, the necessity for 2 full-time versus 1 full-time and 1 part-time CIC monitor individual. For this first coming year, the chief was in agreement that we could proceed with 1, and we can address whether or not we need 2 full-time in the future. The person that sits in front of a computer screen can only do it for so long. You see that at TSA, where you rotate people off, because your ability to detect things diminishes over a period of time after you've been staring at the screen. And he was in full agreement that we can go with 1 full-time and 1 part-time for that position. As well, the same analysis was done on the code enforcement issue. And some of the things that I looked at as far as code enforcement officers on part-time versus full-time, when some of the concerns were brought up that it's hard to fill the positions, is where have you advertised it? Because I know that when I was going to college, that was, some of these jobs I would have died for. Publix has no problems filling their part-time positions. And these are great opportunities for people to take that first step into our city on a part-time basis. And that way we serve not only the employee that comes in on a part-time basis with a fantastic opportunity to build a career here, but we do what's in the best interest of our residents in keeping down the costs of our budget. So the code enforcement manager, I put a lot of thought into that. I agree that we need, a second position there. Let's see how well we do with having 2 managers at the wheel. And then next year, if we still need more code enforcement after we have this, I think would be a much better basis to analyze whether the needs are truly needed, and let's do a better job of offering these part-time positions to students, to people that, don't have time to work a full-time job. Solid waste has similar issues. We desperately needed, we definitely needed an additional CDL driver. Reason being is some people are not being able to take off for vacation, and that's the position in which that is the most acute at. So CDL drivers serve 2 purposes. It's not just driving the trucks. It's a management job as well. And they're responsible for looking after their other employees out there that are, going door to door to get in the yards to get the bags of garbage. We can fulfill shortages with, the temporary workers, as we have for decades. We actually have fewer homes that we're servicing now than we've had in the past. If you take into account the single-family homes that are no longer single-family homes in the craft section, in the plaza alone, you can see that there's been a significant reduction there. That's all going to be waste management servicing there. So for this year, we need to be watching the budget carefully, not growing our employee headcount too much. As far as the employees that have issues with heat stroke, being someone that had heat stroke when I was young, being someone that does endurance training and is out in the heat all day, and I've had my blood work done the day after, I can tell you that it's more than just hydration. Sodium levels, other things like that, management can look at to improve how we utilize our employees. And the temporary workers are a very effective, very cost-effective way to provide the same level of service for our residents in our city going forward. Parking enforcement had similar analysis as to other part-time positions that we need to be marketing better. And I'll touch upon, for instance, the sign shop. One of the questions I asked staff was, have you compared outsourcing this job to hiring the employee? And the answer was there wasn't sufficient time to do so. So, and this is something that has come up in the past with prior commissions, I've learned. And because of that, they determined too that it was not necessary to have another employee there. It's an outsourceable position, and we can save our residents some money. I also put in some cuts for some other things that, you know, while they would be beautiful to have, such as, you know, the laser show. I think it's something that together, if someone wants to find sponsors for some of these events, that we can bring to the city, but not burden the taxpayers with it, and put our priorities first on what we need to do with City Hall here and in getting the engineering and architectural drawings done, and then evaluate how we're going to pay for it after we have an approximate price tag on that. I'm not going to go through the rest of them because I think it's just patently obvious what the purpose of this is. But I am going to talk to you briefly about the structural integrity of City Hall. We spent a lot of time last time talking about the structural integrity of City Hall. And I took my husband down to Baptist Hospital, and I take him down to Bascom Palmer, and I'm going into the parking garages loaded with cars, and there are shoring poles in them. It's not unusual to see shoring poles where construction and rehabilitation of structures needs to be done, whether it's a 100-year-old building or buildings that are much younger that are down at near Jackson Memorial Hospital or Baptist Hospital. So I would suggest going forward that before we make a conclusion that something drastic needs to be done, that we speak to staff and make decisions based upon the best advice that we can receive from the experts that we have on hand. I'm used to working with experts because I have to do so in every single one of my cases. There's a different issue in every single case because I just don't do one type of law. So I'm used to going from tape experts to structural experts to, you know, even drug testing down to patent law. So I've done a wide range of things, and I am used to utilizing experts in order to make the best decision possible for my clients going forward. Our clients here are the residents, and I think that we can do what's in the best interest of the residents by moving forward on the architectural drawings, putting the funding into City Hall. And then we have a figure that for the total rehab of City Hall, we can revisit how we pay for it at that time. So I'd like to move this forward. We need a vote on this. I deferred it last time. We all spoke a lot about it last time, and I'd like to take a vote.
I'm ready to vote.
I think we need a motion and a
Get
second.
You want to second it?
I have a second.
Okay.
Is there any public comment, Mr.?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I strongly object to the suggestions that what has been proposed during the budget estimate are not necessary. I think this item should have been brought during the budget discussion, not at this time. I think that you all requested the directors to come back with their needs. They got back all the fat. They came back with needs, and I'm sorry, but we could have had the drawings, the assessment, the plans for the repairs of City Hall had this been done instead of moving money, calling this the City Hall complex, so that we could do our wonderful idea on 427 building and spending all the money there and keep spending money there because there's still not everything is fixed. I'm sorry, this is not the proper time to talk about this.
Mr. Mayor, I have a speaker on Zoom, but I'm not able to get their last name, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute them. I have John C. on Zoom.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I had to unmute myself. Good afternoon, John Collar, 440 Sevilla Avenue. Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, councilpersons, and staff. First, I want to compliment you for providing the comprehensive set of attachments for this item. As I went through it, I was impressed with the thoroughness and the explanations for the changes that Ms. Anderson has proposed. I would like to agree that this should be presented for vote for the council, and you have our personal thanks to each and every one of you for all you do for our city. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. So we have a motion, a second. Is there any other public comment? Excuse me, any other comments from the commission?
Yes, yes. I work very closely, or I'm informed because I talk to the employees of the departments. When Mr. Rojas, or the city manager, got hired, I think maybe a month or two after, I wrote him an email, which I'm going to go ahead and, Billy, if you can put it up. And I'm sorry for not giving you a heads up.
Yes, ma'am.
But
if cable TV could put up my Zoom, yes.
There we go. This email was April 8th, and this was regarding solid waste and their new needs and why they were so crucial to them. At that moment, what was necessary for that department was 4 solid waste workers and 4 operators. There hadn't been an increase in 10 years. Meanwhile, our city kept on growing. If you keep on scrolling down a little more, there's also concerns about routes exceeding 800 houses being too large, resulting in undue stress on our employees and potential risk on their health and safety. And if you keep on going down, or is the next page?
Give me a second.
And this is back in April. There was the next page of the email. There we go. Okay. Our workers are walking between 10 to 15 miles per day while pushing carts, which has led to instances of exhaustion and medical emergencies in the past. That's something that now, what are we in September? We're still facing. While Bal Harbor may be the closest in service with operational dynamics similar to ours, they have fewer than 5,000 homes. Last Friday, the absence of 2 sanitation workers and 2 operators over overtime payments to existing staff, highlighting the urgency and increasing our workforce. Therefore, I kindly request an update on the status of solid waste new needs request. This is something that I've been addressing since April. And now what the suggestion is that we're only going to have 1 solid waste new employee. This doesn't meet the requirements at all. This is something that we've been addressing for quite a while. So I think this is very detrimental when it comes to solid waste.
Okay, so may I respond, Mayor? We have temporary workers, which will come in fresher is one of the analysis. Now, when you're talking about pushing carts, there are some proposals I've started talking to staff about that would eliminate that strain. If any of you have ever had the opportunity to push a wheelbarrow or push a wheelchair with somebody in it and with their weight in it, you understand the dynamics of how difficult that is. There are ways that we can improve our service and reduce the injuries for employees. But that is something that's going to be a separate issue as we look at how to improve our solid waste service and reduce the stress on the employees. Keeping in mind that we are servicing fewer homes than we did before, I think it's time for us to look at ways to reduce the stress on the employees, not merely by hiring more employees, and understanding the dynamic of what happens when, and I've had experience with unions before, it is, of course, the desire of every employee to have the part-time workers or the temporary workers come in full-time for multiple reasons. They're friends, or union dues will be greater. But I think we have to take a methodical approach and not, all of a sudden now we need 6 employees, 4 on the ground and 2 drivers. Let's add 1. Not saying 0. Let's move forward. Let's look for a better way to do business. I'll just give you a hypothetical. If you're not having to push the weight of the cart, and you have a cart that and they're out there on the market now, that are electric, battery assist, wheelbarrows, etc., that employee is going to have a tremendous reduction in stress. But the feasibility of that is something we need to be discussing internally here before we move forward. How is it that for decades upon decades we've serviced more homes, and now that we have reduced homes, it's now a greater issue? I know temperatures are up, but we can bring in more temporary workers to make it, a fresh crew coming in to give these employees a break. I've looked at the truck logs. I noticed the number of hours they're working per day. They're in at 7. They're back by noon or 1 o'clock. They're being paid for 10 hours every day. They work 2 days, and then they're off, and then they work 2 days. So there's a rest day in between. The city has functioned for a long period of time under these circumstances. I'm not against increasing headcount where we need to increase headcount, but it hasn't been shown to me that headcount increase is the answer to the question right now on heat exhaustion for folks. Because as I said before, there was a management issue to it, and there is also things that we can do to make the job not as strenuous.
Yeah, so as yourself, I've worked very closely as well with the Assistant Director for Solid Waste. And I brought up the point that you said about temporary workers and part-time workers. That definitely will not work for that department. And my original suggestion was 4 workers and 4 and 4. And after speaking to the Assistant City Manager, I know that we kind of came into agreement that it's a lot to increase 8 employees. So I think the recommendation from Mr. Parhus was 2 and 2. Now, we keep on facing the same, addressing the same thing about the budget, and now we're only down to 1. I think we need to stay at 2 and 2, and that would be my suggestion for Paula and for finance. Maybe you can consider the 2 and 2 that we were originally talking about for solid waste.
Commissioner Castro, first of all, thank you very much for the support that you always give to our public works and sanitation folks. Obviously, from my perspective, we would want 40 headcount increase, especially in sanitation where the work is hot and heavy. But at the end of the day, we have to look at the overall budget, and we have to look at what can we live with and what are the areas that we need to research to make the work of sanitation more viable, easier for our employees. So when we had a choice of, and in discussions, which position was most critical to us, we said it was the supervisor that we really needed. Could we use another sanitation worker? Absolutely. But one of the things that we've spoken about internally with my staff is to look at other cities, possibly do a pilot project in a particular area, changing the way we do sanitation pickup, how we do waste, how we do recycling, and try it as a test to see if, number one, we can be more efficient, number two, we can reduce our expenses. But clearly, if the will of the commission is to give us more people, great, we'll take them because we could use them. But at the present, the recommendations that the vice mayor made are recommendations that we can put into place that will at least alleviate some of the backlog that we have and some of the work that we have. But again, I do appreciate the fact that you're always looking out for sanitation folks.
Anything else? Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Menendez?
No.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, we will take a 20-minute break. We'll be back at 1:30 for a time certain, which is item F5.
Recording
P5,
stopped.
excuse me.
We have a meeting. We have a meeting at 2.
No,
It got canceled?
they're recording it.
Moving on to E5.
E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission designating Patriot Day as an official city day of remembrance and amending Chapter 1, General Provisions, Section 1-2, Definitions and Rules of Construction of the City Code to designate Patriot Day as an official city holiday, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor. Some background, I think it's no secret to anybody that on September 11th, 2001 was one of the darkest days in our nation's history. And in that darkness, a beautiful and powerful light broke through. The light emanated from the men and women who sacrificed their lives to save others. The light also emanated when our country came together as one to confront the evil unleashed and hell-bent in destroying not only our country, but our collective spirit. That is why I believe we should take this time to officially remember the day, remember our nation's pain, remember the sacrifice and honor those heroes, many of them first responders, that not only saved lives, but also helped save the day and helped save our nation. And that is why I present to my colleagues on the City Commission, to our residents, our community at large, legislation naming September 11th Patriot Day, a day of remembrance, but also an official day, along with Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and Independence Day, an official holiday of the city of Coral Gables.
Do we have any public comment, or you want to address the commission first?
I did have, some comments because I did go back and look at the history of efforts that were made by George W. Bush back in 2002 to make 9/11 a national holiday. History indicates that sadly, because of the costs to taxpayers of $818 million at the time, in federal tax dollars, it was deemed too much. More recently, the New York City Commission, on more than one occasion, and just this past September, passed a resolution urging Congress, the United States Congress, to declare September 11th a national holiday. There are several events and memorials planned to commemorate September 11th and throughout our country. And I do think that, we should pass a resolution to urge, again, the United States Congress to make this a national holiday. The events that have unfolded on September 11th unfolded in New York City, unfolded in Washington, D.C., unfolded in Pennsylvania, but reverberated throughout our country. I remember exactly where I was standing, as I'm sure every single person in here that day remembered where you were standing. This is much bigger than the city of Coral Gables. I also looked up some of the things that the national government is doing, and I asked our esteemed clerk to bring up for you, and I have paper copies for you, some of the things that the government, federal government, does and recommends that we do on September 11th, in addition to honoring the fallen, those who sacrificed their lives. They suggest that September 11th as a day of remembrance and service. Service from ourselves, service from each one of us, to donate our time, our talent, and our treasure to help out those who should be remembered. Whether it be in the spirit of what was presented earlier here today, LEAF for law enforcement and first responders, or as shown here, this National Park Service commemorations and celebrations, where even locally here you can do things to give back to the community in honor of and in respect for those who gave the ultimate sacrifice and was exposed to the various contaminants that existed at the sites where the Twin Towers went down. Those who gave their lives in Pennsylvania with the plane crashing there, as well as into the Pentagon itself. I think it's imperative that the federal government take this step. If we make it a holiday in Coral Gables, we're a small piece of the puzzle. We need to take a bigger piece, just like we have urged the United States Congress to take steps in the past to do things for this country that they should be doing. Let's be bold. Let's stand forth and urge the United States Congress to once and for all recognize September 11th as a day of remembrance and service, as well as being a holiday throughout this entire country, because every United States citizen, every resident that lives here, anyone who knew somebody or has humanity in him, cares about what happened on that day, and it should never again occur. We need to remember, need to never forget, and we need to give back to our community in remembrance on this day. So I would like to make a motion that we urge the United States Congress to recognize September 11th as a holiday throughout this entire country.
I was already working for a member of Congress on 9/11, and like you, Madam Vice Mayor, I remember where I was standing at that moment, and I was not in Washington. I was at our district office. The uncertainty that the moment had for our country was palpable. Nobody knew where the next attack was going to come, or if there was a next attack coming. Capitol Hill Police gave a directive for all of our offices to be shut down immediately. We had to do an assessment of all vehicles parked around our perimeter to ensure that there were no bombs, because there were threats that local offices would be bombed. Members of Congress, we couldn't get a hold of our boss for about 2 hours. It was a scary time for our country. I remember I was sitting in my office. My dad called me. My dad never called me during the day. But the concern that he had that day, somebody who I had never seen scared before, was something that really touched me, and it still touches me today. 2,977 people lost their lives because other people disagreed with their way of thinking. Think about that. 1,469 others, that's the number we have confirmed, have lost their lives since due to related illnesses. Over 10,000 are currently dealing with ailments because of what they suffered that day. I have no problem kicking the ball to Congress for Congress to act, but we have an opportunity to lead today and set a standard across the country and say, you know what, in Coral Gables, we're honoring the people who lost their lives that day. We're going to have our day of remembrance. We're going to have Patriots Day in the city of Coral Gables, and we're going to encourage the residents of Coral Gables to give back to the community on this day. I have no problem voting to ask Congress to act, but I think that should come with an attached resolution that Coral Gables has dedicated September 11th as a holiday in the city of Coral Gables in remembrance for what happened that day. One of the most touching ceremonies that we are able to participate in every year is our 9/11 ceremony at the fire headquarters. And I will never forget the speech given by my predecessor, Vice Mayor Mike Mena, and his connection to 9/11. It touched all of us. It touched each and every one of us. And, you know, we can attach a price tag, we can blame anything for not calling it a holiday here in our city, but this is something that is right. And I think it's something that we should do.
Mr. Clerk, open the public comment.
Yes, sir. First speaker is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. What can I say? This is long overdue. This should have been done years ago. And I'm glad that you brought it up. And I think the least we can do is push it through, make it happen, and then be able to say, we did it, instead of we waited for others to do it before we tagged along. It is the right thing to do. Let's do it. I don't even think anybody should have second thoughts about it. I think it's time, it's long overdue, make it happen.
Mr. Clerk.
John O'Brien.
John O'Brien, President, South Florida Council of Firefighters. Mailing address 8000 Northwest 21st Street. I do not stand here because of one individual and his words. It is not his name that matters. The names that will always matter are the 343 firefighters that gave their lives that day. The 343. You know what traits are expected of firefighters? Bravery, calmness in the chaos, and yes, a little crazy to run into danger. You know what traits are expected of an elected official representing tens of thousands? Professionalism, tactful, and most importantly, respectful. Anyone who knows a firefighter knows that there's one word that makes us uncomfortable when it's directed our way, and that's heroes. We see ourselves as ordinary people placed in extraordinary circumstances, and oftentimes that means giving someone a fighting chance to live. But those 343, they are heroes. And not I nor the other firefighters in this room will allow anyone to pretend otherwise. In a town full of secrets, the mayor has kept it no secret as to how he feels about firefighters. But this isn't about a group you dislike. This isn't even about your confusion with historical significance in our country. This is about honoring and respecting the 343 we lost. See, they didn't do it for the monuments or thank yous. They didn't do it for the media coverage, the votes, or the self-promotion, like many other jobs require. Those 343, they sacrificed in the name of service, and the least that can be given by you is either respect or silence.
Mr. Clerk.
Charles Brannick.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. I would like to first thank you all for having me speak today, or allowing me to speak today. My name is Charles Brannock. I am a retired Coral Gables firefighter of over 30 years. I'm also one of two Coral Gables firefighters that was sent to New York, part of the FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Team. Chief Dan Thornhill was also with me, another Coral Gables firefighter. So I want you to know that we did represent, Coral Gables did represent in New York for this. Let me get to the point. I would like to throw out some numbers, some that have already been mentioned here. 2,977, 72, 343. The first number is, that's how many people died on 9/11. 2,977 due to a terrorist attack on this country. 72 is the number of police officers who died that day. 343, the number of my fellow firefighters who gave their lives to try to save lives, because that's what we do. Now, Mr. Mayor, I saw the video where you made some comments about 9/11. You said this is not an exact quote, but close enough, I think. 9/11 is not a national holiday. It's not a state holiday, and you can check with the clerk, make sure. I want to make this point. Perception, tone, maybe arrogance. That's how it came across. And that's where I, as someone who lives with the memories of what I did and what I saw and the health issues that come with the members of Florida Task Force Number 2, I take offense to your comments. Now, I'm sure you didn't mean it the way I and fellow firefighters took it, but now you and your fellow commissioners are able to fix this. You now have the unique opportunity to make 9/11 a recognized day in the city of Coral Gables. Don't wait for other parts of the government to do this. Be the first and watch it spread. We remember days like December 7th, 1941 and 9/11 because it's the right thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker is going to be on Zoom, Mr. Mayor. It's going to be Edward Kelly.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for having me and allowing me a few words to say at this commission meeting. My name is Edward Kelly. I'm the General President of the International Association of Firefighters, representing 350,000 paid professional firefighters and EMS workers throughout North America and beyond. I'd especially like to thank Commissioner Menendez for spearheading this ordinance. It's a very worthwhile endeavor. I'd also like to thank President Perez and the members of Coral Gables Local 1210 for making sure that their voices are heard. 23 years ago today, close to 3,000 innocent Americans went to bed expecting a normal day of work the next day and were met with absolute vicious hatred and death. Those attacks played out in New York City, in Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon. But make no mistake about it, the intended target was Coral Gables and every other city and town in the United States. On that day, many of our fellow Americans who were killed that day left behind families to mourn, children that lost their parents, parents that lost their children, spouses that lost their significant other. But everyone in this world knew that the world changed that day. Every American knew that that which was now different. As my brothers who spoke before me mentioned, 343 members of the fire department of the city of New York sacrificed their lives heroically in what was the single greatest rescue effort in the history of the world. Also, one fire patrol member, Keith Roma, another IFF member, lost his life heroically that day saving others. And since that time, 360 FDNY members and counting have succumbed to World Trade Center related illnesses. I will tell you that the hatred and the misguided devotion that drove those murders that day still exists today. And the answer to that hatred is to never forget the love that was put on full display by those who sacrificed their lives saving others that day. So I ask the good commission of Coral Gables to lead the way in this country. Ensure that 9/11 is forever remembered in Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker, Nick Stockel.
We can come around and.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nick Stocko, and I am the President of the Tampa Firefighters Union, proudly representing over 750 uniformed firefighters and paramedics in Tampa, Florida. I'm speaking today to offer our full support for the proposed ordinance recognizing September 11th, Patriots Day, as an official city holiday. This day holds profound significance for firefighters and first responders across the nation. It's a day that honors the selfless sacrifice of those who gave their lives, and it serves as a reminder of the bravery and dedication we bring to our jobs every day.
To hear that the importance of 9/11 was recently diminished in Coral Gables by Mayor Vince Lago was deeply disappointing, especially given the connection firefighters have to that day. We commend Commissioner Menendez for proposing this ordinance and standing with first responders. Recognizing Patriots Day as a paid holiday reflects the respect and honor the day deserves. It also sends a clear message to the nation and its firefighters, both in Coral Gables and across the state, that their contributions and sacrifices are never forgotten. I encourage the Commission to adopt this ordinance, and we stand with the men and women of Coral Gables who support this important initiative. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker, Neil De Jesus.
Good morning. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Neil DeJesus, and I am a proud past member of the Coral Gables Fire Department. I'm a former fire chief, city commissioner, and city manager. Thank you, Commissioner Menendez, for sponsoring this ordinance, and thank you, Commissioners Castro and Fernandez, for your continued support. Mayor Lago and Vice Mayor Anderson, I encourage you to put your political differences aside and support this ordinance unanimously. I sat in those commission chambers on Tuesday morning, September 11, 2001, when I received a page from our communications supervisor that a plane had just struck one of the towers. By the time I stepped out to gather additional information and confer with members of command staff, the second plane had struck the south tower as well. I walked back into the chambers, approached the side of the dais, and advised the city manager of this tragic event. The manager interrupted the meeting and advised the commission of the news. There was an immediate somberness throughout that room, and even some tears. But let me assure you, there was clearly no smiling, as there was no reason to smile. Not on that day 23 years ago, and not today. Mayor, after watching the August 27, 2004 commission meeting, specifically item F13, I felt compelled to go back and watch the entire meeting to ensure I understood the full context for which you brought and made such an insensitive statement. Your comments came across as ignorant and arrogant. While September 11th is in fact not a national holiday, it was a joint resolution approved December 18th, 2001. The Congress designated September 11th as a year as Patriot Day, and by Public Law 111-113 approved on April 21st, the Congress has requested the observation of September 11th as an annually recognized National Day of Service and Remembrance. Regardless of that fact, nearly 3,000 people murdered that day, including 2,574 civilians, 343 firefighters, 23 NYPD, and 37 Port Authority officers who rushed in to save those innocent souls. The remains of 1,117 souls were never found, leaving loved ones without closure. Those numbers are astonishing. And in the war that followed, we lost nearly 2,400 U.S. troops. Since 9/11/2001, the number of post-9/11 related deaths for first responders has surpassed the deaths on that tragic day. Ironically, in spite of your obvious disdain for the city of Coral Gables police officers and firefighters, those brave men and women who serve the city beautiful would still do the same for you and your family. With that said, Mayor, the families of those that were murdered will not be smiling on 9/11. Anyone who loves this great country and what we stand for will not be smiling on 9/11. The brave military and first responders who protect and serve will not be smiling on 9/11. And you, sir, should not be smiling on 9/11. However, you should attend the 9/11 ceremony and stand in solemn remembrance of those who were murdered and those who made the ultimate sacrifice. I will be in attendance. I would love to meet you, but I will not be smiling. In closing, Mayor Lago, I encourage you to issue an apology for those hurtful words to the families, survivors, and the men and women who serve in this brave occupation. Thank you all for your time.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Clerk, anyone else from the commission?
I'm just going to follow up because seems there's a misunderstanding here. I want to make a resolution to push Congress to make this a holiday because we need to go beyond our borders. This should have been done a couple decades ago, roughly speaking. And, still to this day, it's not. Just having it a holiday in the city of Coral Gables is not sending the message that we need to send. That we should never, ever forget the suffering that's happened and still continues to happen because of that day. It's a solemn period. It's not a period for celebration. It should be a day of service, which is why I shared the materials that I did today for people to participate. I'd like to take a vote on the resolution first, and then we can make a motion on the ordinance.
With all due respect, Mayor, I sincerely demand an apology to not only Coral Gables, but to the rest of the country.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody else on
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
anybody else trying to get on?
Since, I don't know, Mayor, you have,
Go ahead.
with all due respect, I ask that we vote on my item, and we do, as Commissioner Fernandez said, if it's the will of the commission, and I'm in total support sending a resolution to Congress, but we attach our legislation to it.
No, I have no objection attaching our legislation to it, but because a resolution is one vote.
Right, but
and
there
we
is no
can-
attachment unless we vote on this one first. So I would prefer, if you don't mind, it's my item. I'm going to make a motion to approve the ordinance. If there's a second, let me know.
Second.
So are you withdrawing your motion, Vice Mayor?
We're going to vote on the ordinance first.
I will defer to allow the ordinance to be voted on first out of respect for Commissioner Menendez's request.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
And I'm sorry, who seconded?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
And I move again to bring a resolution to the United States Congress to urge them to make 9/11 a national holiday for all of the United States.
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Any further comments for the good of the order? Okay. Well, I'm going to make some comments. In my opinion, it's profoundly important that we remember and honor the significance of September 11th. I've been to every September 11th event that the city's had here. I've also visited the September 11th Memorial in New York. I did this past weekend when I was there for work. Recently, a statement I made was taken out of context. I want to make sure that you understand. Taken out of context. All of you that sent me text messages, Billy McAllister, David Perez, all of you that send me comments on social media, please understand, this is all politics. All politics in an effort to smear my name. I made was taken out of context, implying that I did not view September 11th as a national holiday. If you play the entire clip, you will see Commissioner Fernandez is telling me that we shouldn't have the clock dedication, which is a simple clock in downtown, because September 11th is a national holiday. I stood up, I went to the clerk, and I said, I didn't know. Is it a national holiday? If it is a national holiday, I agree. We shouldn't have anything on a national holiday. He told me it was not a national holiday. I brought it before the commission. I said, September 11th is not a national holiday. We're doing it at 6 o'clock at night. The remembrance is at 8:45, like we've done year after year. I'm a believer that those terrorists who came to this country and killed over 3,000 people want us to shelter at home, want us to not go out, want us to make sure that we don't continue to live our lives. And I won't do that. To clarify my point that September 11th should not be celebrated as a holiday, but solemnly observed. The city remains operational on this day, reflecting that it's not a time for celebration, but for collective remembrance. My intention has always been to move forward with a ceremony that appropriately honors our city and all those who have served, like we do every September 11th, like I go to every September 11th, to pay respect to the men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice and who went into that building with many of them knowing that they would not come out. I'm pleased that we found a new date for the clock. The individuals who graciously helped me with this clock that we worked on for 2 years said, Vince, let's just move it. Half of the team can't be there. It's not a big deal. We'll move it to another day. I said, perfect. We'll move it to another day. It's the following day. Ensuring that our annual celebration remains intact. This event is dedicated to honoring not only those who endured the horrific attacks, but also the brave souls who sacrificed their lives, their families who continue mourning those individuals who were lost. Upholding their legacy is a responsibility we take seriously, and I remain committed to ensuring their courage and the impact of that day are never forgotten. Unfortunately, like I mentioned before, this is yet another attempt to attack me as mayor by focusing on semantics rather than the true intent behind my words. Instead of being distracted by such tactics, I urge all of you, every single person, let's come together tomorrow to honor the memories of those who were killed, those families that were affected forever as a result of the terrorist attacks on 9/11, as they deserve our full respect and dedication. If any of you were here before and you question my loyalty to police and fire when I don't agree with union contracts or when I do agree with union contracts, my record is clear. Over $100 million in infrastructure, new infrastructure, all new fire stations, record-breaking union contracts. And in today's commission meeting, I worked on a project for 1 year with other local residents. You can look it up, called the LEAF program, Law Enforcement and Firefighting Day in the city, where we will have an event in January where we will raise money for firefighters and police officers in our community who were affected in one form or another. Either they passed away in service, they were hurt in service, and we are here to help their families make sure they can make it by. So at the end of the day, I have the utmost respect for the hard work, your efforts, and 9/11. I have no issues with it being a national holiday. My response was clear and was in response to Commissioner Fernandez in regards to whether we should have a ceremony that day or not. Remember, we have days in history in this country where many Americans tragically died. From Pearl Harbor to Oklahoma City, where hundreds, if not thousands of people died. Do you take those days off, or do you remember them forever? We honor their lives, we honor their sacrifices. But it's very easy to try to smear me and try to destroy me over a comment that's taken out of context. But please don't come here and tell me that I don't respect you. Please don't, because I have the utmost respect for you. We may have disagreements at the end of the day, but I do respect you, your efforts, and everyone that was lost on 9/11. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item F2.
Was this your apology?
I don't feel like I have to apologize. Let's move on. Okay. We have a vote already? We have to take an additional vote?
No, sir.
All right. Then we're moving on to item F2.
F2 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the appointments of commissioners and staff to serve as members of the 2024-25 Florida League of Cities Legislative Policy Committees and authorizing those commissioners and staff members to advocate for the city's legislative priorities.
My colleagues that have received appointments, I'm bringing this item forward so they'll be recognized for the rest of for the residents to be aware that the positions that we'll be serving in. Does anybody else want to make any comment? I know that I'm excited about going on to the Legislative Policies Committee to try to make some difference in our statewide policies and protect home rule and all the things that are near and dear to the residents of our city.
I am extremely, very, very excited about the committee that I was appointed to. It has to do with development, code compliance, code enforcement, and I think this is something, if not one of the biggest issues we face here in Coral Gables, and I'm so happy to be able to represent our city in the state.
I think it's great that our city's going to be represented, not just by the three of us, but also we have Fernando, who will also be sitting on a board, and Chelsea, who will also be sitting on a board. So we will be represented in each committee of the Florida League of Cities. I think one of the most important meetings we had in Tallahassee when we were last up there was with the League of Cities discussing home rule. I think that is one of the largest issues that is affecting municipalities like us throughout the state. We will now have a seat at the table to have the conversation with other municipalities and find ways to address these issues with the legislature and try to defend our home rule from an active standpoint. So I thank Fernando, Chelsea, and the two of you for also offering to sit on these boards. I think this will be work that will be well worth it for all of us to be doing.
We can hope and pray it does.
Exactly. Exactly.
You good? Yes, sir. All right, man. Looking forward to it. Item F6.
We
No,
do
Mr.
need a
Mayor, I
motion.
need a motion.
Oh, I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, before taking a vote, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Of course.
Maria Magdalena Estupinan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioner. Thank you so much. My name is Maria Magdalena Estupinan, 21 Madeira. I have a question for you. You know that my fight has been against the United Nations Sustainable Development, which is totally unsustainable, and the things that are happening in the city and the country. And I am absolutely pro endorsing the holiday for the 9/11, but we also have to realize the dangers that we are facing right now, and I would like to address those issues. Now, in reference to this Florida League of Nations, I believe that that is part of the National League of Nations. Am I right or wrong?
No, it's League of Cities. It's League of
Florida-
Florida.
League of Nations is part of
League of Cities.
League of Cities.
League of
not nations.
Cities. These are the cities putting together our collective efforts
Right.
to.
Right, but there's a national body.
No.
Am I right or wrong? Because I just saw this at the last minute. So that's why I would like to be, like, I know the League of Cities is absolutely, let's say, lefty. And I don't know whether this is linked to that.
No, it's,
By the way,
what it is we have issues in common with other cities where we need to be
No,
able
and they
to
do
protect
too.
our
I mean, the
rights.
national also does.
No, this
So-
has nothing to do
Okay,
with
so
that.
who can I sit down with so I can kind of,
We're not, the city of Coral Gables is not a member of the National League of Cities. I checked that this
You're
week.
not?
We are not. This
okay,
is the Florida League of Cities, and the point of this is to try to intervene in legislation that will affect the residents of Coral Gables. That's what our work in the Florida League of Cities, and that's the point of the League of
okay.
Cities.
So I think that the Vice Mayor said something about addressing the Congress for the 9/11. I would like also to see if you do something, because I've been trying to reach out to representatives, senators. There's a summit of the future by the United Nations this September. They are already getting together. So it's a meeting. And we are going to lose our sovereignty as a country, as a nation. And I wonder if you would like to address that too, because this is extremely important. Also, I would like to know if, because I missed the morning open comments, can I talk about climate change?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm doing a kind of trying to do like a movement across the cities, and it's called Climate Change, 40 plus years of failed predictions. Now, everything that we're going through as a nation, as the world, is based on climate change. CO2 is a pollutant. No, it's not. So I'm asking if you would because Mr. Mayor very graciously said you can ask the commissioners if they want to go ahead with it. I would like to have a debate, an open debate, public debate on the climate change issue. I have top of the line scientists. So, it's the city saying yes. This is extremely, extremely dangerous. Based on a lie, okay, we're losing everything. I put out a little video. I'm going to send it to you. It's 15 minutes. I'm sorry. But it's called, again, Climate Change 40 plus years of failed predictions. It's extremely important that we look into that because this September, we might not have a nation, a republic after those days if the United States sign into this. So I would like you to look into this. This is extremely, extremely dangerous. And I thank you so much. So wait a minute. Would you be willing to vote on the debate today, or should we put it in the?
As I told you, I would love to have a debate.
Okay.
I've made efforts to see if we can put something together,
Okay,
but I need
so
the help of my colleagues on the commission.
Okay. Can you vote on it? Yes?
We can instruct the administration to sit down with you to find a
Yeah, I would like
proper
to hear
site.
a little more detail on dates, parameters, location.
But I mean, it's either yes, the debate, or no, the debate. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I have everything for you. Believe me.
So there's
What,
more.
when, who, what, when, where?
There's more things to just saying yes or no.
Why?
Why? Because we need to know time, we need to know place, we need to know venue.
No, that's up to you. You decide. This is the city of Coral Gables taking the first step, saying we have residents that say we are wasting so much money on something that is baseless. And I can prove it. 40 years, not one prediction has come through, just give me one.
So what we could do is that we can instruct administration to sit down with you and see if how much it is, who's going to be there, the venue, the time, how it works, and then bring it back to commission and we can vote on it. But right now, there's nothing to really vote on. A debate where, when?
So what I'm hearing is that the commission perhaps will take it under consideration and maybe meet individually with the manager and then give any feedback to the manager in that way.
Right. Plus, I think
So what
we
is the
still
next
need
step?
You're going to meet
But you would agree that you are okay with the debate, right?
You'll meet with the manager.
The exchange of, okay, we have other people, we have other scientists. I have Nobel Prize scientists. I mean, you tell me, and I'm going to have them here. So whenever, you tell me.
I think we're always in favor of good debate.
Huh?
Good debate that talks points on both sides and makes conclusions.
Okay, but
So
that,
I'm willing to vote on it. I've been trying to work on it with you for some time. If you want to, my colleagues want you to meet with the manager, then you can meet with the manager, come up with a game plan, and they can bring it back.
okay, but I just wanted to know, are you
We
pro?
collectively instruct, if I'm not mistaken, instruct the city manager's office to sit down with
No-
you.
no problem.
To work out details.
No problem. I'm going to send you my little video. And
You said it
please
wasn't
look
little.
into the Summit of the Future.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So are we done with public comment on it?
Yeah.
Pending motion?
I think, hold on one second. Mr. Clerk, we're done with public comment?
Yes, sir.
All right. We have a pending motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to F7.
Biltmore Way streetscape.
We skipped F6.
It's something I think both of us have been working on.
We skipped F6.
We'll come back to it.
And come back to it. Talking about trees and flowers and stuff like that is a nice change of pace.
Yes. So the reason I asked for this to be on the agenda, I know we've been pending the next step on Biltmore Way streetscape, what's going to be happening. I know that the consensus seemed to be from residents, they wanted the shade trees. So just wanted to see where we are right now, what the next step is, because I think this will have to be part of the budget in October. So just want to make sure we're ready to hit the ground running.
So we currently have $250,000 assigned 253-ish for design, for improvements in that corridor. And what we've been working, negotiating with one of our consultants in the pool was to work on the simplest, easiest, actionable one, which is basically the concept of you have 12-foot sidewalks there. The idea was to create tripits, maybe 6x8, 6x6, whatever the landscaper folks, and then plant. It will have to be medium-sized trees. You don't have enough space to plant larger trees. And unfortunately, we couldn't reach an agreement with a consultant. We felt the price was too much, and we're moving on, and we're trying to get a pricing with someone else. There were other discussion about other things possibly on that corridor, but I think for right now, at least we were working towards just the landscaping element of it. If you desire to do anything else beyond that, we're more than happy to take the commission's direction. And I'm sorry, if I may add, the idea was, unfortunately, like I said, we couldn't reach an agreement with this consultant. We should probably have a preliminary set of drawings towards the end of the year, but it's usually not a good idea for us to have a community meeting in December because people are out of town. So probably sometime in January, we can probably have a conversation with the community with something preliminary to show and get their feedback.
So I'm going to bring you up to speed of the work that I had been doing with some of the residents and our team. And when we said that they had $253,000 to do the next presentation and community meeting, it was along the same vein of the type of community meeting they had in the past. I said, I think it's pretty clear what the residents want. They want, sidewalk, hole cut in, and trees installed. So the decision was made, instead of using it just for presentation purposes, to get an actual design plan going. And we've had some preliminary discussions about species of trees that could work out. The resident that was in the meeting loved that particular tree. And because we're only dealing with condominium units, my thoughts were, let's get the plan together. Let's share it with them. They can, and their board, at least preview it. And then we can gather those residents that live on that street and let them make a decision, and have a discussion about the tree choice, location. I mean, we are constrained in front of the David Williams because of the parking garage underneath it, but at least if we get 3/4 of it with shade trees, we're going to be so much further ahead, and we can deal with the structural issues of the David Williams garage at a future point in time. But get the trees in and they can start growing. So.
Yeah. One thing that I know I had discussed in the past, I don't think it's ever happened. Have we been in discussion with Dr. Feely, EUM, regarding our tree canopy and suggestions that he may have?
I have to, Dina, I'm sorry.
I did meet with.
I know we had asked for that. I don't know if that ever happened.
Hi. So, Dr. Feely, regarding trees on Biltmore Way, we talked about a diversity, not just using live oaks, and the proposal that Hermes was talking about with removing parts of the sidewalk to create planters, right, is the idea, using the current width of the sidewalk and removing flags to create openings. That's going to be a more medium-sized tree. It's not going to be a large tree like an oak.
No, it wouldn't be. And you posited, for instance, the yellow flowering tree, Bolnesia.
Bolnesia arborea is one that we are looking at, and that's from South America, a native to South America. So Dr. Feely's research is pretty much based on picking more trees that are native to close to the equator and used to higher heat, so that as temperatures rise, they're more adapt to the hotter temperatures. So yes, we've looked into it.
Right, and Biltmore Way in particular is going to be a very hot environment for any tree to be planted. So it's critical at that point that we pick something that's used to a very difficult situation to grow in. We have those yellow flowering trees, as you pointed out, down near the library, between the library and the youth center. We have them on other locations underneath power lines, so they're manageable and they don't get too extremely large, and we can keep them contained. So I would love to get this thing moving.
Yeah, timeline-wise, I mean, I know that there's the issue of not being able to find the proper contractor and pricing-wise, but I think January is a long ways away. And January then becomes March, and then it becomes April. And then we don't have a tree canopy on Biltmore Way until, 2029. So what can we do to get this process moving quicker and get this project completed? I mean, this has been a work that the vice mayor has put a lot of time into, and I know your team has put a lot of time into. Residents have been asking for a while. I want this to be top priority on getting this accomplished.
The only funding we have available right now is for design, and depending on, there may be a little bit left over, depending on are we going to add other features to this beside the trees or not. There is no money currently available for construction for this. The issue that we've experienced in that corridor or several meetings that we've had is that there is sometimes not a cohesive agreement between the several folks in that area about what exactly they want at that location. So I'm hoping that there's an agreement.
I would disagree. I think, like the vice mayor said, they want shade.
Right.
That's their top priority is let's have shade in this area, and they don't want to lose parking spaces.
Right.
So we just need to get this done.
So we're moving forward with a concept, and we can, the consultant needs the time to actually go ahead and come up with the designs, go to the community. Assuming there's no pushback with what we're proposing with the commission, I don't see why we couldn't have a set of drawings ready by the summer.
That would be very good. Well, it'd be nice to have this summer.
Yes, exactly.
So,
I would like to be walking under the shade trees now.
The question is, I guess, the funding. We don't have construction money available for this.
So I'm going to ask you to provide the commission what it's going to take to do it. We field grow the trees so that they're ready to go, or reserve some trees so they're ready to go. And what kind of money is necessary to get this job done? Because it's been at least 2 decades.
Yeah, the last number that you gave me was about between $400,000 and $800,000. Has that changed?
For those 2 blocks, roughly, more or less. At the end of the day, we come up with an estimate based on the spacing, but we also utilities, and that's really the bulk of the work really that the consultant needs to do.
Hermes, may I ask you a question? May I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So you think for $400,000 you can do all the bulb outs, the asphalt, you can do all the utility work, you can plant the trees, you can do the curbing, you can do the striping, you can do all the work that's necessary, the demolition, the soft cost of the design, the permitting costs. You think you can do all that for $400,000?
No. We're not touching the payment.
At all?
No. And the estimate was somewhere like about, it depends on how far it goes. Because remember, we have the entire run of the David Williams that we cannot touch. So we figure somewhere between $400,000 up to maybe $800,000. But that's strictly the sidewalk. We're not touching the pavement.
So let me ask you a question.
No bulb outs.
No bulb outs.
No drainage change.
You think it's gonna look professional, or you think it's gonna look like a patch job? What's your honest opinion?
I mean, we have to put something together to show the community. I mean,
I'm just asking you.
Just
saying. I don't have a problem if that's the budget. That's the budget. But you think I would be impressed, being in construction, that job can be done for $400,000? I don't see it.
Well,
I don't see it. But
400 to 800. It's roughly the numbers that we were.
So 400 to 800.
That's what we. $400 to $800,000. That's a lot of money. Well, I don't have plans. I mean, we don't have. We need to get to the details.
You need to do engineering. You need to do geotechnical reports. You need to hire an architect, hire an engineer.
We have 250. That's in addition to the 250 that we currently have allocated for the project.
Yeah. I mean, listen, if you can do it for $450, that'd be great. I would be ecstatic. I mean, Ms. Cheryl Gold would be, she would be jumping for joy.
It would probably be closer to the upper end than the lower end. But again, until we go through the process, we need to
Silver cells,
figure it out.
You need that cost.
I'm sorry?
You need the cost of the silver cells, aside from the cutting the cement and making and excavating and so forth. But you need to, have to put silver cells down.
Our estimates were based on structural soil. Silver cells will increase the price significantly higher.
Structural soil. Whatever Dina says will make those trees grow pretty and keep them healthy. And then we need an estimate on how many trees we can comfortably put in there and make the street beautiful. I mean, we can always come back and add other features. I mean, it needs repaved. I mean, that's on my wish list for Tallahassee, the repaving. There's a crosswalk that.
Traffic calming?
Yeah, a crosswalk that needs to be put in, a traffic circle that could go in, and there's a lot of other improvements. There's an area where, we could add additional striping instead of having a lane there, so it makes it easier for people that are parked in there to back out without getting, rear-ended. Lots of other things, but if we start with the trees, we can, we've got the biggest lift thing done. And then hopefully we can bring back money from Tallahassee for the rest of this, or at least to assist with it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to F8.
I would like to call things in order. Let's go back to F6 if we can.
Can I just finish F8 and then we'll go back?
Why do we continue deferring that item and skipping it? Robert's rules requires that we go in order on the agenda. Unless a commission.
Madam City Attorney. Madam City Attorney. I've been going through the agenda, trying to find things as quickly as possible to move around the agenda so we can get things done. Am I allowed, as the chair of the meeting, to jump from item to item to item?
So our code doesn't specify exactly, Mayor, that it needs to be in a certain order, but you are presiding over the meetings, and the practice has been that sometimes items are not taken necessarily in the exact order. So as the chair, you can, I think, call different items.
Thank you very much.
Would that be following Robert's rules?
So it's our code. Remember, our code has rules of procedure. I don't know if this has ever come up before, this exact question, so I can confirm whether our code addresses this exact issue that we have to go in the exact order. I can do that. However, it's not about Robert's rules because Robert's rules is a gap filler in our code.
And there's a gap here.
I need to review it because, again, I've never had this question come up that we have to go in the exact order because we've never been the practice of this board, of this commission.
We'll get to it right now. No big deal. All right, moving to F8.
All right, I'll make a motion to call up F6.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Just say yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's
yes.
not been the practice of the board. I think we've wasted more time going back over this. Go ahead, yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Locke.
Yes. All right, F6.
I would like to call up our assistant city manager. I had the opportunity of meeting Doug Wood last week. I was here for office hours and I saw staff outside of my office, came outside to say hello, and he happened to be there. Very nice gentleman, very humble man. Takes his business very seriously. And he looked me in the eye. He's like, "Thank you for taking these concerns seriously." So I just want to know where we are, what has happened since the last meeting. I know that there are questions regarding photos that had been taken in the past, locating where the issues are, figuring out which ones had been addressed. So
Can I just put something on the record, just to be clear, because I don't want to catch anybody off guard. I had a long, extensive conversation with multiple structural engineers, one of them being Doug Wood yesterday, in regards to this issue. We covered the project in serious, extensive manner, and I have a background in engineering and construction management, and we had a very long conversation in regards to this. I don't want to catch anybody off guard. So Commissioner Fernandez is not the only one that met with him. We had a long conversation yesterday to discuss the issue. So go ahead, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Honorable Commissioners. Joe Gomez, Assistant City Manager. The report that was issued by Doug Wood for the recertification, the items that needed to be addressed, that was on August of 26th. And I think I spoke about that at the last commission meeting. There were 16 specific items that were noted in that letter. I'm pleased to report that 13 of those 16 items we're going to begin repairs as of tomorrow, and those repairs will be completed by October the 2nd. The remaining 3 items are primarily due to the radial beam, the shoring that's required to do the repairs on the radial beam, as well as the columns outside of the commission chambers. Those, we've already issued the purchase order to the shoring contractor. He has 2 weeks to come up with the shoring design, which is going to essentially jack up the radial beam while that is completed. That process will take about 3 to 4 months to complete those repairs. Doug Wood is already working on the plans for the repairs of the radial beam. So that shoring will remain in about 3 to 4 months, and that will essentially complete the 16 items that were raised by Doug Wood and his concerns. I just would also like to update the commission that for the assessment portion of it, which is the RFQ that was put out, the proposals were received last Friday. We have 5 respondents to that proposal. It's still under the cone of silence, but that will be the next step, which will lead us to the assessment, the full assessment of what's needed to be done to rehabilitate the entire building and then provide a plan moving forward.
Now, the 16 items on the list, is that the list that we had 2022 and then again in 2023?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So how many of them had actually been done prior to now?
Some of the work was done, but there were multiple items in each of those. For example, if you go through the list, there's several photos of items that needed to be done. So the work that remains for those 13 items, that'll start tomorrow, and it's expected to be completed by October the 2nd.
Okay. So that would comply with Mr. Wood's assessment that we can continue to work here, operate here?
Absolutely. Okay. The building is structurally safe to continue to occupy and remain in place.
Now, as far as the shoring,
yes, sir.
That will take 4 months. So we're
About
talking
4 months.
January, February until it's complete.
After that the work that'll complete the repairs of the radial beam, and that's the primary reason for the shoring, which is 2 columns to support, is for that because it's a curved beam, which is very untypical and needs that kind of shoring.
So it's a technical question. Applying pressure on the beams as they are right now, are we causing more harm to the beams?
This building.
Hold on. The mayor thinks it's funny.
Yeah, because when we're talking about technical questions, this is something that you don't ask this gentleman. You know, he's not the engineer on record, and I think it also puts him in a tough position. And I'm sorry. I apologize for that. On his behalf, I apologize.
No, I apologize for you because you think everything is funny when people ask serious questions.
I'm not. It's not a serious question. Is that you?
It is a serious question.
May I?
No, because I have the floor. You're interrupting.
I'm not. You asked me a question. You asked me if I was.
So going back to my question.
The loads that this building is carrying right now, this building was designed for way more loading. As you know, we at one time had the entire building department in this building here with people coming in every day to this building. So the fact that we've removed all that load because they're now at the 427 building down the street, this building, in terms of the everyday people that are in this building, it's not structurally affecting the loads on this building.
Correct, but the loading that you're talking about is not on this side where the beams are. It's on that side of the building.
Well,
it's in a different, because the issues are over here. There's nothing above us. So the load that's being placed on those beams, for the most part, that's additional load, is when there are meetings in this room.
Commissioner, with all due respect, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can, this building was designed to sustain a lot more loads than what you see here.
Okay.
So I think it's the reason for the shoring. The reason for the shoring is because there are spalling cracks on that radial beam, and for the safety of the workers as well as when they start chipping away the concrete, we want to be able to support because it's a very unique structure. But other than that, there really is no other issue.
Got it. So we're good to continue to operate here?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as the noise level, once the shoring begins.
The shoring is really, it'll be probably a couple of day operation. They're going to have to, for example, in the city manager's office, between the DCM's office and the chief of staff's office, that wall is going to probably have to be moved, knocked down, to be able to put one of the shoring tables to put the shoring. You're going to have to move ceiling panels, so they're going to have to relocate temporarily. At CIP next door, same issue. There's going to be an area where that second shoring takes place. After that, it's really, a lot of the work is exterior work and all that. So I don't expect the noise level to be significant. But if it becomes an issue, we'll take that into advisement and take appropriate measures.
Right, the actual work will take the full 4 months, or is that part of the design part of that?
It's expected. Remember, this is slow work because, again, it's an old building, and as you chip away concrete and you look at spalls and all that, it's slow-moving work. It's very manual work. So
Now, as far as the assessment, what is the time frame expected once we issue that?
we're currently, we just received the proposals. Once we review the proposals and make a recommendation to the commission on who to move forward with, then we'll develop the assessment schedule. I suspect that the assessment is going to take anywhere from 3 to 4 months to do a complete full assessment of the building and what's required. A lot of the information is already there. It's historical because we've been working on the building, so that information will be made available to the team that wins, who receives the contract. And then after that, they'll come up with a plan of how to face the work.
Got it.
If I may, Commissioner, my intention is when they start doing the work in our office on the first floor is to relocate either to the CMR or to the Fink building, just so we don't have employees breathing the dust and all that they're kicking up. Obviously, we'll confer with anyone else that's on the first floor or even the second floor. If they would like to relocate, we'll find office space for them. We do have a drawing. I'm not sure if the timing will be correct, but we do have a drawing of the cottage behind. If it's completed in time, that if the commission wanted, they could have office space there to be close by. The only other question is going to be is commission meetings and hearings, whatever the will of the commission is, to hold those either here or at the CMR while the construction is being done.
You want to say something, or can I respond, Mayor?
You want to respond first, and then
I'll
I'll do the tail end here?
I'll respond. First off, I want to congratulate you, because as a professional, you know, it took a lot of guts to do what you just did right now. And I commend you for that, because you stood strong, you led, and you didn't allow yourself to be led into making a statement that was incorrect. And that takes a lot of respect. I have a newfound respect for you, and I'm willing to say it on the dais, because that took a lot of guts to do that. Now, the third floor of the building has not changed. The third floor of the building has been empty. All the furniture has been removed. All the file cabinets are removed. You may have about 3 or 4 or 5 individuals working there that are part of Christina's staff, but they're in and out of the office, running all over this community, addressing issues. So the load has been taken off of the third floor. The second floor, maybe during the day, has 6 or 7 people in it working here, between the commission, the staff, people cleaning. You have Christina's office. She's there. She has 1 person working there. So let's play it 10. The first floor is completely empty in regards to the finance and development services and all that. So this was prepared for this moment. If you look at the building next door on 427, the manager may not be aware of it, but that building was prepared to have. We could have meetings there, or we could have meetings at the public safety building. I don't care. Whatever you guys want to do, fine with me. If there's an issue of noise, I don't have a problem moving from here. As I stated in the last commission meeting, we don't need to evacuate this building. Okay? I spoke to Douglas Wood, who's a very respected individual in this community, and I had a conversation with him. Look, Mr. Wood, these are the issues that we're facing. He explained to me about the spalding and the stone column, and there was an area where they couldn't find, if it had some sort of reinforcement, if it did not have reinforcement. He goes, this is very simple. The other structural engineers that I spoke to, you probably don't even need to have shoring. But shoring is something that, again, is an added precaution. Look at the building. Look at the courthouse. The courthouse is a massive structure made of stone. Has shoring in the basement, and it's had shoring in the basement for years until they fix it. Do we want to be in that position? Obviously not. But they've been budgeting. They've been dealing with issues that they're going out to vote to get support from the community in regards to doing a bond referendum. All these kind of things. So this building was never going to fall down. Okay? Does it need to be remodeled? 110%. 110%. It needs to be remodeled. And that money was in the budget, in the 2023 budget. It was $15 million. It's there. Okay? Now, when you look at the issue at hand, is that, we talked about Champlain Towers and we talked about, catastrophes, like, and all these things. I got probably 4 or 5 phone calls from elderly residents telling me, Vince, this is a historic building. How could we allow this to fall? We haven't done our due diligence. And I said, we're working on it. We're budgeting for it. We're working on it. We're going to get it done. But this building is not falling. We don't need to evacuate the building. We're nowhere near what happened in Champlain Towers. This is not going to happen here. And at the end of the day, the previous manager, who's a structural engineer, would now work in the building in the first floor. The building's going to collapse on him. Okay? So I wanted to commend you again for your strength in your comments and not allowing yourself to be led into making a statement that's political when it shouldn't be political. Madam Assistant Director, Madam Director, please come. Okay. We've been budgeting for this project in the long term for the renovation of City Hall, correct?
Yes, it is part of our priority projects funding plan.
And we all knew about that. We were briefed on that, correct?
So yes, we've been talking
Okay, you can
about.
you can speak freely. We need to speak
We've
freely.
been talking about the renovation of City Hall for many years, and the budget currently calls for adding $1 million to the project. In our priority projects plan, which we'll see again on Thursday, where the plan was to do $6 million in fiscal year '26, because we're putting $1 million this year, $4 million to Phillips Park, and then another $6 million for '27.
Maybe the commission takes it to a bond.
Right.
It's a completely different scenario.
However
Did
you'd
we
like
not,
to
did
approach
we
it.
not have money allocated in 2023, 2022 in regards to City Hall? And then that money was reshuffled, correct?
Yes, so there was funding originally allocated for City Hall because the plan then changed to start for '27 to
Can we
move
stop
people
there?
up.
Can I stop there? I want to be clear. Remember I mentioned before we moved everybody out of the top floor. To take pressure off the building, you just can't move people and put them in other areas. We built the building, we moved everybody from the 3rd floor into the 427 building. So then we had finance. Finance was on the 1st floor. What did we do? We waited to finish the parking garage, right? Yes. And we moved everybody adjacent to the public safety building. We moved our entire finance department into the new parking garage, which just opened a few months ago, correct?
We're in the public safety building, but yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Public safety, I
We
apologize.
moved HR.
Yes, we moved HR. I apologize.
Semantics, yes.
No, but I want to be appropriate because I know it's going to be a
So
rebuttal.
accurately, we moved HR out of the public safety building into the garage and then into the garage offices, and finance was able to now move into the public
Finance
safety
from City
building.
Hall, which is on the 1st floor.
In the
So now
first
the
floor.
entire 1st floor outside of the clerk and the city manager's office is now empty, correct?
Yes,
Would you say that 75% of the 1st floor is empty?
I guess, yes.
Okay, would you say 95% of the 3rd floor is empty? Minus the city attorney's office?
Just the deputy city attorney's office, yes.
Right? How many people? There's 4 people. So we did this in steps, and now we're moving forward to the next one, which is attacking this in one form or another. I'm all in favor. I don't have an issue with getting the shoring done. By the way, the shoring plans are going to take months. Let's be honest with ourselves. This takes time. It's going to take time. You got to do an assessment of the building. Even though we did a walkthrough assessment, it's not really the final assessment. They're going to come back. They're going to do multiple assessments here. They're going to see everything. They want to probably come at night, probably do some night examination where they don't bother the employees. And then they're going to come back. They're going to present the shoring plans. That's going to go through permitting. They're not plans. Are they plans or are they what do you call it? Submittals.
It's a shoring submittal.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we speak correctly because and then they say, oh, Vince said it was a plan, but it wasn't really. It was a submittal. So the submittals are sent into the city, they're reviewed, and then we come in and we actually install the shoring. Okay, I've done shoring in a lot of projects. Okay? A lot of projects. It's not that complicated. This building right now, after having conversations, doesn't need shoring, but we're going to take the extra precautions to make sure it's appropriate, and that's the right thing to do. This is an important building. We don't want it to anything to happen to it, but we also don't want to scare people. Okay, and there was steps here that we took. We finished 427. We moved people there. We finished. We moved people out of the public safety building. We moved them to the new facility, the new garage, and then we moved our finance department, which is in City Hall, to the public safety building. And that's what we've been doing. Was that, Madam Director, was that not a plan that we had in place to do? Yes or no?
Yes, as it was explained to me, yes.
Okay. So that plan was in place to get that done. And now we go to the next step, which is finally getting the work done because we've depressurized the system. We've taken all the load off the system. We've taken the people out of here. So I'm 110% behind my colleagues in doing what they need to do to get this done. I just don't want to politicize and say that City Hall's falling down and the Champlain Towers and all that kind of stuff because it's not good for the community. It sends a bad message. I got calls from reporters who was asking if the building was falling. And I said, did you read Douglas Wood's actual engineering report? I recommend you read it. Do a public records request on that. So I think if collectively we can find a solution moving forward, and I think that we can do a lot of good here. It's going to take a lot of work. I don't think Tallahassee is going to help us. It's going to take budgeting. It's going to take us finding money. It's going to take next year saying once we're done with Phillips Park and the budgeting for Phillips Park and we're done with that money, it's going to take taking potentially a big portion of the money that we allocated for that project. After we're done with that line item, swinging it over here, and we may have to push other things to the side. Major things that we all want to do. So I don't see the money being there in the magnitude that we need to assess everything and City Hall. So, and by the way, I have 0 pet projects in the budget, 0. I will be asking for one thing for my colleagues to consider, and it has to do with the youth center, some baseball field stuff, which is not even $100,000. So I want to work on finding a solution for City Hall to fund it. Let's move on. Let's fund this project. And not fund it so the shoring's there for 10 years, because that's what me daría pena. That would be embarrassing. You know? And that, by the way, and please tell me if I'm being dramatic. Can that shoring be there for 10 years because of how hard it's going to be to finance this project and find the money?
Shoring can be in place for a long time.
And you know what happens? People become comfortable and they leave it there. And they leave it there. And they leave it there. And then you walk by, you're like, well, has that been there for 10 years? So I think there's a lot of work to do on this front. And collectively we can do it. But we can attack grants, federal grants, find things where we can find money. But it's going to be a heavy, heavy lift. A heavy lift.
We're in agreement on that. And I think we have a commission that is entirely committed to getting this done. So I think,
if you want to
I'm not even going to start countering anything that was said. Let's move forward on the positive. And I'm happy to hear that we're there's a plan in place to get the 13 of the 16 items. The other 3
are related to that'll take about 3 to 4 months to complete.
Okay, so in essence, by the time the assessment is done, those 16 items should have been taken care of, and we'll at least start be in the middle of the shoring process as well. Okay.
So I co-sponsored this for a couple reasons. One, when I got the initial report, I brought it to the Historic Preservation Board to make sure that they're aware of what needs to be done for this building, and that we focus on not only getting it done, but having the appropriate funding in place. Hence why I brought the prior resolution to try to get this focus for our commission for our city. I'm also going to ask that, when we have the architects, that information be shared with the Historic Preservation Board and our Historic Preservation Department, weigh in on, the choices that are to be made, because it's not always the cheapest individual that you want to choose. You want to choose the one that's appropriate for doing the type of work that needs to be done here, because we want it done right, and we want it done right the first time. I'm not concerned about the shoring poles. I think my comments on the parking garages loaded with cars actively being used with shoring poles on them, vehicles that weigh 3,000 pounds apiece, and, we're not putting that kind of load on these things. And they're nowhere as I should say, robust as this building by comparison. That I know that Douglas Wood will have this building shored properly, and it will be just in perfect condition there.
Now, I do have a question following up on something the mayor mentioned. Mr. Clerk, we had talked about the use of a commission meeting in the community meeting room at 427. You said that wasn't an ideal location?
Not 427. I can tell you the CMR has been set up for over a year to be able to host city commission meetings.
So if I may just finish.
Oh, I didn't know you were finished. You weren't finished.
I wasn't finished. I was just.
You stopped talking.
I went to look at my, I breathe too. So Champagne Towers, I mean, I know the reference was made to it. Okay. You have, when you don't follow engineering drawings for something in the way it's designed, you're going to have a problem with the building. When you don't follow the engineering drawings, as they didn't on Champlain Towers, and then you don't maintain on top of it, you have a double problem. I think we're well informed here. I question whether or not the owners of the units in Champlain Towers were as well informed of the peril that was facing them, or they may have made a different choice. And I hope that we continue to move forward here and not kick this can down the road any further.
All right. Since I don't have much control of the meeting, can I go to F8 now?
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on this last item.
Of course.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Maria Cruz, 1447, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm a little confused. When Ms. Suarez was asked how many people were in her office, she said 4. We have 4 attorneys.
My office is split between 2 floors of City Hall. I'm downstairs on the second floor, or I'm on this floor, second floor, and then we have the deputy city attorney upstairs with 2 other attorneys.
And the secretaries.
One assistant is upstairs, and there's one assistant, apparently one in my
Because
office.
when you said they asked, and the
Upstairs, we
answer
have 4
was 4
individuals.
people, and I'm counting people, and I'm saying, wait a second. So there is some people from the attorney's office in the 3rd floor.
A total of 4.
Okay, 4 in the 3rd floor. And 4 on this floor?
No.
How many on this floor?
Currently 2.
2, which is 1 secretary and you?
A paralegal and me, currently, yes. We have a vacancy.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm glad that this conversation was had, because you know what? I know that we're not engineers, architects in construction business, but we care about this place. And when things are not addressed and when people are not told, we have issues. And I know that some people know more than others, some people are more experts than others, but I listen carefully, and I care to know, okay? And let me tell you, I know that everybody knows about Champlain Towers, and I know some people knew people there. I can name people that I knew there, and I'm going to tell you, if this conversation had not been had publicly, okay, because that's what happened there. They were told there was no urgency. They could wait, and look what happened. And we cannot wait, and I don't care who says what, we need to know what's going on, okay? Regardless of the expertise. You know what? I still can learn. I know I'm old, but I'm not stupid. I'm not retarded. I'm sorry, I know those are not proper terms, but the way some of you talk, it sounds as if the people are not able to understand, so we don't have to tell them. Well, you do have to tell them, because at the end of the game, we're the ones that vote, we're the ones that pay for their stuff, and I'm sorry, but we need to know. Okay, so thank you for bringing it up. Thank you for sticking to the guns, and I find it very interesting that we thank people for telling the truth and sticking to their guns, but then we try to explain in case we didn't understand. Okay, it's time for people that sit here to understand that those of us that are on the other side also have brains. God gave us brains, and we can think and we can understand what the employees, what our directors and assistant directors are doing, that we do not anybody to translate, water it down so we can understand. And let's begin by telling the truth, because I'm going to tell you some things were said here today that were not true. And I'll show you next time.
Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Any further discussion, or can I move on to F8?
Thank you, Mayor. F8, last meeting, and we scheduled it for today's agenda to have a discussion led by Finance regarding financing options for the restoration of City Hall and other such projects. And I know I have Diana there, and we spoke the other day, and it was, I thought, a good idea to have operations also to put the financing options in context. So I think we're going to get stereo today.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Would you like me to proceed first?
Please,
Commissioner?
yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think the discussion ensued about not only the City Hall restoration, but other historical assets that the city has to be able to do those improvements. And then we also talked about the possibility of also the necessity to include sidewalks and streets. As you know, our needs far outweigh the available funding. So in essence, when you're a municipality that's 100 years old, you're playing catch up in terms of sidewalks, things that are typically wear and tear over time. So if we were to have additional funding, an infusion of funding, we could then provide more of these projects in a timely fashion and be able to bring us to the point where instead of playing catch up all the time, we're kind of at a point where we've been able to bring up the infrastructure to an acceptable level.
Appreciate it. No, it's the way it was explained to me, and I think you did a great job. It's a lot of our projects are spread out over multiple years, that by the time we get there, other projects that needed funding, they sort of, I think there's additional deterioration. Absolutely. And the cost increases. Sort of like a dog chasing its tail. You never quite get there. You're always chasing.
Absolutely. One of our greatest assets, which is our tree canopy, is also one of the ones that wreaks the most havoc with our infrastructure, because the tree roots over time will tear up the sidewalks and things like that. And that's part of the beauty of living in Coral Gables, but it's something that we need to address. So if we can address it in a more holistic fashion, that would be better.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So in discussing the taking the time to, like, as you know, we have the 5 year, well, it's not really a 5 year, but the capital priority project plan, the priority capital project plans that we started in 2023, fiscal 23, where we started setting aside additional revenues that came in. We started setting it aside and we selected capital projects that were priority for the commission. And so the idea was to try to fund those projects as we went along, and at the time it was decided not to go out to debt. And so we have been doing that, and for fiscal year 25 coming up now, the last two projects on that listing are Phillips Park, which will be fully funded after the next year's the fiscal 25, and then City Hall. And so, however, in order to accumulate those funds, it would take several years before the total funds would be available to do the construction of this or the renovation of this building. So if it is determined that the funds are needed right away, and that waiting to accumulate the funds is not in the best interest of the city, then issuing a bond is the best mechanism to obtaining those funds. In the current market conditions, bonds are cheaper than bank loans. So we could issue a special obligation bond as opposed to a general obligation bond. So a general obligation bond is a type that it's voted debt. So you need to go out for a referendum, and that takes at least a year to get that underway. So I'm not talking about general obligation bonds. I'm talking about special obligation bonds or special revenue bonds. And that allows the city to use any legally available revenues without restrictions to pay for the debt service. So typically when we're going out to bond and we're thinking about what projects to do, we need to identify how much we need and for how long we want to take that debt out for. So As you know, as we've talked about throughout the budget process, we've identified a little bit over $5 million per year as available revenue that we have been putting towards this priority plan. So staff recommendation could be to allocate that $5 million, the $5 million of that revenue towards the debt service payments for this debt. $5 million for debt service would provide, for 10-year debt, it would provide about $42.5 million of funds. For 20-year debt, it would provide for $67.5 million worth of debt. And for 30-year debt, it would provide about $84.5 million worth of funds. So a couple things to consider is that in tax rules on bonds say that we need to spend about 85% of the proceeds within 3 years of issuing the debt. So we have to make sure that we are timely in when we are taking out the debt. So one consideration, and we have done in the past, is to issue an intent resolution in advance of the actual issuing of the debt. This allows the city to spend available cash and fund balance, and then reimburse ourselves once we issue that debt. So it gives us time to do assessments and design without eating into the 3-year spend down project period. So while right now the amounts that I had given, that I mentioned before, they're based on current market conditions. They were number runs that my financial advisor our financial advisor had done for me, and it's based on issuing the debt now in October, for example. So obviously rates and things may change, but right now interest rates we believe that they're going to be coming down as the Federal Reserve is talking about lowering rates and things like that. So, it is unknown what rates would be in the future. So we will not be able to secure rates until we actually take out the debt. But again, the intent resolution and the period in advance gives us time in order to be able to do some of that preliminary design work and then get reimbursed once we actually go out for debt, once we know. But the intent resolution provides us a not to exceed dollar amount and a not to exceed time frame of debt. So that is something that, again, the city has done in the past, and it allows us to then start moving forward with projects. And then the intention is that, we're committing the funds for the repayment of the debt service. Therefore, we can, move forward knowing that we will be able to reimburse ourselves for all the assessments and things and design work that is necessary. I don't know if you have any questions or.
Any thoughts? I'll withhold until the end. Any of my colleagues want to ask any questions or, I think the point here is the city's been looking for solutions for a while. I think we've all been frustrated over time. I think residents have been frustrated over time. They don't understand that we do have these things, these important items as priorities, but it's a matter of getting there. It's almost being on a treadmill and you never quite, it says you ran 10 miles, but you're still in the same spot. So that's why I asked Diana to come up and talk about options that perhaps we haven't discussed recently. And I think, at least in my opinion, they're viable options that should be considered.
So I did have a couple of questions, and it's been some time since we've talked about bond options, and I'd like to, follow up on this at a later point in time. But as I recall, we had talked about, tranches of funds that could be taken out, when the best timing is. We do have an election coming up, which typically has, a positive effect after an election. And opportunities for lower interest rates in the future. And I do believe the interest rates are going to be coming down. But we also have to deal with capacity. I know we mentioned sidewalks, as a never-ending treadmill of stuff to work, but typically we run into a problem of capacity. How many contractors are available? We don't have enough contractors. So taking out debt on something that we're not ready to spend on is not always a wise way to move on it, especially since that's something that, we typically can bring back some money on from Tallahassee. City Hall is clearly the priority. The timing, though, I think would be dictated by what comes back in a way of the engineering and architectural drawings and when it would be ready to, be shovel-ready, essentially. Do you have a sense of when that would be?
So I don't. However, that was when I mentioned the intent resolution. An intent resolution is just that. It's an intention of the city commission to come back at a future date and issue the bonds in a future date. However, it identifies the repayment revenue that would pay off that debt service, and it kind of like sets that aside so that we know that we're going to use that money for future debt service. It allows us to do the studies and the design in the current using available cash and or that debt service payment that, so let's argue that we decide not to go out to bond in a future time, then at least I know that we have the revenue that we were setting aside for that debt service payment to pay off the design work and everything that we had. But in the meantime, what we're doing is we're borrowing against ourselves, knowing that we will be able to reimburse ourselves with the debt funds when we do take the debt out at a future point in time. And just for context, if we were to do 10-year debt, as I mentioned, $42.5 million is the maximum that we could, with $5 million of repayment. Right now, per my financial advisor, the interest rates would be, the all-in interest rate would be about 3% that we would pay. So rates are not terrible. We are AAA rated. We will get the best rates. Bond rates are much better than bank loan rates for us. So again, that's just the current market conditions. I agree with you that I believe that the rates we have indication that rates are going to be coming down, so they may even get a little bit better. Even at the 30-year debt, for example, based on the number of runs, it's 4.16% for 30-year debt if we were to take it out. So the interest rates are not horrible for the city right now. But the idea is, you're right, not to necessary. If we go out to debt tomorrow or next week or next month or whenever the earliest we can go out, that clock of we have to spend 85% of it within 3 years, that starts ticking. So I agree that we should not take out the debt until we have all the design work and the assessments and all that done. There is no real time frame. Once we issue the intent resolution, there is no time frame for us to be able to reimburse ourselves for design and engineering type work. So we can reimburse ourselves if we decide to go out of debt a year and a half from now. We can still reimburse ourselves, even though we spent it today or after the intent resolution.
But we have money in City Hall right now to do the design and engineering work.
So I'm not sure exactly how much we have in City Hall to do this. I don't know how much.
I believe.
So because we've been setting aside some money into the project in addition to the phases that we've been doing, we have about $800,000 available now, which I've been speaking with operations to just monitor whether that covers what they need now. That'll get them started. And in the budget estimate that you'll see on Thursday, we're adding another 200, I'm going to call it 200,000 to the budget just naturally before anything else changes to City Hall. So that'll give them about $1 million to start some of that work. Obviously, that's not going to take us very far for the structural, but it'll allow them to get started.
So I'd ask you to be able to bring that information back to my colleagues before we make some votes on the budget. If we need, an additional 400,000 or something to get this stage over with, because there's no point in going out for essentially a loan on something until you know what the entire project is going to cost. And for that, you need the architectural and engineering drawings done first.
Right. So there's two ways that we would approach that, right? So one way is as we work with operations, making sure if they need a couple $100,000 more to get that done, then we'll find it within other projects where we may come back and say we need to shift some priorities, right? City Hall's a priority. Or if an intent resolution was passed, then that would alleviate the requirement for us to look in other places. So just two options.
I'm not prepared to move forward on that today. Okay. On intent resolution, I'd like to sit down with the city manager and staff to drill down on the details further.
What I mean by today is before the $1 million runs out.
Yeah, I really like your recommendation, because not only are we waiting for 85% of those funds to be wasted or to be used, but we're also saving on interest when we have the money in-house. So I think the option that you're giving, Commissioner Menendez, I think it's a really good option.
So I have a question, I guess it's more logistical. Let's say you have $42 million that you can get January 1st. Where would that money be used? What is shovel ready? Obviously, City Hall is not. We're still at least a year away before being able to undertake a renovation after the assessment is complete. But sidewalks, we have about, what, $9 million of sidewalks that need to be done?
The estimate that we have quantified, it's about 5.6.
Okay, we have
And
taken.
obviously, the contract may increase in price, so it's probably gonna be more. We know that there's other sidewalk that we don't know about, that it's probably gonna be larger than that. The bulk of that money will be City Hall, obviously. As far as the rest of the work, it's, if we're told that there's this influx of money coming, then we can set ourselves up to have additional contractors that can do it. If you tell me I'm gonna get that money right away, right now, I will tell you I can't, right? But if the commission says we're gonna give you, you're gonna have whatever, $7 million to spend over the next 3 years on sidewalks, we could set up ourselves and scale efforts so that we can go ahead and move forward and proceed with that.
How long do you think that scale-up effort would take you before you can start actually using that money?
Per month, maybe. I have to get several contractors, go through a procurement process.
Right. So again, we go back to that January 1st
That sounds,
date.
if I start
Was it 4
tomorrow.
months? I didn't hear.
4 months.
3 to 4 months, yeah. If I start tomorrow.
If you start tomorrow, right?
Right.
So
Exactly.
Commissioner, keep in mind that we're talking about not only City Hall, we still have Phase 2 of Venetian Pool, and of course, the streets and sidewalks.
correct. And we also have the Coral Gables Museum that has tons of work to be done. Oh, that's another question I had for you. The reimbursement calculates into that 85%, correct?
No. So, well, yes and no. So, and let me be clear, because maybe I kind of get a sense that maybe something is not, I'm not being clear or something. So again, so for an intent resolution, all that has to happen is the commission has to pass a resolution that will be drafted by council to say, so it's not going to happen today, right? We don't have that resolution. So that intent resolution says that the city commission agrees to issue up to X million dollars worth of debt, up to X many years of maturity for the following X number of projects. It doesn't have to be exactly specific, and it could change. So if you list 5 projects and you only work on 3 of them, it's fine. So it's just an idea that you have everything that what the intention for that bond that we're planning to issue will be and how we're going to plan on paying for it. And so from that point of the intent resolution, we have, in theory, an indefinite amount of time for which we could then take out the bonds and reimburse ourselves for design and engineering type work. We do have 18 months to reimburse ourselves for construction, actual work performed. So in theory, you would use available cash on hand to start some of that design work. We would have to be able to have the cash available. Like I couldn't write a contract for all the $42 million unless I'm just going to reserve, use against my fund balance, which I would never recommend to do because I don't have that much available cash to move forward without actually taking out the bonds. But in theory, the design, engineering, maybe some preliminary work is in a reasonable amount that we could float it ourselves with available cash and then reimburse ourselves in a year or whenever we decide to take out the actual debt, when we are like closer to shovel ready, maybe having already done the procurements involved and have contractors ready and lined up and said, okay, now we need the cash so that we can actually move forward. We are shovel ready. We are going forward. So that's where the intent resolution kind of puts those rules, for lack of a better word, into play so we know this is how we're going to pay it back. We have committed these funds for that purpose. Because again, if it should be decided in the future that, oh, we're not going to go out the debt, well, then maybe I spent some money. How am I going to pay for that? So the debt, the $5 million in this example that I gave, I would set that aside in a reserve to say, I have those funds available to pay myself back before I take out the debt, should the debt not happen in the future, right? So that's kind of where, I just want to make sure that that's very clear if you have any questions about that stuff. Yes.
So if I may,
Yes.
does anybody have any other questions or any other statements they'd like to make?
I'll reserve towards the end another statement.
Okay. It seems pretty obvious that my colleagues want to go out for debt. I'm not a fan of debt. I oppose putting more debt on the city. We haven't done it since I've been here, and I think that we need to be very careful. That's just my opinion. I would request that my commissioners, if they're willing to do it, if you study finances and you see what's going on right now in market trends, they're expecting the next 2 years for rates to go down. They're hoping to see a potential, quarter, half basis point over the next 45 to 60 days, maybe 90 days, hopefully before the end of the year. Some people say it's election related. Some people say it's the market deems it appropriate. But I think over the next 2 years, you're going to see rates drop by 1.5 points, and that's just pure speculation. I don't have a crystal ball, but I think that the more you wait, the better rate you're going to get. That's number one. Number two, through the manager, I would request that the director speak to our bonding agencies and have a conversation. If we go out to market and we incur $42 million worth of debt, how will that potentially affect our bonding rating? For some, that's not important. For me, it's important. When you go to market and you go and get $42 million of debt, you save some pretty significant money. That's number two. Number three, I think that we should all get a report through the manager's office in regards to our sunsetting of debt. I know that we have sunsetting debt that's coming in 8 years or 6 years or something to that effect. It was like 20-something million dollars, I think it was. It was the first tranche, was 20 million. I think it's important to get that number and see what happens once we sunset that debt, which, by the way, our staff did an amazing job a few years ago in getting all that debt and basically refinancing it and getting some seriously significant savings. So I commend you and your department for doing that. I think there's a lot of ways to do it, and we've done it year over year over year. We have to tighten our belt, and we have to budget. I know that there's a lot of projects that need to be done, but I think going out to the market and getting $42 million, to me, is a little risky. And I think that we should, number one, wait to get better rates, because rates are supposedly going to drop. Number two, find out what could happen if we incur $42 million of debt from our bonding standpoint, and also get a summary update in regards to our debt. That's just my opinion.
So if I may, the rates, we would not lock in any rates until we actually go out to debt in a year or 2 years, whenever we decide to do the debt. So we're not locking anything in today, one. Number two, I would never recommend or even mention it if I thought that it was going to affect us negatively with the bonding rating agencies. So I have had those discussions, not with the rating agencies directly, because they're not going to tell me what will happen, this, that, or the other. But I have had those conversations with my financial advisor, who says that as long as there is repayment, the wherewithal to repay the debt, and it does not take our ratios to some extreme amount, there is no concern from the rating agencies.
If I may,
Yes,
with all due
sure.
respect, because I hold you in the highest
fine.
regard. I've known you before you were even here at the city. Yeah. I would like that in writing, if I could, because at the end of the day, I don't want to have an issue in the future saying, hey, we lost our rating, we incurred debt, and then no, that was recommended by staff. I just want to make sure that markets will support that amount of debt.
Sure.
Because when I deal with my bonding company, they're very clear with me. You cannot, you will affect your bonding capacity will be affected whether it's an aggregate or cumulative, based on how much money you have in the bank. You got to have more money in cash to be able to go out and get more bonding.
Correct.
More capacity. It's all about capacity.
Correct.
So,
You cannot overextend yourself.
so
but
I'm just, and I asked for it in writing, and my bonding agency provides that in writing as a backstop, to my request.
Diana and City Manager, taking everyone's comments into consideration, their concerns into consideration, what you and the ACM presented in terms of options, I think taking everything into account, I think you need direction, and I don't think anything's necessarily set in stone, like you said, but you need direction. And I'm willing to make a motion to allow the administration to take the necessary steps to come back to the commission with the details, with all the information. But setting a sight going forward that if everything does fall into place, if all the questions are answered in a favorable way, that perhaps one day sooner rather than later, we can address City Hall, we can address the Venetian pool, we can address sidewalks and streets, not over a 10, 15, 20-year period, but in a short term, which is what the residents want, and I think in my heart, we all would like to do. So I'm going to make a motion just so that you all can move forward and prepare what you need to prepare and answer the questions that have been asked of you. So my motion will be the City Commission, Madam City Attorney, you have a question?
I just want to clarify, is that to go as far as bringing back the intent resolution?
Once I read it,
Oh, my
you'll know
apologies.
it. The City Commission hereby instructs the City Administration to bring back an intent resolution to issue debt for the city's historic structures and citywide street and sidewalk infrastructure, and to set aside the $5 million assigned to the 5-year capital funding program as the revenue for the debt service of this debt, not to exceed a maturity of 15 years. Is that enough information for you to be able to move forward?
So what I would do is I would ask my financial advisor to give me an estimate of what a 15-year with a $5 million repayment, what the maximum dollar amount would be available. I'm assuming then the resolution would have a not to exceed that dollar number with the 15-year max, and then it would, I guess, it would need to list out which projects, again, not in detail, but like if it's going to say City Hall, Venetian Pool, XYZ, and, streets and sidewalks. So it would have to list the intended projects for the, that intent resolution would cover. And then, yes, and then we would, that would be sufficient for us to move forward with this, the idea that eventually there will be the debt that would be issued and the revenue assigned to make the payments.
And this will get at least you all moving in a certain direction, obviously coming back, answering all the questions, and there'll be other questions down the road, and I just want to make sure it's clear to everybody, what the city will be taking on.
Right. And prior to actually issuing the debt, that's not the only time a resolution would have to come in front of the commission. We would have to come in front of the commission with the actual resolution to actually issue the bonds. And there is a process for which typically actually getting bond funds, that process is about 3 months. So, we can't just turn around the next day and go get bonds. We would have to go through the process of issuing bonds, and that is about a 3-month process. So before we know that we're ready to need the actual cash, 3 months prior, we would start the process of actually doing the resolutions and the necessary things that have to happen in order to do that. And so part of that is also meeting with the rating agencies. When we're actually going to issue debt, we do meet with the rating agencies, and actually they rate our credit at the time. So every time we go out for new money we would then reach out to 2 of the 3, because usually you only need 1 or 2 of them to actually rate a particular deal. And so they would go through their due diligence process of asking all the questions and all the information that they need to do in order to rate that specific bond issue, right? So one thing to understand is that cities have an initial credit rating, like we have an underlying credit rating. Ours is AAA, and then each bond issue has its own credit rating or its own rating. And so typically in the past, special obligation bonds, even though we are AAA rated, the special obligation bonds would be rated at AA, not AAA, just because that's just generally it's one notch before, it's not general obligation bonds. However, I noted recently that some of the rating agencies have gone to also allowing that AAA to go to the special obligation bonds. And I believe not too long ago, one of our bonds were actually upgraded to AAA that was AA rated just because they've changed the way that they do their ratings. At that time, that's when they would, express any concerns and actually rate us and actually talk to us. And typically, when you go out for new debt, we get our current rating gets usually reaffirmed or changed, right? There isn't always an option I'm not saying that it can't change. I've always come up here and I've always told if we start, not having a fund balance reserve, if we're not making extra payments to the pension, if we don't have stability in our budgeting process, if we don't have flexibility, those are the things that are going to negatively affect our credit rating. So if all other things considered equal, just the mere fact of actually issuing additional debt for which we have the wherewithal to pay to actually finance it, that would not necessarily cause a rating. There are other factors, but again, and I've said it many times, I don't know the factors. They do not tell us if you do this, your rating will be increased or decreased. I don't know that, and I cannot tell you with any kind of certainty that if I make a right turn, I'm not going to get a rating decrease, or if I go make a left turn, I'm going to make it. I don't know, and they do not tell us very clearly. They will not give us that information. However, what I do know, and as I have said it before on the record, is also that when we started making all those significant strides to be more financially stable, to set aside a fund balance reserve policy, to make an extra payment towards the funding of the pension unfunded liability, things like that. All I know is that at that point is when we were upgraded to a AAA. So in my estimation, in my professional opinion, those are the types of things that they are looking for the stability, financial stability and sustainability for years to come. So if that is affected in different ways, then that's where I believe, and my discussions with my financial advisor have led me to believe that that's what would cause us to be downgraded, perhaps.
So this is just one step of a multi-step process. And thank you for the, explanation of the details. And like I said, if it passes, you all come back with legislation, but between now and then, hopefully all the questions can be answered, so there's no lingering doubt. So I made a motion. Any colleague wants to?
I seconded it.
Okay.
So I understand, you've made a motion. There was not a written resolution available on this, not only for the courtesy and the information for the rest of this commission here, but for the public as well. This is a big decision. And frankly, I already said, I think it's premature. The Historic Preservation Board, I think, needs to weigh in on this. The necessity for drawing debt down now as a means to an end to address this building is not, we're not ready, okay? I've been trying to get this focused on this for some time. So in my view, this is premature. It should have been put on as a written resolution as opposed to a discussion item only. They should come back after an opportunity to sit down with staff, as I've requested, with the city manager, with the finance director, as a written resolution, with the detail necessary in it, to be able to make an appropriate decision. So for those reasons, my vote on this is no.
In a very respectful manner, I believe that the motion was to direct staff to come back, right? It's not going into debt right now. It is researching which is the best way to go about this. And then they'll come back to the commission and then we'll vote on it. We're not voting on issuing a bond or acquiring debt right now as it is. We're voting on them coming back to us with the best solution possible.
And I've asked for that to be deferred to the next commission meeting so that the necessary research can be done on this. I think the Historic Preservation Board needs to weigh in. We need to look more into the timing of stuff. We talked about capacity. Voting on something at this point in time when we don't have architectural drawings or engineering drawings And looking into it, it would not yield the information that you're looking for because we don't have the timing down. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Castro?
I'm clarifying once again, this is a motion to direct staff to come back with the best solution possible about bonds. This is not about voting yes or no if we want to acquire debt.
So my understanding, based on the commissioners, it's to come back with an intent resolution. The intent resolution is stating that the city intends to go out to debt and therefore allows the city administration to start borrowing against its available cash. And it's setting aside, identifying the revenue, the $5 million that would otherwise go to the capital project, priority project plan for the debt service, meaning setting it aside. So it's in a sense, it's saying we do intend to go out to bond. When we actually take out the bond is yet to be determined, but for these purposes, we are planning to take out debt, and therefore you are authorizing the city administration to start spending against its available cash, available reserves, in order to start the design and engineering and assessment process for the projects which will be identified. And I understand it's just City Hall, Venetian pools, streets, and sidewalks is my understanding.
Hate to interrupt, but
Sure.
when you bring that to the city commission, as I said, I want all questions answered. I don't expect it next meeting or the
Okay.
meeting thereafter.
Mhm.
I just want to start the ball rolling. And when you do, after answering all the questions, whatever new questions come along, after you answer all those questions, whatever you bring to the city commission has to be voted on then. It's not automatically, you present it and it moves forward. There'll be another round of votes. So this vote, in my opinion, unless I'm wrong, please, just because you bring intent resolution, there may be questions there that at the end of the day, the commission's not comfortable, doesn't want to move forward.
So with the intent resolution gives the city administration the permission to start spending because we have agreed as a city to move forward and take out debt in the future.
But we vote on that.
You vote on the intent resolution.
Right, that's
Yes.
what
Not
I'm
what we're
So
voting
that's-
on today.
That's my point.
What's that?
That is not
That's
what
what
we're
I've been
voting
trying
on
to say.
today.
That's not what we're voting on
Correct.
today.
And I
That's what
think
we wanna
that's,
make
I'm sorry, yes.
I think that's where the confusion has come about. I think the way you're explaining it, that's what we're voting on today. That's
Yeah.
not
No,
what we're
no,
voting on
I'm
today.
sorry, that's not
We're
my
voting
intention.
on laying the groundwork for potentially getting to that at an upcoming meeting. If, all we're hearing is, the rates will come down after the election. We're getting closer to the election. So we want to make sure that the option is on the table for this commission going forward. And we have that option available.
Sure. My understanding is that today's motion is just to direct staff to come back with an intent resolution.
Correct.
At the time that we bring back that intent resolution needs to be voted on. And if it passes, then it gives staff the permission to utilize available funds to move forward. And then even after that point, at some point in the future, before we actually take out the debt, we have to come back to the commission to say, we are now ready to take out this debt. Are we going to do this? And, here are the market conditions at that point in time, so on and so forth, because you have to give us permission to move forward, right? It costs money for us to go talk to rating agencies and to do all this. So there is that process as well. So I'm sorry if I was being confusing with that. Was not my intention.
We're in the middle of a vote.
Yep.
Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Castro?
My answer is yes.
Mayor Lago?
My answer is no. Let me tell you why. Very simple. This is opening the door to putting ourselves in a position. If you told me we're accruing $5 million, $4 million, $3 million, I wouldn't have an issue. It's a $42 million debt accruement. And even if we have a mechanism in place to repay it back, I don't like that number so robust in regards to debt. If you would have told me that we would have paid off, we would be sunsetting some debt this year, it's perfectly fine. At the end of the day, I think it's a little bit too much for my appetite, and I prefer to budget it over a 3-4 year window and address these main concern projects. But again, I respect my colleagues, but I think it's way too much debt to put on the city. Moving on to item F9.
9. So I had a resident reach out to me regarding our Centennial and finding a way to, commemorate the homes that have also reached their Centennial. I've been meeting with staff. I've met with Martha Pantin and with Director Pernis regarding potential of adding a badge to our historic landmark plaques and historic homes when they reach their centennial year. We would obviously start with the homes that reach the centennial with the city in 2025. There's 534 homes, I think was the number that I was given. And just wanted to inform the commission that we're working on potentially getting that done in the coming weeks leading up to the centennial. If you have any suggestions on how we can accomplish that, or design or the look, please feel free to share them with Director Pernis or with Ms. Pantin.
Have we spoken to the Florida Historic Association or the board? Because I think there was granting resources when it came to those plaques if they were registered.
I guess that's the historical resources. They did say that there were some potential resources available for that.
So the state historic markers are different than what I think we're trying to pursue, which would be something like a medallion that would be added to the properties that already have the historic designation that are celebrating their 100 years. We could see if they have some sort of grant opportunities to maybe do that, but that I know of, they don't have anything that's specific to this.
Yeah. The other thing that was suggested was potentially working on public relations campaign with e-news to help promote historic designation of the homes that have yet to be designated leading up to the centennial. So I know Director Pernis is working on that.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item H2, I think it's the final item of the day.
Good afternoon, Diana Gomez, Finance Director. So at the January 23rd, 2023 2024 Commission meeting, I think it was, I'm sorry. The City Commission directed an audit be conducted by the Finance Department to review all Amazon P-card transactions for the city to determine if any misuse or violations of the program existed. This item is to provide a final report related to that audit. We have already provided the commission via email a copy of that final report for the remaining 16-month period from January 2022 to May 2023. The preliminary 8-month report was issued back in March of 2024. The use of the Amazon platform awarded through the Omnia Partners Cooperative Agreement provides value-driven procurement and cost-saving solutions authorized through the city's ability to access other official governmental entities' contracts. The contract is widely utilized not only by the City of Coral Gables, but by other municipalities, including the City of Miami Beach and City of Miami, to realize cost savings. The corporate Amazon Business Prime account offers a corporate discount and savings on all city purchases, and the platform is utilized like any other citywide contract in place to assist user departments and facilitate their needs associated with their daily operations while providing a convenient and readily available source of supply. So the Amazon transactions made by departmental users are reviewed by the departmental directors and then by the procurement division of the finance department each month with a P-card reconciliation process. Procurement-specific duties are to enforce and monitor the guidelines in place for the program, while department directors have the discretion and the ultimate responsibility for determining and approving the purchases that are necessary for them to conduct business and to maintain operations for the respective departments. So we performed a review of the Amazon transactions and found that no misuse of city funds have been identified. It was noted that certain purchases were made to increase engagement and productivity in the workplace for employees and the public. For example, purchases of coffee, water, medical aids, kitchen supplies, office decor, etc. Our review shows that all purchases were made in accordance with city and departmental past practices, as well as policies in effect at the time, and were approved by the respective department head. Additionally, it should be noted that there was a $12,000 purchase of Amazon gift cards. This purchase was made by the Human Resources Department with the funds received from a healthcare provider, which could only be utilized for the benefit of the city's wellness program. The gift cards were secured and issued to employees as incentives and rewards for attending health and wellness events throughout the year. So if there's any specific transaction or issue that you'd like to address or need additional information on, finance and/or the respective department is available to provide that information.
So what I'm hearing is basically that there could have been questionable transactions, but they all fit into the policies and guidelines. So what I'm also hearing is that maybe we need more clear boundaries to what is permissible and what is not permissible from our department heads or whoever has P cards.
So to answer to question to ask a quick question, to piggyback off that, can you name some of those questionable?
So I didn't mention that there was questionable purchases necessarily. I did not say they were questionable purchases. I just said that they were purchases. So for instance, one could argue that buying coffee and water for the staff is questionable. I don't believe that to be the case, but so I'm just saying that some of the purchases were made were for things such as coffee, water, medical aids, kitchen supplies, office decor, things like that. But again, they were allowable and are permissible within the guidelines of the city's policies. Regarding the policy that currently exists, we had reviewed the policy with the new city manager when he first came in, and it was determined that the policy is sufficient as written. It has the boundaries. There was a change made having to do with when we purchase food for meetings and things like that, that it needs to go through his office and make sure that his office is aware that those purchases are cleared and approved by his office. But the policy itself of the use of the P card, and as well as any of the contracts available to the city, it is very specific. Department directors do have discretion to determine what is needed to continue the operations of their respective functions.
So do you think that maybe we can guide or maybe give department heads a better understanding of what is permissible now? Give more of a clear definition, because I remember Mrs. Maria Cruz coming up here and naming a lot of things like wedding presents and like kitchen stuff, energy drinks, a lot of other, I can't remember, I haven't dove into it, I haven't looked at, this really hasn't been my subject, but could you agree with me that maybe we can work on a clear definition of what is permissible or not?
Well, we do have things that are defined that says they're prohibited. So then that leaves the interpretation that the other things are permitted. So for us to be able to monitor the actual program to say that we would be a little bit more stringent, we would need more guidelines to say what would be on that list. But when you start considering that would be kind of hard to manage, because it would be so exhaustive to say that an energy drink would be permitted, but flavored water wouldn't. So we would have to get very specific. And again, that's up to the commission working with the city manager to do that. But you would have to get into the weeds almost to get that specific. Again, if that's what you guys do, then that's what we'll monitor it against. But I can only monitor it against what we actually have in place now. And we don't get down to that infinite degree to say that those specific things are prohibited right now.
Director, can you put on the record what was the amount that any individual, including the director, was allowed to spend, the total amount, the cap, before they had to deal with the city manager? What was the amount before?
Well, each transaction itself is $1,000.
Yes.
So they have to come through me for anything for $1,000. And then their total monthly spend is $15,000. And unless there's extenuating circumstances where we need to have that extended, then the city manager or the deputy city manager gives the authority to do that. But for transactional purposes, it's $1,000.
So at no point could anybody go out there and spend over $1,000 without the approval of yourself and the manager, correct?
Well, without the approval of myself, yeah. So they come through our
At the end of the
program.
day, you
So
have to answer to the manager.
yes, correct.
But there was an instance where there was 2 transactions, and I believe it was for an event, and it was in development services, where a transaction was cut into 2 different pieces, and it exceeded $1,000.
Okay, so that's not actually, they had 2 different events where they had food with them, and according to our small purchase policy, which is the SPO policy, they have to getting competition. So they have to get 3 quotes to prove that they are being competitively responsible for being able to get whatever goods or services they're asking for. Once they do that and they send that information to me and it's vetted that they actually follow that process, then they're allowed to use the P card as a payment method. But they still have to follow the SPO process, which means that they got quotes, competitive quotes for that, for anything that was over $1,000.
So we can charge things over $1,000 if the proper procurement was done in advance and then they requested that the limit get lifted in order to push it through. The actual credit card will decline if it's over $1,000 without that special permission being granted. So a lot of times we do need to pay for things with a credit card and it happens to be over $1,000. So we make sure that the proper procurement was done in advance and then we ask that the limit be lifted for that specific transaction. And it's literally the department will contact procurement, say, can you, here's my work, here's the quotes that I received. Can you lift the transaction? They lift the transaction, and as soon as the transaction goes through, they come back and they close the transaction lift. They put the controls back in, exactly. So is that you can't overcharge.
If I may, can you speak to the issue of the Amazon cards, the gift cards for the health fairs and so on? Because I think that's important to understand.
Right. So yeah. So again, so the insurance, the health insurance company provides the city with dollars for wellness programs, and so the Human Resources Department, they throw wellness fairs and they have wellness initiatives, and so as incentives and rewards to employees to attend. When they have a door prize or raffles, or if you participate in 4 or more events, you'll get a gift card. It's an incentive, and so then Human Resources tracks all the gift cards, and they then will, for instance, if you participate, you have to actually sign the receipt of the gift card, and so it is tracked and monitored, and so the idea is that to incentivize the employees. So one of the events that I can think of, wear red for cancer awareness or something like that. And so everybody who wears red that day, submits, in a sense, in a raffle. And then if you get selected, you may get a gift card, a $25 or $50 gift card to Amazon or whatever it was. And so it increases engagement with the employees.
And it's reimbursed by
So it was, yes, it's paid for 100% by the healthcare provider. They reimbursed us for that purchase. We would just provide them the receipts that we actually made the purchase and explain the program to them, and then and they did reimburse us for that. So that was not done with city monies, but it was done on the Amazon account.
So I'm just going to fill in, because I did go for one of those healthcare screenings, and you can look at your face in the
Skin cancer, yes.
Skin cancer. You can freak out when you look at it about how many splotches you have on you, and it incentivizes you to then go see a dermatologist. So to get people to go over there for the testing and get your blood pressure checked, to get your blood work done. Sometimes you make a little game out of it, and it's all part of employee morale. Mm-hmm. When you have things like this, whether it be the lunches, to collaborate with the team on how you can get things done more efficiently. All these things were normal and processed and used for really city purposes. When you think that people are working during their lunchtime, getting together to collaborate how to do the job better, how to smooth processes out. So I'm very pleased with the work that you've done, and that we have. It's pretty clear that nothing was out of line. It was not approved. I know that some folks found some expenditures unusual, but when you understood the circumstances of the situation, it was all justified and reasonable. So,
what gives me a little heartburn is when we say we're going to leave it to the discretion of the department directors or whoever holds the P cards. As much as I trust the directors, I think it's easier to function in a department or an environment where there's clear guidelines, right? Where you're not wondering, is this going to be acceptable? Is this going to be a problem? That you could work with complete faith that I'm doing the right thing. And I feel that we can probably tighten a little bit, close the gap, and give them a better understanding of what is permissible and what is not. I feel that we could work on that just a little bit.
Commissioner Castro, I'll commit to you that we'll put some training, not only for staff, for the employees, the initial line supervisors, but also the directors, as to just to go over the purchase policy and the P card policy. I know we do it when we issue the P card.
We do it annually.
But I think a refresher would not hurt.
Thank you.
Oh, quick question. So at the end of the month, and I do this in my own business, at the end of the month, when the employees submit their monthly reports, and it's a line item per line item, every single expenditure. Does the director review that?
Yes, sir.
Does the director sign off on that?
Yes, sir.
Is it basically, noted that on the following day, this was reviewed, every single expenditure was cleared by the director? And this is the process that was happening before?
Yes.
This is not a new process now,
No.
correct?
So it was done paper, but now we have, it's automated in our ERP system in N4. So the transactions come through and they have to be reconciled by the actual card holder. So they provide all of their reconciliation information, the funding, the attachments with the receipts and everything else. And those are reviewed, mandatorily reviewed and approved by the director. So they don't move to procurement to review until they're reviewed by the director. So it's all done automatically and through our ERP system. So yes.
Perfect. And have you caught people, instead of, like, for example, it's happened to me. Like, I have my own personal debit card, I have my credit card, then I have my business card. Sometimes I've used my American Express versus using my business card because they're silver, they're the same brand. Do you catch people that say, hey, look, I spent $150 on my city card.
That has
my
happened
city
before.
card, I need to reimburse the city, here's a check.
That is correct. That has happened before some years ago. But
And then
yes.
have you caught people who haven't caught it and been like, oh, I'm sorry, I made the mistake?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think there's actually a couple items in the report where it says that there was something that was caught and went back.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any, I didn't know. I didn't know you had anything to say.
No, I just, look, I have concerns about some of the items. What I would like to do is sit down with both of you and the manager to go over them. I agree with Commissioner Castro. I think maybe the process can be streamlined a little bit more, where there's a little more clarity as to what can be done to address some of these issues. But it's a 70-page document. We're not going to go over it here now. I want to have a sit down with the two of you, go over all of the questions that I have. I've gone through about 55 pages. I still have another 15 to go through, and I've marked quite a few that I want to go over, so that we can address them and really come up with a plan to ensure that there are no questionable things going forward.
And so then for that, I'm just going to recommend that perhaps the department that actually made the purchase be also involved, because we may not know more than what is written there as to why they needed something.
And the report is broken up in a way where we know.
Yes, by department, by individual, by card
individual in
holder,
their
yes.
If you may, this is just for my edification, through the manager. We had protocols in place before the manager. We have a new protocol in place as per a memo that was provided by the memo. I think there was a difference of maybe one or two sentences in regards to how the P cards are going to be addressed. There wasn't many major differences in that memo. And now there's going to be changes potentially made as a result of a commission review. I would like for all three of those to be made public. So I want to see how extensive the changes are from our first P card policy to the second, because from the first to the second, they were minimal. Am I correct or no?
Right. That's correct.
Okay, so there are minimal changes. There wasn't much done that was different. I read both of them very clearly. I sat down, I asked team, let's review this together. What are the differences? Show me that. So what are the differences that have been made to make this more stringent? So now if Commissioner Fernandez is gonna make an audit and is gonna address this issue, I look forward to it. I just want to see the differences. I want to be able to provide those differences so I can understand. And then I believe through the manager that those differences should be disseminated to every single person who has a P card.
Sure,
Look,
of course.
there's been changes.
Because
These are the three changes that were made. These are the three changes, 1 by the manager, 2 by the commission, 3 by the commission, 4 by the commission, 15 by the commission, 30 by the commission. I don't care what it is. My point is that these are the changes that were made, send it to everybody, because that's what we do in my office.
And so my understanding is that we're not necessarily changing the poly, but if not, working with departments and training to discuss.
You never know, you may want to.
Right, exactly. So I'm not sure if it's going to be a specific item that wants to be removed, and then yes, that would then go onto the prohibited items list of the use of the P card. as opposed to, reinforcing and training and conducting an additional training with the department directors as well as with the P-card users, as was discussed a little bit before through the manager.
Okay, changing the topic just a little bit, the credit card fees, were they addressed already? As far as like, if we're paying with American Express, who's paying the fees?
So that, a different topic. So when individuals pay the city a bill of the city, I guess that's what you're talking about. When somebody comes to pay a bill, the city absorbs the credit card fees. The city does not pass those fees on to the resident or the company or the customer, the individual who is using a credit card to make the payments. Since I have been here, it has always been the way. There has never been a direction given to finance to look towards charging that fee back to the resident or to the business owner. So we absorb those fees as a cost of doing business.
Okay.
And there's no limit for which somebody could charge on a credit.
You can pay your permit and get 400,
And they
500,000
have,
points.
and they have,
And
yes.
they do.
And so if the direction is to change that, we can work towards that. It's not something that can happen overnight, but we could then come back at some point to discuss, what do we want to limit? Do we want to,
That is something I have an appetite for. I don't know if the commission does, maybe address this, because that's, if we're looking for money, that's where we could find money at the end of the day.
I think every single organization you do a credit card transaction for is charging the credit card fee.
Other municipalities don't always charge.
But some do.
Some do. Some have, yes. For certain types of transactions, not not across the board.
We've had transactions in the tens of thousands of dollars where the city has lost close to $500,000 in credit card fees. So
Not in any one transaction.
I believe there was at least one.
He said 500 to 1,000.
$500 to $1,000 in credit card fees.
500. I mean, the largest one that I had heard of recently was about $70,000 in credit card.
He's saying $500 to 1,000.
No, I heard 500,000.
Oh, no, 500.
I thought so too. I
But
thought
if there have been to $70,000
I heard
in credit card fees,
$100,000. I was just like, or
that's
$500,000.
That's one
substantial.
per permit.
That's an entire
No.
salary.
Agreed.
That was one
That is,
transaction
how
per
many
permit.
sidewalks can we do with $70,000?
Right. Agreed. And so again, it has never been the direction of, since I have been here, the opposite. It has been, no, the city will absorb the credit card transaction fees. Again, if there's a direction to go that way, we can absolutely go that way.
I'll be happy to make a motion
we would have
directing
to
for you to
also,
start working on a plan for charging the credit card fees, and you
so
can
is it
present it
to
back to
everybody,
commission.
even to residents on their waste bill? Is there a certain dollar amount? Is at what point? And so those are the considerations that have to be discussed and understood for us to move forward with that. So what is the appetite?
So let's do this. I'm gonna make a motion, or I'll just ask you to come back with the different fees that we're charging and how much the city has absorbed over the last 12 months in credit card fees in each one of them. And that'll give us a better idea of what action we should take.
Right. So just for any bill that anyone wants to pay the city, up to and including parking, right? When you pay by phone, there is a fee that's in there. We absorb that, that the credit card merchant processing fees. So if somebody paying their waste bill, that is we absorb the fees. Somebody paying a permit, somebody paying a false alarm bill, anything that can be paid to the city, if they pay it with credit card, has a fee, has a merchant processing fee. So anything could theoretically. So there's no limit as to what it is. So now it's just right. No, I can give you the. I can tell you how much it is.
How much do you think that we've left on the table in credit card fees?
So I think I looked at it. I would want to say that it's a little bit under $2 million a year, maybe $1.6 million a year.
We need to do something about that.
Sure.
The last transaction that we did was a $90,000 credit card fee that we paid. So when it comes to permitting, I think that's one of the departments that would benefit economically from giving them the option at least. You could either pay with a check Or if you want to pay the 3% or whatever the
Right.
case is, then you're more
Sure.
than able to do it.
Or at least
Give
save the
them an
money.
option.
Absolutely. So is it going to be for just for residential bills as well? Should I look at it, or should I look at,
Everything.
so everything? Okay, very good.
Mr. Clerk? Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I know we have people waiting to speak, so I just want to make sure we get everybody. It's getting late.
Mrs. Maria Cruz?
Well, she's coming up. I just want to point out, some things can be paid with a credit card and, I mean, with a debit card, I should say, or a bank account, and some things can't. So I think we need to segregate which ones, and also have the capacity to give the resident notice when they're paying the bill that they will be charged this fee. Because I've already gotten contacted about, fees being charged that were not disclosed, when the resident was paying it.
My taxes in Tennessee and in South Carolina, both of them, you can pay with credit card, but the credit card fees are assessed on top. And it
No,
shows
I
it.
understand.
And it shows it on the log. It says you can pay with credit card, with a check, zero fee, or it would be this much fee if you pay with a credit card.
Called a convenience fee. It's with Miami-Dade County property, but the notice is on the website. And our problem is the notice here is not on the website. Now, you don't have that option with paying for your parking.
If I may, we'll take it back, we'll look at it, we'll do the numbers, see what we can save. My only other recommendation, if the commission decides to go in the route of charging the residents the convenience fee or the fees, is that we give ample notice before we actually start charging that, so that they don't show up expecting to pay with the credit card and find out, I'm not going to pay it now because there's a fee, so.
Agreed.
I guess it's my turn.
Yes.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm sorry, I wanted to finish today with good news, but there comes a point in time when we have to look and see how we try to avoid scandal in the city of Coral Gables. Let me tell you, in 2011, we had a P-card audit. It was given to us at a budget meeting, I don't remember when. I believe it was at the beginning of Ms. Gomez's turn here, because I think I remember she was the one that explained it. This P-card audit has been only 13 years ago, and I guess we filed it and we forgot. Several places in this P-card audit talks about the P-card is supposed to be used to support a legitimate business purpose. Legitimate business purpose. Okay, remember that. I know that we would like to say we didn't find any improprieties. It's very good for the city not to find improprieties. Let me start by telling you, and let me settle down because I'm going to be very nice, that years ago, there were no improprieties here, except when some of us looked and we found an employee that was depositing city checks into her mother's bank account, and I had to come to the commission because we did not want to touch that. We did not want to press charges, and charges were pressed, and my understanding is that the person had to somehow, a little bit at a time, pay back the money, and it was big money. So we're talking here about using the P card, and you were giving some wrong information a minute ago. The question was, the maximum was $1,000 per P card. You all didn't think of asking how many P cards are there. There's a whole bunch of P cards out there, and each one of them has a limit of $1,000. And there was not two different events when I brought it up. It was Havana Harris, one Christmas luncheon, that they split the bill. Because, listen, if you're going to have a luncheon, the main meal and the desserts that are bought in the same restaurant are one bill. I don't remember any time going to a restaurant and telling them to give me the desserts in a separate bill. Okay, it's one bill, yet two different P cards were used. Two different P cards because there was a limit. That was wrong. Okay, but let's move on to other stuff. Who authorized? Well, I can tell you that some of the stuff that I brought up before, and today I thought we were going to hear, yes, some things were done wrong and it wouldn't happen again, but we keep covering it up, and that's why I'm here. Okay? We had, or still have, I don't know, the bad habit of letting the administrative assistants, the people that we trust, use our digital signature. So my understanding is that some of the, when they say the director authorized, and then somebody else authorized, well, you know what? As much as I didn't like Ms. Cabrera, I doubt that she would have been part of this shenanigans. Okay? So whoever had access to her digital signature could have signed stuff. Seriously. Okay, here we go. Okay? We talk about employee morale. You know where I get the information? I don't have a black ball. I don't have a drone that checks. I get information from good employees that are upset that their employees that were abusing the system and got caught by somebody, and we had very important people telling this employee, don't worry, we'll tell you how to massage it so it looks good.
Ms. Cruz?
Okay?
Ms. Cruz, may I ask you for a favor, please?
Yes.
You've been speaking for over 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Will you
I'm
please,
sorry.
will you please wrap it up?
No, sir. Could you please, somebody give me more time? Because you know what? I'm going to tell you what went wrong, whether you want to hear it or not. Okay? Good employees have left the city with drop money on the table because they couldn't take it anymore, because they saw the wrongdoing happening and they left. Okay, explain that one. Because the morale means the people that are doing a good job should be recognized. It doesn't mean the people that are abusing should be covered so they don't suffer. Okay? Because let me tell you, that's what's killing the morale in this building. People that take advantage. Okay? I would like to know, and I know we talk about little money, but little money add big money. And the people that pay taxes need to know why it was a good, a legitimate business purpose in an office to have a burner and a soup pot. I was told originally, well, you know, they bring food and they have to warm it. There were only 2 microwaves in that office. Usually people warm up food in a microwave. They don't bring a soup pot. I almost brought a soup pot today to show you what a soup pot means like. It's not to warm up something for 1 person or 3 people. It's to make food. Let me tell you, there were architects that came to the Board of Architects that called me to find out how come every time we go in that building, you can smell food that's been cooked. I said, what do you mean food that's been cooked? It looked like a restaurant because there's the person who obtained all this, who used her P card to buy stuff, okay, was cooking there.
Ms. Cruz?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ms. Cruz, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Cruz.
Celsius drinks.
Ms. Cruz, I'm asking you, please. I'm asking you. You've been speaking for over 7 minutes.
That's okay. I still have a few more.
But I think
they explained it longer than that, and they covered up a whole bunch of stuff.
we gave everybody 3 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm very lenient, but I think it's time that we bring it to our landing.
I'm sorry, I need a few more minutes.
Do you feel like 2 minutes would be enough?
I tried to talk fast. Okay. Thank you.
Whatever you guys say.
Celsius drinks. You know why we bought Celsius drinks? You know why in that office some people has, not everybody, boyfriend, would come in the morning, sit in her office, and they would share the Celsius drinks. Okay? Listen, I'm being good. I'm not mentioning the name. Don't go there because I know the name. Okay? Holiday celebrations by the bundles. Okay? Let me ask you something. When the other departments, and let me tell you, I'm going to give credit to Diana Gomez, the people from finance say, you know what? If we want to have a birthday, if we're going to have a holiday, you know what? We all chip in and we pay. No, not in development services and not in public works. They charge it on their P card, on the city P cards, the money that the taxpayers pay. Wedding presents. Most people in the world, when somebody gets married, they get together and they put money together. No, not in development services. We bought, and let me tell you, if you want to know, I can tell you what was bought too, because it says it on the bill.
Ms. Cruz, thank you very much.
Graduation.
Thank you. Ms. Cruz, if I may, please, we're entering 9 minutes.
You know what, Mr. Mayor? You started the meeting 10 minutes late. You spoke. Let me tell you, after every meeting, every presentation and protocol, and we waited, and I've been here waiting since 8 o'clock. So be respectful and allow me to finish.
I think she's about to make a landing.
I think we're going on 9 minutes here, so I think it's done.
Allow me to finish.
I know you want to continue to make a point and stretch it as much as you can.
Sorry.
I get it.
The bottom line is, we were told there was a mistake. The person putting in the orders forgot, and when she started buying for herself, she didn't use her card. That was the first answer that we got when we questioned it. The money was never reimbursed, so I guess that was not the truth. The next one was the steamer was for Parks and Recreation. It was not, because I asked Fred, enough is enough. Stop covering up abuse of taxpayers' money. And you know what? If you all cannot come up with a way to find the mistakes, I will make it public. I will publish the list of what was bought with taxpayers' money. And I can assure you that when people see what was bought, they're not going to be happy.
If I may, I think it's a very good idea that you publish that list. Madam Vice Mayor, do you have anything else you'd like to add for the commission meeting?
Yes, and the clerk, Mr. Urquilla, you have a poster to bring up. We didn't have it available last time. When you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. Cable TV should be putting it up.
Okay, come play pickleball. Ronald McDonald Charities, we're raising some money out at the Biltmore tennis courts. They'll have some temporary tape down for pickleball courts. It's all about fun and doing a good cause. Ronald McDonald does a wonderful job of taking care of families and children in need. I know our esteemed clerk is playing, and a few other members of the clerk's office. I'm looking for somebody a little less aggressive on the pickleball court, if any of you want to join me.
I'll be your partner. I'll pay for a sponsorship. Pick which one you want, and I'll do it with you.
Okay. All right. So the magazines are out there to get more information on it. And on the front of the magazine, you also have a QR code to the Miami Spice. These are the Coral Gables restaurants. So while it's running, take advantage of it. Looking forward to playing.
That's one of my favorite magazines. You're on the back. Good.
Commissioner Castro.
Okay, so I am having an employee luncheon on September 18th. That is the little flyer. You have to go ahead and register. So I have an idea of how many employees I will have in the Sandwich Social. Also, this is a reminder, September 12th, first budget hearing. Residents are welcome to attend via Zoom or online. Yeah, don't worry, Gabby. I was gonna go ahead and post put a little post that I had created, but that's fine.
Commissioner Menendez.
Can I have my poster? Back to the movies. I'll probably show this the next meeting, but I wanted to get a head start. At the Art Cinema, for anyone 30 or, at the Art Cinema, anyone 30 and older, I'm showing the 1973 Best Picture Award. Award winner, The Sting, starring Robert Redford, Paul Newman. It won Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Movie, and Robert Redford was nominated for Best Actor, and the song by Marvin Hamlish called The Entertainer, which is a piano piece that everybody will recognize, is in it. It's a great movie. It's about two grifters that plot to con a major mob boss. And it's a wonderful, very entertaining movie. And you can get your free passes at playgables.com. Thank you.
Can we go back to me for 1 second? I'm also planning a game night, and it was actually on your same day of your movie. So I'll go ahead and plan it right after your movie. So
Yeah.
as soon as they're done with your movie, they can go and play some games in the activity center
Yeah.
that I'm hosting.
And if
We
cable,
could
I
join
can let
forces
them,
a
at
little
my
bit.
movie, you remind me, I'll let them know that, hey,
There
from
you
here,
go.
go there.
There you go.
and if cable TV could share my screen.
There you go. First budget hearing. Very important.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Just a reminder, tomorrow we have our 9/11 ceremony at the Police and Fire Headquarters. For all those who want to attend, be there around 8:30 a.m. right in front of the building. It's a short ceremony, but it's an important one for our city.
Two items. Tomorrow, like the commissioner said, I look forward to seeing you once again at 8:45 at the Public Safety Building as we honor September 11th and all the fallen heroes. And I welcome you on the 12th to join us at 6 o'clock, 6:30, after the budget hearing, whenever we finish, at the clock on Miracle Mile, dedicating it to the city and the Centennial. Thank you, God bless, and have a wonderful evening.
We have the other